get Steve in Tampa on here real quick. Steve's been waiting for like an hour. Thank you, Steve. What's going on today, buddy?
This is the Bolivian Ragamuffin Hotline, right?
Yeah, you got it, man. How are you?
It's no surprise that I left Chiquita named Mia's place last night. How you doing, Ed?
He's throwing all obscure Aerosmith titles out of me.
Love Night in the Ruts, as well as Rockin' a Hard Place.
Love that. Again, saw that tour.
I've talked to you when Navarro and Perner was on, I guess, all the Daves. But real quick, I'm just about done with that Noel Monk Van Halen book.
Mm-hmm.
I've been reading that.
Holy crap. A lot better than I thought. It's not like he's not giving them shots all the time. And it's a great compliment to that book, Van Halen Rising, which I was always hitting you up to read.
Which I still want to get to, but I just haven't had time. I was on planes nonstop the last few days. That's where I get my reading done. Caught up on all my rock magazines. This magazine, Rock Candy, this new magazine, Rock Candy's great. Got into that and finished just now. And everybody knows how much I love UFO. I've had this for like 4 weeks. Just now started reading the Pete Way book. I'm about a paragraph in. So I've got that Van Halen book, that Van Halen Rising book is definitely next up.
I've been reading this one.
Here's what I want to say. I know you. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
I was reading the one you were talking about. It's good, man.
Which one? No, wait, Dean.
The new one with the manager.
Yeah, well, he was on. Noel was on this show, and I read it as well. So what were you going to say about it, Steve?
Among the many things, I first saw them in '81. And what he conveys through all the many other things, what I want to get out to people is, and I've seen a ton of bands from Soul Asylum to a bunch of Warp, every genre, or most hard rocks and alternative stuff. And I came up in radio and all that. I don't think there was ever a better live band than Van Halen in '81, around '81, '82, as evidenced those three songs they filmed in Oakland. And he conveys that pretty well. I mean, it's tough now. Nobody ever since then has touched them. They were so great live. And Eddie, oh my gosh.
The thing that I'll say, and Steve, thanks for your comments and your call. The thing that I'll say about early Van Halen and when they had Roth, and I've said this many times, to me, first 4 records among the greatest records ever made, like across the board, they're the greatest. As far as live is concerned, I'm trying to remember the first time I may have seen him live may have been Diver Down Tour. Could have been Women and Children, but probably Diver Down Tour. I think I saw him at the Garden. I definitely saw Diver Down Tour. And as they went on, what really started to bother me about Van Halen live was Roth's shenanigans.
Yep.
Because it used to make me like bonkers when he would do that stuff where he would come out to the edge of the stage, just hold his arms out like in Jesus Christ pose, and let the audience clap literally for like 10 minutes without doing anything.
Right.
Or come out with that sword and do all that martial arts stuff or whatever while he was dancing around. And it used to make me crazy because Van Halen songs are like, 3.5 minutes long, right? And while I'm watching him do all this nonsense, I'm thinking to myself, I could be hearing like 4 more songs right now. So as great as Van Halen were live, there was a side to them, especially as they got a little bit bigger, that they did some things that I did not necessarily like in the Roth era, like that.
I saw those at 81 shows, the Oakland ones, and I agree with you. I say, I saw them also on Women and Children. I think Van Halen was the greatest band up until Diver Down. Once Diver Down starts, it becomes all that, look at all the people here tonight. The canned raps, the long stares, the I'm going to fuck your girlfriend, all that. But before that, fair warning, Women and Children, those tours were a dangerous rock band with minimal on that goof and stuff. It was more punch in the face. Once you get to Diver Down, it becomes a circus.
I would have loved to have seen Van Halen first couple records.
Right.
I mean, I would have loved to have seen them reading that Noel Monk book, that first tour. They were third billed to Journey and Montrose.
Yeah, that was wild, right?
And what were they playing, 35, 40 minutes or whatever. But that book, a lot of people talked about it. A lot of people are still reading it and getting into it. It's called Running with the Devil. If you missed it, I had Noel the Monk, who managed them and wrote the book, on this show for a good hour and a half. a little while ago. I also put that interview up as my podcast. It might still be able to grab it. They expire after 4 or 5 weeks, but check that as well. It's fascinating. And the caller referenced the other Van Halen book, which is called Van Halen Rising. I've heard nothing but great things about it. It takes time to read books, and I just have not had the time. It's sitting right there. Did you read that one?
I didn't read that one. It was weird. It's at my house. The guy sent it to me, and I think I wanted to read this other one because of the inside of managing a band during that lunacy. I was pretty surprised how much cocaine Roth did early on. I wasn't aware of, like, he was doing coke all the time, you know? I thought it was more of like he was a stoner, you know?
I was surprised at the amount of drugs that were going on with all of them. The only thing that didn't surprise me about the Van Halen book, the Van Halen Rising book, was the fact of how Michael Anthony comes off. Because he is one of the nicest, best guys I know that's from a major rock band, one of the most unassuming guys. And to hear how he was, unfortunately, he got run over because of it.
Yeah.
But to hear how he was back then was not surprising at all. It was the same guy that he is now, just a really good guy.
Jason Newsted. You know?
Yeah, absolutely. Mark in Illinois. Hey, Mark, you're on Trunk Nation. Thank you for waiting, man.
Hey. Oh, that's cool. Eddie, huge fan. Love your interviews. You are the best thing on the Volume channel.
Oh, well, that's kind of you. Thank you. We have a lot of great content here, but I appreciate you listening.
Hey, I had a comment and a question, but I saw Van Halen on their first tour here in the Quad Cities, and they opened for Journey, Atlanta Rhythm Section, and the Doobie Brothers, and everybody was just blown away when we saw Eddie Van Halen for the first time.
Wait, so Mark, this was first album?
This was, I believe it was 78.
First album, yeah.
I think it was 78. Yeah, it was the first big tour. And it was Journey's first big tour, too. They just put out Infinity. And Van Halen basically just came out and played the entire first album.
Hey, Mark, get your question out. You were waiting a long time, and your phone is drifting in and out. I don't want you to get cut off before you can get your point out.
Okay, quick comment. When you talk about the go-to guy for rock shows and award ceremonies, you always mention Dave Grohl, but you never mention they throw Kid Rock up there all the time, and he's one as talented and one less of a rock guy. At least Dave Grohl is really a rock guy, Eddie.
Well, I don't agree with that, though, too much, Mark. Thank you for the call. What Mark's referencing is the fact that I talk about how Dave Grohl has become like the de facto go-to rock guy. Every festival, every TV show, whenever they need a token rock guy, it's not his fault, but it's always Dave Grohl. And he's saying not as much as Kid Rock. I don't think they put Kid Rock out there that much.
I don't see Kid Rock ever.
I mean, I think he's out there a little bit, but nothing like Dave Grohl. No. And I think the reason why Kid Rock probably now is because Kid Rock's maybe to these producers a little more polarizing.
Yeah.
You know, especially because now he's running. He might be the senator or something.
Yeah.
But I don't think Kid Rock falls in that category.
I didn't know the Kid Rock guitar player produced that Greta stuff. Did you know that?
No.
Oh yeah, he's the guy behind all that, which blew my mind when they were on. I was like, wait a minute, they did it at his famous studio in Detroit.
Oh, because Greta's from Detroit,
right? And he really. I was wondering how much of molding that he had to do with that. But he's the guy behind that record.
Wow. Interesting. I did not know that.
I didn't either.
Let's get one more call before we have to go to break. This is Scotty in Texas. Hey, Scotty.
How you doing, Eddie?
Great, man.
Hey, you're coming in on Wednesday.
Well, Texas is a big state, Scotty. Where are you?
I'm in Houston. I thought I told the lady. Sorry, man. Houston, Texas.
Oh, okay. And, I'll be there.
Yeah, and wanted to know if you're going to make it to the Marty Friedman show. He's coming in, playing Wednesday.
Wow.
Oh, wow. I did not know that, but probably not because I don't land till very late, Scotty. I'm not getting in. I have to do this show and then fly, so I'm not going to be landing until I'm sure he'll be well done. Where's Marty playing on Wednesday?
The Scouts Bar out there in League City.
Okay, yeah, and not only is Texas a big state, Houston's a big city.
Massive.
So, unfortunately, by the time I land and get to where I got to get, I think Marty will be wrapped up. But I didn't. You know what, Scotty? I'm glad you told me that though, because if I can get, fortunately, there's a lot of flights from Newark to Houston because it's a hub. So if I can get out a little bit earlier. I got nothing going on Wednesday. If I can get on an earlier flight, you might see me there. But if not, I'll never make it in time. But I appreciate the heads up on that.
You might be able to interview him after the show.
I had him on here already.
Oh, yeah.
I can get him out there on Thursday. He'll be here. See if he's still going to be here. And then Thursday up there at,
Look at Scotty programming my show. Scotty's got a whole agenda for me when I'm in Houston. Scotty, you coming by?
I want to be there.
You coming by the House of Blues, Scotty?
I'm going to try to make it, man. I run a construction company out here, and got 4 guys working for me. We're cabinet makers, so it's kind of hard to get off the job right in the middle of the day.
I hear you. I understand. I know it's tough. Yeah,
just make them work, and you come out, man. Don't you know the American way?
And then Scotty's business goes to shit because he had to come watch me talk on the radio for 5 minutes. Like, that's exciting. Yep. Scotty, thank you, buddy. I'll maybe see you when I get to Houston at the end of the week. That's all. Yeah, the guy blows his cabinet business because he has to watch me sit there and talk into a microphone. I understand the excitement level of actually watching a radio show is it's about
electric.
Yeah, it's about watching paint dry for the most part. But if you want to come, I'll be there. I'm not pressuring nobody. Like I said, it's a free thing. All right, so let's do a break. I want to get into this. Hold on real quick. Let's get Mike and PA in here because he wanted to chime in. We got a second before the break. Hey, Mike, go ahead and jump in.
Hey, Eddie. Hey, thanks for what you're doing. Long-time fan. Appreciate you.
Thank you, Mike.
Hey, just wanted to check, and I'm going off a real long memory, a long time ago, but possibly Van Halen opened for Black Sabbath.
Oh, yeah,
of course. Center in Baltimore.
Oh, yeah, that's talked about in the book in detail, and that's a legendary tour because that's when Van Halen was destroying a young, hungry band, and that's where Sabbath were falling apart.
Yep.
They blew me away. I mean, Eddie was pulling these lead solos off, crashing into his Marshall stack, trying to knock it over, and the guys in the back are propping up the stack just to keep him from knocking his amps over.
Yeah, he would kind of run into him, right?
Oh, yeah. It was unbelievable, though.
There's that great story of in the book where Ozzy goes into the wrong hotel room and he's lost for 24 hours, so they cancel the show, and then they find him
out in somebody else's room
because they were having Krell wars, him and David Lee Roth, see how long they could stay up. That's awesome.
all coked out of their mind.
Love it.
I could only imagine what it was like back then, but growing up in that era, it was really awesome to see that.
Yeah. All right, Mike. Thank you, man. Appreciate you listening.
You bet. Thanks, Eddie.
Take care.
Take care.
See, I love doing this. Just people just dropping in, talking about whatever, man.
I think the Women and Children tour is the greatest of that band. It was just like you got Van Halen 1
Women and
2.
Children is
underrated.
You can't beat the first record.
Yeah,
but in the number 2 hole for me might be Women and Children.
It's incredible.
It's a heavy record too. In a simple rhyme, great song on that record.
Tora.
Romeo Delight.
That's how they opened on that tour. I mean, God, that thing. And then look, so that tour you got Van Halen 1, 2, and Women and Children. So they're playing songs from those 3 records. It's like a punch in the face.
Because I could talk about Van Halen forever too. Maybe we will, but guitar players, hardcore guitar players, guys, will tell you the definitive Van Halen album is actually Fair Warning.
Oh, of course.
Which I don't know why.
Yeah.
That versus the others. But I think it was some shift Eddie Van Halen made in his sound and his tone and his approach. Real technical shit. I don't play, so I don't know. I just know what I like to my ear. But like Jason Hook from Five Finger told me that the guitar record is Fair Warning. I'm like, well, why that more than any of the others?
It's so intricate. And also I heard that Eddie, at that time, and this is what Kelly Rhodes told me, that Randy was really putting a dent into Eddie's ego. And so Eddie goes the extra mile at that time for Fair Warning to really be like, fuck you guys, I'm the guy. He said it really affected him.
See, I never thought of that, and somebody else pointed that out to me, too. I never thought about the arrival of Randy Rhodes, who was also a Southern California guy, on the scene in 1980.
Same town. Glendale, Pasadena.
Butted up against Eddie Van Halen, who was rapidly becoming the king. I never processed that. It's a fascinating thing to think about.
Yep.
Like the impact that it might have had, and since Eddie really doesn't talk and doesn't do interviews that much, be a fascinating question if he would now talk about that in retrospect as what he thought when he had this guy Randy Rhoads was, and I'm sure Eddie was well aware of Randy Rhoads from Quiet Riot in the club scene. Quiet Riot was huge in Southern California.
They played together once. Actually, I read somewhere they played one gig together, some ballroom, and I guess they didn't like each other so much that one band came in, played, and left, and then the other band went on or something like that.
Yeah, I never thought about that rivalry, and a few people besides yourself over the years have pointed that out. It's really fascinating to think about, and not much has been said or written about it. And I don't know if I've ever seen in print Eddie Van Halen talking about and commenting on his thoughts about Randy Rhoads back then, but I would not be surprised if it was very competitive because even though Van Halen got signed and were signed already, their careers were very parallel.
Absolutely.
Because they both were, I mean, even I'd venture to say mid to late 70s, Quiet Riot, a bigger band in L.A. Van Halen were playing those backyard parties and all that.
Yeah.
And yes, they got the record deal that Quiet Riot never did till much later. But Quiet Riot were notorious for being a massive draw in Southern California at that time. They couldn't get a deal for whatever reason. I've always said Quiet Riot was always the West Coast equivalent of Twisted Sister.
Right.
Because before Twisted Sister broke, they would play to massive crowds in the New Jersey, New York area. Quiet Riot, massive crowds in Southern California. Neither band could get a record deal. Then they finally get a record deal, signed to a major. Both of them have monster hits, and they both implode just as quick.
Yeah.
It's really total parallel courses.
Yeah.
The East and West Coast versions of Twisted Sister, they're totally parallel storylines. We got to take a break. Let's get this break taken care of. We'll come back, maybe grab a few more calls. There was a topical thing I wanted to touch on. If we have time, we'll do that. Hanging out with Dean Del Rey. See Dean at the Stand. If you are in the New York City area, here in New York, Dean will be performing stand-up at the Stand through September 1st.
Yep, and then I go out on tour with Bill Burr all of September, Mississippi, Alabama, North Carolina, Iowa, San Diego, all over. So that's awesome.
So go see Dean stand-up with Bill or, of course, on his own shows here in New York, and also check out Dean's podcast. As you can hear, Dean is a huge music fan as well, and it is called Let There Be Talk, which is available wherever you get your podcast. We'll take a break. We'll come back. We got over half an hour left to go. More to get into. Toll-free telephone number 844-686-5863, 844-6-VOLUME. Eddie Trunk live on this Monday, Trunk Nation. So I just clicked it off. Wait.
Oh, yeah.
I missed it by accident. Dean, you said you saw Van Halen.
Yeah.
I did. I never remembered this, but there was that Michael Anthony played keyboards in some device that looked like a bomb.
Yeah. I was just showing you a picture of it. It's they had keyboards on the stage, and they built them custom into this big actual bomb, and it looked like one of the bombs they drop out of a plane back in the day. And it's just incredible. I remember the stage was pretty sparse back then. It was just kind of a cool drum riser and then a wall of amps, and they had the massive backdrop and stuff. But there was this keyboard thing up there. Mike Anthony would play them, you know.
The other thing that back to that Noel Monk book for a minute. The one thing that Noel was really, and he said this 3 times during my interview with him, he was really enamored at David Lee Roth's physical ability to do that split off of the drum riser.
Yeah.
And yes, that is amazing, but Noel really it was like, nobody else can do that. It's like, there are other people that can do it, probably. They're just not the lead singer in Van Halen.
I remember.
I guess you're coked out of your mind.
Yeah.
You can do that.
I remember specifically one of the craziest things I ever saw was they had the timing down, but I think it was the Fair Warning tour, they opened with On Fire. So,
Such a great song.
Yeah, so it kicks in, and then right when the lights went on, perfectly, Dave was
in the air,
splits perfectly when the band came on. You're like, wow, the timing of that had to be incredible every night,
Yeah, they must have worked that out. Well, listen, here's what we're going to do. I'm just going to, as I say all the time and rarely do, anybody can call. I don't want to ever feel like I need to have some sort of set plan, agenda, topic going into one of these shows every day. So you guys can anytime, call in and ask and talk about anything. And this is what happens. Sometimes we go in a direction that we didn't even plan. Somehow we found ourselves talking about Van Halen, which is fine. But anything is all good in the world of rock. The number's 844-686-5863, 844-6-VOLUME. We got a half an hour left to go. We're going to finish up on phones. Lots to catch up on. You can call in about anything. And I did want to talk about this thing that I teased earlier about reviews and media today in the world of rock. I'll save that and maybe do that on Wednesday or maybe even some tomorrow when around Mark Tornillo of Accept. But every day is a different adventure. That's what doing a live show. Love the spontaneity. We'll go back to the phones right now. And let's get Dan in St. Louis in here. What's up? What's going on, Dan?
Eddie, great show.
Thank you.
As always. But, yeah, I just wanted to say, you talked about interviewing Eddie Van Halen. I'm a big Eddie Van Halen fan. I play the guitar and stuff. And I was a sales rep for Wayne Charbelli. He has Wayne Guitars. Mm-hmm. And I was talking to his son. And Wayne was the guy that sold Eddie, like, his first body and neck to put together that black and white guitar and stuff. And he was talking about, like, the woods that Eddie would use when he used the Bariac on the Marshall amp. Everyone thought he was like cranking the voltage up to soak the tubes on the head when he was actually cranking the volts down. So it would, the tubes would be starving and they get really, really hot and giving that really cool gain. So it's really, if you check out Live Without a Net in his solo on that, it's phenomenal. And that's when Steve Vai was, coming in and, playing with Roth, and he, got inspired or whatever, but I'd never seen him play that good before then. I seen him in '84, and I thought that performance was kind of a joke. Alex was, wasted, and it looked like Eddie was trying to tell him what cymbals to hit, and it was just, and I got backstage for that one, met Roth and Michael Anthony.
Well, let's be honest, Dan. There were plenty of bad Van Halen shows at times too, for various reasons. I mean, none worse than I ever saw than the reunion with Hagar in whatever year that was, 96, 97. Sammy, and thank you, Dan, for the call. Sammy catches a lot of shit for what he wrote in his book. I think Sammy was easy on him compared to what I saw, because Eddie Van Halen, Sammy says in his book, whenever Eddie came out, he called it samurai hair. Yeah. Whenever Eddie had the hair up in the bun, that knew that Eddie was hitting it really hard. I saw them play the Meadowlands. I swear to God, for half of the set, Eddie Van Halen was playing a different song than the rest of the band. Yeah. And then Eddie Van Halen does something beyond all comprehension. He had just beat the tongue cancer that he had, right? Yeah. And he brings his doctors out from Columbia Presbyterian, whatever, here in New York City, to thank them. On stage? On stage. So they all come out in like white coats and stuff. And he's like, these guys cured me of cancer, man. I got to thank them. And he's going around shaking their hands, thanking them for helping him beat mouth cancer. Wow. While smoking a cigarette and blowing the smoke out. I was like, you're thanking cancer doctors for beating tongue cancer, mouth cancer, while you're smoking in their face on stage.
It's interesting to hear what he had to say about that, too, because Howard Stern was riding his ass about it. And he said that he believes he got it from the pick. He puts the pick in his mouth a lot of times to tap, and that the metal, and the metal rotted away the side of his tongue.
Which, who knows? I mean, unfortunately, we're finding it to be a little bit common that these sort of cancers, I mean, he smoked, of course, but Bruce Dickinson most recently had it and beat it. So, but it's the Van Halen stories seem to be endless here. Let's talk to Bob in Atlanta. Hey, Bob.
Hey, how's it going? Hey, this is Bobby from the band St. James, and I love you guys. I listen nonstop.
Thank you, Bob.
I go back and catch the other shows. But, man, that Van Halen book, no great revolution, but a lot of great stuff. My whole thing was, I think all the records are incredible, but I know you guys loved the tour with Women and Children, but they came to Connecticut. They played for 35 minutes. They threw cake at each other. It was Alex's birthday. They laughed and joked, and I swear to God, it was the shortest concert I ever saw. The 35 minutes were great, but it was way too quick. But the main thing I would say is, did you read the part about where the Payola for Fair Warning, because I do believe that was the best record ever. So.
Yeah, there was something in there about the Payola, which was a very common practice in the 70s and even early into the early 80s, Bob, that is highly illegal now and got cracked down on. But it was basically the practice of paying to get airplay or greasing program directors with gifts and presents and money in order to get airplay or get chart positions.
That was crazy. The Billboard thing, he called him in and he said on Van Halen 2, he goes, where do you see this album coming in at? 4, 5? And he's like, what? And if you took a 2-page ad out, you pick your chart position. He goes, no, I want to come in at 40 so we have a place to go up. That manager was smart, but that blew my mind.
Yeah, there's so much corruption in the industry back then, and having worked in it, I saw a little bit of some of the things that went on. I was never, thank you, Bob, for the call. I tell people all the time, I was never lucky enough to be offered anything myself.
Yeah, right?
Unfortunately, I didn't get offered shit, never, but I saw others. I saw some of it going on. What, you had something to say, Ed?
I was just going to say, if anyone wants to delve more deeply into that subject, there's a great book called Hitmen, Power Brokers and Fast Money Inside the Music Business.
That's a great book.
It is flipping phenomenal. I mean, in a way that it really opens your eyes into how it was done.
A couple quick things, and we'll hit a break. We'll come back and finish up. On Van Halen, as far as the book is concerned, as far as Noel's book is concerned, to me, the number one most staggering thing out of that book is that at the time, Eddie Van Halen thought you could impregnate a woman from a blowjob. There's no better story in that book than that. That is. Read the book if you know. He actually thought that he had a paternity suit against him, and all he ever did was get blowjobs from this girl. That's unbelievable. Also, the previous caller mentioned "Live Without a Net," which was the live Sammy Hagar record.
Right.
Sammy has said on more than one occasion on my shows that album was completely re-recorded.
Fake.
That's fake. That they went in and it was ready to go, and then Sammy said that Eddie started screwing around with fixing things and then got so obsessive over it that he ended up re-recording the whole thing, and it knocked it out of sync because if you remember, there was a video as well.
Right.
So because there was a video, Sammy, who was fine with it as a real live record, had to go in and re-record all of his vocals because they were now out of sync because all the music got re-recorded.
Oh, my God. Another fake live record. Imagine.
They're all fake. Every
fake.
live record appears to be fake, ladies and
but
gentlemen.
Boy, did they sell, man.
Yeah.
Frampton Comes Alive. If You Want Blood. I don't think If You Want Blood's fake.
I think If You Want Blood, Budokan by Cheap Trick is real. And my favorite record ever, Strangers in the Night by UFO, is real, with except 2 songs that were recorded during a sound check.
Right.
All the World's a Stage by Rush, completely real.
And it's my favorite live Rush album.
Oh, wow. Yeah.
The first one. Yeah. All right, let's hit a break. We'll come back. We got jammed phones and about 20 minutes left to go. We'll continue. Got some people want to talk about other things. I got an AC/DC call up here, actually.
Oh, yeah.
Dean's a big AC/DC guy, and Dean should be the new singer in AC/DC.
I'm ready, man.
And I'm not even, I say that every time I'm with Dean, and I am not kidding.
And I've been training. I'm ready for the tour.
You're cut. You're
I'm ready
to go.
for the tour.
You put the little beanie on. You look like Brian Johnson.
I'll be like, back in black.
I'm telling you. I'm not even, this is not shtick. I'm telling you, I've seen Dean sing AC/DC. He's the guy if it's not Brian or Axl.
Yeah.
All right, we'll take a break. We'll come back. We'll finish up. We got about 20 minutes left talking rock with you. Dean Del Rey hanging out. Trunk Nation on this Monday. Live Monday to Friday, 2 to 4 p.m. Eastern Time. It is Eddie Trunk, Dean Del Rey hanging out with me today, having a good time talking with you, just rolling, just having fun. Whatever comes up, comes up. And I love doing shows like this. So you guys can kind of steer it a little bit the rest of the way. Let's get back to the busy phones with the time that we have. This is Don, who is listening in Alabama. Go ahead, Don.
Hey, guys. Great show.
Thank you.
You got me fired up talking about Van Halen. I'm 51, 77, 78. I grew up in Dallas, Texas, and the energy of Van Halen was incredible. But I'm an even bigger AC/DC fan. And you were talking earlier about Van Halen opening up for Journey. Well, back in 77 or 78, the Journey tour, I had a girlfriend who was in 8th grade. I was in 7th grade. I got Journey tickets, big deal. And thought I was a big guy. Anyway, AC/DC warmed up for Journey. And this was the If You Want Blood, You Got It tour, probably 6 months before Highway to Hell came out. And it was just absolutely life-changing at that point. So I guess these guys were just grabbing any tour they could. but it was a band called New England.
Oh, yeah.
Then AC/DC, and then Journey.
I saw New England open for Kiss in 79.
Yeah, and I think it was 77, 78. My dates might be a little bit off.
Yeah, that sounds about right, because I was just telling Eddie, I saw AC/DC, Journey, Boyster Cult, Cheap Trick, and Ted Nugent. 78, they would just kind of float those packages around.
Yeah, AC/DC popped up on a lot of bills with a lot of different bands. So you forget that here in America, I mean, we all love the Bon Scott stuff and the hardcore fans do, but let's be honest, here in America, the band wasn't that big of a deal until Back in Black. They really weren't.
That's right.
They were on a lot of mixed bills and opening acts. I mean, AC/DC now means a whole different beast than it was in the 70s, especially in the U.S. But, you know, Don, thanks for the call. Dean and I were talking during the break. You bring up Journey. I mean, what's going on now with Journey, with this whole thing? And I don't know how many people have picked up on it, but it's been very, very out there on the social media, especially from Neil Schon. And even I saw CNN and Fox News pick up and do pieces on this in the last few days. And what's happening here is really fascinating. And as we were talking during the break, if this breaks right for Neil Schon, it could end up being the greatest thing that ever happened for Journey fans.
Yeah.
Because and we're just speaking hypothetically here, but for you guys that haven't caught wind of this, Neil Schon is completely at odds right now with pretty much everybody else in Journey. Because, and mostly Jonathan Cain, because he's upset that the Journey went to the White House without him knowing. And Neil has said on social media, this isn't about a pro or con Trump thing. He just does not want religion or politics, no matter where you fall on it, anywhere around Journey, which I understand and respect. And he was upset that by Journey going to the White House, taking pictures with Trump, Jonathan Cain's wife works for Trump as some spiritual advisor. So there's religion and politics all under the same roof there with those guys doing it. And Neil took offense to them doing it and them not talking to him about it. There's been crazy tension. It's gone public, and Neil has talked about it, if you follow him on Twitter, on a regular basis with fans. But here's where he could end up. This could be the biggest thing that happened for Journey fans and this has all been threatened kind of on social media.
Yeah.
If Neil is able to talk Steve Perry into coming back to play with him, let's be honest, the other three musicians who are in Journey are completely inconsequential.
Yep.
In terms of a ticket selling thing.
Totally.
As long as they can play their instruments, again, we all know Greg Raleigh is great and Ross Valerie is great and Steve Smith are great. They're all great. But again, we have seen 10 billion examples of the mainstream having no friggin' clue who's in these bands beyond the certain guys. You want the latest example? The Eagles just announced more tour dates. Glenn Frey is no longer with us, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah. The son's in there now.
And he was a star of the band, and people are still friggin' going.
Yeah.
If Neil Schon is on the phone right now with Steve Perry, and who knows, maybe Steve doesn't like one of these other guys. I don't know.
Right.
But if Neil is able to get Steve Perry to say, yeah, you know what, I'll come out and do some shows, game over.
Arena City.
Oh, game over.
Yep.
And they can both pick and choose whoever they want in the other positions on the band, because it won't mean a hill of beans to people buying tickets. You put out Neil Schon and Steve Perry on a poster playing Journey as Journey, it's over.
Absolutely.
There's not one person that's going to ask, well, who's the drummer going to be?
Yeah, not at all.
And I don't mean that with any disrespect to any of the great musicians who have been in Journey. We all know that the name and the lead stars are what drives the band. All the people that bitched and moaned about Adler and Izzy not being there in Guns N' Roses, it's the #1 tour in the world.
Yeah, and keeps going.
So if you can put out, if Neil Schon is able to pull a bait and switch here in all of this sort of drama going on, and he controls the name Journey, as I imagine he does, and he can put out a lineup of Journey. Imagine Greg Raleigh.
Oh, yeah.
Steve Perry and Neil Schon.
I'm losing my mind. And they're doing Infinity songs? You're just like, what?
I mean, no matter what they're doing, they're going to play the catalog. I mean, imagine, it's like the business doubles or quadruples overnight.
Yeah.
Out of this perceived implosion. So there's a really interesting play going on here. To me, it all hinges on if Steve Perry wants to play.
Yeah, and a lot of people are going to say, well, Steve, can he even sing? Because he hasn't done it so many years. And Steve sang with the Eels last year. They talked him into it. It took about a year. He went out and did a couple dates with them. He came on and sang Journey songs, and he sounded incredible. You can YouTube it right now. It was actually had tears in my eyes.
I saw it.
It was great. It wasn't monumental, but imagine if you warmed up and took about a month of rehearsing, you're going to be crushing.
Yeah, you know, singers like anything, it's a muscle. You got to work it.
Absolutely.
If he's taking care of himself, he could get some lessons, he could get some instruction, and he could get himself, well enough to do it. And, if they went out on tour, it wouldn't be maybe 5-6 shows a week. It might be 3 shows a week, but whatever. Steven Tyler does that. He wants 3-4 nights off between gigs. He needs it. Okay, he's 70. Give it to him.
Axl Rose sounds amazing right now.
And they're playing a lot. They're playing long shows.
Long shows.
My God, they're playing long shows. Time for a couple quick more calls. This is Sam in PA. Go ahead, Sam.
Hey, guys, thanks for taking my call. Just want to say, huge fan of yours, Eddie. I never miss a show.
Thank you.
Dean, I probably listen to over 250 of your podcasts, man. It is killer.
Did you do that many?
I'm at 370.
370?
Whatever you're on, dude. I listen to all of them.
Thank you so much. I'm 5 years in.
I just want to touch base with you guys real quick. I attended the Peach Music Festival in Scranton, PA over the weekend. Eddie, it's got more of a jam band leaning than you're used to probably, but it's founded by the Allman Brothers, so there's definitely some rockier elements in there. Mm-hmm. I caught a band that I know Dean knows well, Magpie Salute. It's Robinson's new band. It's basically classic era Black Crowes, him and Mark Ford laying it down with another singer. It is fantastic. They have a ton of tour dates out there. People need to go see that band. Real rock and roll played the right way. Dean can expound on it. I
just got some of their music. I know who they are, Sammy. I just got a couple songs on a sampler CD, and I read about them. I was going to look it up and check them out.
It's pretty electric.
I'm making the call because I know we touch on it every week, Eddie, about how people don't Google stuff and don't know what's out there.
Yeah.
Use that Google, man. Find those tour dates and go see that band. They are killer.
Now, let me ask you real quick. If you're a fan of that, did you see Chris Robinson's new band at all, The Brotherhood?
I love The Brotherhood. I love Neil Casal. I'm a lot like Dean. I listen to it all, Eddie. Grateful Dead, Metallica, Quiet Riot, UFO. There should be no limits on our musical palettes. I love it all, and I love Chris Robinson, too. Now we got 2 great bands. That's how I look at the breakup.
All right, Sam. Thank you for the call. Appreciate it. Thank you for your comments. Neil Casal, who he mentioned, who is in Chris Robinson's band, is an old friend of mine.
He's amazing.
And he's done, if you really want to go back and look into his history, he had a couple of his own records out like 20 years ago.
Right.
But real talented guy. I'm glad for him in that band.
Let me tell you something, Eddie. Last year he did a record.
Who did?
Neil did. What he did was the Grateful Dead did their last 5 shows ever, right? They did 3 in Chicago, 2 in San Fran, and they take a break. And in between, Neil wrote all the break music and put it out on vinyl. This thing is incredible, man. It's like this journey it takes you through. I love it.
Wow. My phone just completely went down and disappeared. We had 6 callers on hold, and they are all poof.
Let me take a look at it.
Well, we're going to have to wrap up in a second, so I wouldn't stress it. But we apologize to the callers that you guys were on hold. We just lost everybody. The phone's just completely wigged out on us. But thank you for your calls. Of course, call me tomorrow. Call me in. Oh, wait, they're back. I guess we didn't drop them. All right, maybe we got time for 1 or 2 more. They just all came back. Greg in West Virginia. Go ahead, Greg.
Hey, Eddie, I like your show. Talk to you again. Just trucking through West Virginia. I got to see Van Halen in St. Louis on the Women and Children's first tour. This band was opening up, throwing joints out. Band called the Cats, and David Lee Roth was like, he got busted for smoking cigarettes in Cincinnati, but St. Louis, you kick ass. And it was a great show. I bought my ticket the last day of the show, right before the show, and I was like right up front. It was a killer show. Summer of 1980, St. Louis, Missouri, at the old Checker Dome. It's no longer there. It was a great show.
All right, Greg. Glad you enjoyed it. Thank you for calling. Andrew in Illinois. Go ahead, Andrew.
Hey, Eddie. Thanks for taking my call.
Sure.
I just want to talk about Van Halen 1984 at the Metro Center, Rockford, Illinois.
Our phones just went away again. What happened, Ed? What's going on? The screen just goes pink. He teed that up and then just Rockford, boom. I'm sorry about that, dude. I don't know. Our phones are just, it just came back, but now he's gone.
Can you imagine?
We'll try one more. We got to end soon anyway. Jake in Minneapolis. Go ahead, Jake.
Eddie, how are you, man?
Good.
Excellent. So you brought up the Eels. Thank you for doing that. Steve Perry was doing
Dean
his
did,
thing
but
with
yeah.
the Eels in St. Paul. We were so lucky to see that Steve Perry on stage. Just took us all by surprise.
You were there, Jake? You were at the show?
I was not at the show. I worked for the station that helped present the show, but all my friends were there, and I've seen the YouTube footage, and it was like, did that just happen?
Yeah.
It was amazing. And I also need to thank you for flying the Soul Asylum flag, being
Love
from
those
Minneapolis.
Guys. Yeah, I love those guys. It was great having Dave Perner here a couple weeks ago. I'll get that up on my podcast as well if people that may have missed it. But thank you, Jake. Love Soul Asylum. Perner to me is one of the best songwriters, and I love that guy. I just went to see them recently as well. Well, we got to wrap up here. Dean, thank you. Great to see you.
Thank you.
I'm back live on this Wednesday, Trunk Nation, Sirius XM 106 volume. It is Eddie Trunk. Remember, the next 2 days, you are getting best of shows, a best of free-for-all Friday on Friday. And what's tomorrow again, Alex? I forget what we decided on.
Tomorrow we're doing a combination of the ever-popular bands that should have been huge and bands that you're supposed to love but you actually hate.
Yeah, an hour of each of two of our most loved shows, and I'll do that again live so you guys can call into it at some point soon as well. We're overdue to hit both of those. But again, tomorrow and Friday, best ofs as I hit the road for some TV work and also hosting a festival in Oakdale, California, as I mentioned earlier. All the information on my site, and be sure to follow on Twitter, at Eddie Trunk. I'll keep you posted on my travels where I'll be. And if you're out in the great female rockers, Adam in California is next up. Go ahead, Adam.
Hey, Eddie. I've got I think I misunderstood the purpose initially because I called with more of a rocker that I admire, but if you're talking about a rocker that's sort of never made it, I would have to go to Smash Gladys.
No. Either way, though, we're just talking about, impactful female rock artists that either didn't make it or that were incredibly, like who people's favorite female rockers are.
Well, mine's a little off of center, but I really admire Penelope Spheris, the director of, Decline Part 2 and Wayne's World. And I'd actually love to hear, I don't know if you have before, but I'd love to hear you interview her because she's just really seen a lot and done a lot. And the way that she got access to some of those guys in the late 80s was pretty amazing.
When there was a special edition or an anniversary or something of Wayne's World not too long ago, and they were putting her out there for interviews about it. So I think it did a one-night theatrical reopen and all that. And I approached, they asked me about it, and I said, yeah, and then I don't know what happened between maybe her schedule and my schedule. It just never connected. But I'd certainly be open to having her on at some point. I'm assuming she lives in L.A. I'm looking at trying to do a week of shows from L.A. leading into the Dio bowling event that I'm hosting, the charity event, which is October 6th. So that whole week, I'd love to wait. I'm going to wait, try to hopefully get approval to do another LA week. And she, I believe, is based in Los Angeles. So she'd be somebody that we would go after and try to do from out there if possible.
Can I ask you a question you may not answer?
Sure.
Okay. I'm fascinated by your former life in the record industry and in those travels and experiences. Did you ever yourself date a rocker?
No. Actually, no, I didn't, Adam. No, I'm trying to think, make sure nothing slipped between the cracks that I'm not thinking of. But no, I never dated anybody in the rock realm whatsoever. Actually,
well, I still look forward to the memoir.
Thanks, Adam. Unfortunately, my next book isn't going to be any sort of Motley Crue antics. I can tell you that. But there'll be great stories in it, but not those sort of stories, just because I truly don't have them, especially from, back in those days. But no, never went down those roads. Never even really had the opportunity. I'm just thinking because I want to make sure I'm not forgetting anything and offending anybody indirectly. But no, don't think so. Let's talk to Devin, who's in Texas. Hey, Devin.
Hey, how's it going, Eddie?
Great, thank you.
I just wanted to bring up Wendy O. Williams, Plasmatics, one of my favorites.
She was a groundbreaker, that's for sure. I mean, all those stunts and running, smashing the car, jumping the cars, and all the things that she did, certainly groundbreaking. Both the Plasmatics, and then she did that solo record, Wendy O. Williams. I think Gene Simmons produced. Yeah.
Yeah.
Great song on that record that I think Eric Carr also wrote and played on, called It's My Life, that Kiss ended up recording a version of around the time of Psycho Circus, I believe, and inexplicably it was not on the record itself. It was just a B-side, and I always thought that was a really cool song. Why that song never, ever made it onto a Kiss record, they all traded off vocals. It's totally the spirit of Kiss, and it was written by those guys, and Wendy O did the original version of it on that Wow record. But, yeah, Coup d'etat and stuff like that from Plasmatics, Richie Stotts, Wendy O. Williams, all those guys. I mean, that's a lot of people love that stuff, and it was very over the top for the time, and she was quite a rebel, that's for sure.
Yeah, I have two guitars that she gave me. She gave one to me and one to my son.
Wow.
And, those are the ones that she chainsawed on stage.
Did you get them because she handed them off the front of the stage, or was it a meet and greet sort of thing?
No, we were in front of the stage, and at one of the shows, my son was on my shoulders, and she gave him that guitar, and then I happened to grab one of them also. So.
Wow, very cool. Well, thank you, Devin, for listening, and thank you for calling. And rest in peace, Wendy O. I never had a chance to interview her or meet her, but I was aware certainly of her contributions and her music, and even played some of the later stuff on my radio shows back in the day. Rich in New York. Go ahead, Rich.
Hey, Eddie, what's up?
Hey.
Fan, been with you since the NEW days.
Thank you.
With the disaster that the Faction Talk lineup is, you're single-handedly keeping me a subscriber, I'll tell you that. But anyway.
Thank you. I can't comment on that because I don't know much about what's going on there, but I appreciate you listening to my show.
Anyway, I think the Donnas were seriously underrated.
And
they never got their due, and I think that I'm actually glad they hung it up early. They're not going to be 50 years old out there doing it, because that doesn't kind of fit what they sang about in their, you can't have a 55-year-old woman singing about 40 boys and 40 nights, but they almost got there about 15 years ago or so, and they never took off. They were never, none of them are beauty queens, but they were all very cute, and I just think they didn't get their due. They had a very Kiss-like guitar sound, very H. Frehley-like guitar sound, and I was always curious as to what you thought of them.
Yeah, you're right, Rich. They got close because I think they were signed to Atlantic. I have one of their records that was on Atlantic. So they actually I think they started on an indie label and ended up getting onto a major label. They had a lot of juice behind them, but they just, for whatever reason, never got over the hump. And, you mentioned the look of the band and, the comment that none of them were necessarily beauty queens, but they were all very good looking women, I thought, nice looking women, but
oh yeah, don't get me wrong. They were all cute. They were very cute.
They weren't they weren't Playboy models by any stretch. So and listen, that can sound cold and callous, and who am I or you or anybody to judge what a woman looks like?
I didn't mean it
No, Rich, hear me out. But we're being honest, and that's all I'm saying. Both you and I are being honest, bringing that up, because let's be brutally honest. Looks matter. They matter in Hollywood. They matter in the rock industry. And there were just as many female artists, that played off of their looks, and there were many that downplayed their looks. I mean, if you look at Lita Ford, she played off her look. She's in Kiss Me Deadly dancing around licking an ice cube, So she used it to her advantage. There's others like the Donnas that didn't play that card, and you can only wonder, if they would have gotten stylists and went into that direction, would it have changed their fortunes? I don't know, but I'm not going to be so naive and ignorant to say it probably couldn't, because we all know looks do matter in the entertainment business.
Yeah, I mean, they had me. I'll tell you what, I threw my underwear on stage at a Donna show.
Hey, Rich, thanks, man. I'm going to run.
Thanks, Eddie.
I see you. That's funny. The reverse. You go to see an all-girl band and guys are throwing their stinky boxers up on the stage. I'm sure that's really enticing. But again, you'd be kidding yourself if you're trying to say that in any level of the music industry that or entertainment in general, that looks don't play a role. Of course they do. Now it's not exclusive. There's plenty of artists that, male or female, that weren't necessarily all that attractive, but overcame that and had great success. The counter to that is there's plenty of really, really beautiful people that haven't quite found their talent or their niche. The other day, I was watching Kimmel, and Emily Ratajkowski came on. I don't know how many of you guys know who she is off of her name, but you're going to know who she is immediately when I tell you. She is the woman that the world stopped because she danced around topless in the Robin Thicke video for Blurred Lines that every guy in the world was talking about. Even some women were talking about this beautiful, beautiful woman naked in this. That's what she'll forever be known for, the topless girl in the unedited, uncensored version of Blurred Lines. And I heard Howard Stern talking about this too, because he said it seems like she's this woman that got all this notoriety for her looks, and she's done some modeling, but they can't find out what her talent is beyond looking good. Like, she's done some minor acting things. A friend of mine is in the modeling industry, said she never got over the hump for being a big model because apparently she's not tall enough. But there's that story too. And she was on Kimmel the other night promoting nothing. I was watching the interview and I was kind of waiting to say, well, she's going to say, well, she's got a TV show. She's got this. She's got something coming out. There was nothing for him to pitch for her. She had nothing to pitch. She was just there being the hot girl from the Blurred Lines video. So there's the other side of it. Like, you can have all that attention for your looks, but you also still have to have some sort of underlying talent to parlay it into something. Now, I'm not saying she's talentless. I don't know enough about her. So the one thing is not mutually exclusive, but it doesn't suck. Male, female, music industry, TV, theater, film, to have looks in your corner. Anybody telling you that does not matter and play a role is just absolutely lying. So anyway, it's fascinating when you bring that into the equation. Talk about Wendy O. Williams. I mean, she was somebody that was barely dressed in most of her videos and album covers. Her wardrobe was often electrical tape over her nipples. And doing that didn't get her over the hump in terms of mass appeal attention. Got her a lot of attention, but didn't get massive record sales or household name status. Why? Well, their music wasn't accessible. The music was not commercially viable. So it's really interesting when you bring those elements into this conversation. Let's take our last break here, and then we will come back and we'll finish up with more of your calls talking about women in rock and some of the great and some of the underrated female rockers. Coming back with more on Trunk Nation on Volume. Let's talk Cliff in North Carolina. What's up, Cliff?
Hey, buddy, real quick before I get to my female pick, I just wanted to enlighten you about those first two Metallica box sets. There's more than just the remasters, dude. They did come with a chock full of live material, like on CD. There's like 2 CDs, all separate concerts.
In the vinyl box, yeah. Cliff?
Yeah, but it's not just vinyl, dude. It's all formats. It's got the CDs of the albums, then a couple of concert CDs, a vinyl CD, a vinyl concert, and those sets come with live footage, dude, DVDs. So you definitely want to try to get those if you're a collector.
Yeah, I will.
They even redid the 12-inch singles, the picture discs, like Creeping Death. Yeah, so you might want to look out for that, but I don't want to hold you up. I know you got people waiting. My pick is an early 70s progressive rock band by the name of Renaissance. You remember the female, the singer in that band's name was Annie Haslam.
Yep.
And they had moderate success, but I don't think they ever got – they basically sounded like Yes with a chick singer. And but they were doing theaters, they did like theater type businesses. I know they used to do runs at Carnegie Hall for like a week, back in the early 70s or whatever. But I think they were pretty influential. I mean, without Annie Haslam, I don't think you would have someone like Amy Lee. Amy Lee of Evanescence kind of reminds me of Annie a little bit. But like I said, musically sounded a lot like Yes. Still around today, I do believe, but I think they got that niche audience, you know what I mean? I don't think they really ever had that giant commercial success.
Right. Thank you, Cliff, for the call. I remember working in a record store and selling some of their records. I never spent a lot of time listening to them, but I can tell you that you mentioned them kind of have progressive leanings. That's another place where you're seeing more women in music is in progressive rock. I found that out when I did this show from the Cruise to the Edge prog cruise right after the Monsters of Rock cruise. And there were a few artists that had a few of the bands that had female members, whether they be singers or instrumentalists or whatever. So in the progressive world, it's starting to happen a little bit too. 844-686-5863, 844-6-VOLUME. We go to John in Jersey. Hey, John.
Hey, Ed, how you doing?
I'm great, thanks.
I definitely agree with you on the whole Pat Benatar needs to be in the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. Saw her in our lovely state of New Jersey at the State Theater a couple of years ago, and she just blew the roof off the place. I mean, she just has an unbelievable voice. But who I was calling about is a little bit of a Patty Smythe from Scandal. He had a couple of hits in the early '80s. He had that song with Don Henley as well. Killer voice. I mean, she's definitely somebody that never gets mentioned when they talk about female lead singers that really could front the band and definitely has the chops to hold up to anybody. And she doesn't do much anymore. But when you came up with this subject, I thought that's a good one to talk about because I think Patty Smythe is somebody that gets forgotten.
Well, John, I couldn't agree with you more. I saw Patty Smythe recently, actually. I told this story a little while ago. I hosted a benefit show for Wounded Warriors in New York. It was called Wall Street Rocks. It was a Wall Street fundraiser for the military. And there was a variety of different acts playing. And Billy Gibbons played. There was all these different people. It was in New York. And Patty Smythe, I was told, because I was emceeing it, and someone came over to me to the side of the stage and said, hey, Patty Smythe is going to show up and go out and sing 2 songs. So when she gets here, just go out and intro her. And I was really pumped because I agree with you. I love Patty Smythe was one of my favorite female vocalists. And I was excited to see her. And I met her very briefly. I introduced her. She literally walked in off the street, went up, sang 2 songs, walked off, and I had very little dialogue with her. But she sang amazingly well. It was the one person I went out front into the crowd and broke away from what I had to do at the stage for a minute because I really wanted to hear how she sounded. And she sounded incredible. She sang The Warrior and I can't remember what else. But both Scandal and her as a solo artist had some great songs. And her voice was just incredible. And I don't know if you know this, John, but she was rumored to be that Eddie Van Halen at one point was considering her for Van Halen.
Yeah, no, I did read that story that he, there were a lot of other rumors about their relationship as well. But
right.
but no, I do remember reading that she was talked to about fronting Van Halen, which I don't know how well that would have worked, but she's just awesome. She's outstanding. I've never gotten the chance to see her live, but just killer stuff.
And then she had I got to run, John. Thanks for the call. Then she had that big hit ballad with Don Henley, Sometimes Love Ain't Enough. That was a big song too. But I just love the tone and quality of her voice. And I can tell you she can still do it. She still looks good. She's married to John McEnroe these days. I met McEnroe at the Metallica show because he walked in with Lars and Lars introduced him to me. And McEnroe knew who I was. McEnroe watched that metal show. He's like, hey, man, I was a big fan of your show. I was like, whoa, that was really cool. I said, well, come talk rock sometimes because McEnroe, of course, is a rock fan. And I told him, I said, I met your wife recently. And he said, really, where? And I told him, he goes, oh, yeah. My takeaway from the brief exchange I had recently with Patty Smythe is that she's over it. She's out of it. She'll do the occasional fundraiser or appearance or song. But I think they have like a bunch of kids together, and she definitely seemed like, obviously money's not an issue between, being married to McEnroe. So definitely seemed like she was more in mom mode and has left her aspirations to be a singer and a rock act very much in the rearview mirror at this point in her life. But she was great. She was great when I saw her. Let's get Ken in Florida in here real quick. Ken, you got a good one here. Baby Animals, huh?
Hell yeah, man. Good to talk to you again, Eddie.
You too.
It's been a while. I met you down in South Florida in Seminole at a book signing when you went down there for your book signing that Iron Maiden was playing down in I believe it was Seminole, Florida.
Oh yeah, Books A Million across from the arena in the mall there.
Right on, man. That book is still sitting on my coffee table, man.
Oh, thanks.
Anyway,
I remember we did great at that one, yeah.
Yeah, Susie DeMarchi of Baby Animals is I'm totally on board with the Pat Benatar thing. I'm not going to go into that. You all beating that one to death. That's perfect. But Susie DeMarchi of Baby Animals, who I believe at one time was with Nuno Betancourt of Extreme.
Married. They were married and they have kids together. As a matter of fact, Baby Animals and Susie DeMarchi based in Australia. And from what I understand, I think she still lives there with their kids in Australia because I think Nuno goes down there every once in a while to visit his kids. But yes, they were
so they're
married.
Still together.
No, they're not together. No, they're not together anymore, but they had kids together.
Oh, I got you. I saw them one time play in a club called, at the time, the club was called Plush in Jacksonville, Florida, in the Arlington area. And it was an outstanding show. And she's going to fall into the, didn't quite break, I think, category.
Yeah, although who knows, because she's Australian, she may have a career in Australia. I'm not sure. She may. I want to say, I'm going to test my memory banks really tough here, Ken, and you'd be able to tell me, what was the name? Was their single called Painless?
That was on their first record. They had a song called Painless, but the single that broke here was called Don't Tell Me What to Do, and it was on an album called Shaved and Dangerous.
Okay. Yeah, I remember her, and I remember, as you said, then her and Nuno Betancourt were married. They have children together. They're no longer together. And I do remember them coming out and starting to make some headway and just never quite getting over the hump. Wow, so many more that we could touch on and talk about. But unfortunately, that music means we are out of time. And we have to wrap up. All right, so thanks to Lauren, thanks to Alex, thank you guys, thank you to Janet Gardner of Vixen who joined us earlier. You guys have a great rest of your day. I am headed to Sturgis, then to Northern California. Follow me on Twitter for info and updates. Couple best of shows tomorrow and Friday, back live here on Volume 2 p.m. Eastern on Monday. We'll start with John, who's in New York. He's first up. Hey, John.
Hey, Eddie. Yes, my first point is why some of our favorite bands never went on to make a double studio album. I would have loved to have, back in the day, seen a double studio album from Aerosmith or the original Van Halen or Queen. And my second point is Iron Maiden and the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. In my 2 emails from the fan club, they didn't mention nothing about it or encouraging us to vote or anything along those lines. Nothing at all. So I made my point on both of those.
Yeah, well, John, I'll take both of those one by one. Thanks for the call. Doing a double studio record for a band is really ambitious. You have to have a lot of material. You got to be a really prolific writer. And a lot of times, if you don't have that much great material, you're making a record that becomes very watered down, and it's just not. It would have been a much better single record. You got to ask your question, like, okay, do I really have 20 great songs, or can I take 10 or 12 and make a killer record, or am I going to make a double studio record that's just going to be okay? And most artists have enough trouble getting together enough great songs to make one great record. There are those exceptions. Physical Graffiti comes to mind immediately as a great double studio record. So it's really ambitious, and it's a bit of an undertaking, and it doesn't surprise me. I mean, when you mentioned Van Halen, and I forget the other artist he mentioned. I mean, their studio records were like half an hour long. So they were just getting together enough of the material to make a full-length single album, let alone a double. So it's kind of rare and unique to find a situation where somebody could pull together that much material and have it really be good and worth doing. As far as Iron Maiden in the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame, John, what he said about their fan club not even acknowledging it, not surprising to me in the least. I said the whole time when Maiden was announced for the Hall of Fame, they couldn't care less. And I'm not making that up. All you got to do is read interviews. Bruce Dickinson said as much. They are, if you know anything about Iron Maiden, they are fiercely independent. All they care about is their fans. They don't need anyone's validation. They don't care about radio, Hall of Fames, awards, any of that. When you have a fan base like the fan base they've built, that's all they care about. And all the other stuff, I mean, Iron Maiden doesn't even really care about press. When they've got something to promote, they do, but they don't even do much in that department. They are fiercely, independently, just nose to the grindstone, album, tour fans, and just a direct connect to their fans. So it is not surprising to anyone, least of all me, who knows those guys personally, knows how they feel, that they couldn't care less about the Hall of Fame. You've never heard them lobby for it. You've never heard them say they wish they were in. Some artists do that. They couldn't care less, which is why I got in an argument with Chris Jericho about this the other day off the air. Not a friendly argument, because he thinks that they will get into it if they get nominated and get inducted and all that. I don't think they do. I told Chris I doubt they show up. As I jokingly said the other day, Dennis Stratton will be the one up there getting the award. Guy who was on one record. So I'd be very, very surprised, and maybe I'm wrong. I could be wrong. I mean, maybe if they do get in, which again they are not in, but if they do get in, maybe it changes and they get into it and they're like, will show up. I don't see them playing, but maybe I'm wrong. I just do not see it across the board. At the very least, I see them sending maybe Nico, who lives in Florida, to go up there, take the award on behalf of the guys, thank you, and go back to his seat. I mean, I just do not see Iron Maiden up there in blazers or, without Eddie and sitting there playing Wrathchild to people sitting at their tables. It just doesn't feel Iron Maiden to me. And I don't think they'd want to validate it really, but I'm sure knowing Iron Maiden as well, that they are probably just like, and all artists really should be like this. It's not even worth talking about because as ridiculous as it is, they're only nominated. They're not in. So these questions will become much more, much more discussed and dissected if they actually should get in. And the last thing is, as far as the fan vote, again, folks, I hate to tell you this. I hate to be the one to break it to you. I see it every year. The fan vote is nonsense. Look what Todd Rundgren wrote, who's been nominated like 3-4 times. Todd Rundgren's statement that he put out a week or two ago about after being nominated for like the 4th time for the Hall was so spot on from top to bottom, it wasn't even funny. The fan vote is a sponsored thing that makes the fans feel good to have their artists up there. But at the end of the day, fan voting does, outside of a very, very rare circumstance, does not get you in the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. So it's an engagement. People are encouraged to activate their fan bases and push the fan vote. And look where we are in the fan vote. Yeah, it sends a nice message. But unless you're tied on votes, which is highly unlikely, and I'm sure doesn't happen, where there's 1,000 voters and it's 500 to 500 or something, the odds of that are pretty remote. It's meaningless. Please, I get crazy with this. Because it's insane that we're talking about Iron Maiden not being in the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. Just being nominated. What do you expect him to take a knee and get excited? You snubbed him for 11, 12 years, 15 years. Come on. Chad, Texas, what's going on, buddy?
Hey, man, how are you today?
Good, thank you.
Yeah, good. So before I ask my question, I'm hoping to see you June at Warehouse Live for the Warrant, Lita Ford, and Bullet Boy show. I reached out to one of the managers the other day, so I might be working that show with you. So if you have a new request, man, throw them my way.
Well, let's hope it happens. I was supposed to be at Warehouse Live about 3 times over the course of the last year, and everyone gets pushed down the line, but hopefully that will be able to happen at the end of June. We'll see.
Yeah, same for me, man. They're reaching out for me to do stuff and then it gets pushed back. But anyway, so I know it's been a Kiss heavy week, but I wanted to get your thoughts on the email I sent you last night about the Kiss and Wolfmother show at the end of this year in Australia. I'm hoping this will help get Andrew on the show so we can talk about the upcoming show and then what else he's been doing over the last year. I'm going to go ahead and take your thoughts off the air. And as always, Eddie, thank you and have a great weekend, man.
All right, Chad, thank you. You too. Chad's a huge Wolfmother fan, Andrew Stockdale. What Chad's referencing is Wolfmother. So apparently Kiss announced shows in Australia and in August, and Wolfmother is the support act on the shows, which is all great. It doesn't, but unfortunately, Chad, that doesn't resonate in America at all. Andrew can come on the show anytime he wants if he's got something to promote, but a tour, doing some Kiss dates in Australia so far away that has no connection to listeners in the U.S. or Canada probably wouldn't be the thing he'd want to be pushing to an American audience because it's just not relevant to them. Most people aren't going to Australia. But yeah, I noticed that. I mean, Kiss already with dates announced in the summer, some makeup dates from shows lost to the pandemic, some shows more being added. I don't know what they're going to do as far as their touring. I mean, they're obviously have rescheduled dates already announced. And then they had that date they gave as their last ever date to do their last ever concert, if you believe that. That date, no doubt, has had to be changed because they just lost a year. So there's no way that date's holding. And then I just, we talk about how competitive touring's going to be. And I mentioned this the other day. The simple fact is, and this is not shit talking or anything like that, it's just the God's honest truth, is that towards the last year of Kiss doing their latest farewell tour, they were not selling out shows by a long shot. All you got to do is pull the stats. I mean, by plenty of friends that went to shows, the upper levels were closed off. You factor that against rolling that tour out again through some cities and against the backdrop of 9 million concerts out there and COVID and people low on funds. Whew. I mean, good luck. But I think that ties into what a lot of people have been talking about is, are we going to see some of these artists pull some cards out of their sleeve to try to throw another log on a fire, especially if your tour was not selling out before the pandemic? It was kind of running its course. Is this going to lead to reunions or people doing themed shows or changing up whatever stage they have or whatever theme there was to the tour, playing an album in its entirety, whatever? I don't know. But there are many people that feel like there's a number of bands that are going to need to stoke the fire with their bass a little bit because it's going to be so competitive. People aren't going to have the big money, or some people don't have the money they had before, and you're going to be up against every band on the road jockeying for the fans' ticket price or the ticket purchase. Let's do a break. We'll come back. More of your calls on Trunk Nation. Okay, I went a little long in my open, of course, so it's usual catch-up mode here towards the back end of Hour 1. We'll be back on schedule, spacing things out a little better in Hour 2. Let's squeeze another call or two in here before we got to do our top of the hour. Charlie, who is in Jersey, is up next. Hey, Charlie.
Hey, Ed, how you doing?
Good, man.
I got this one story where, like I said, I love CDs. Ever since the pandemic, I've been going to vintage vinyl and like buying a whole bunch of, replacing all the stuff that I have on. That I have like maybe on my digital stuff that I used to buy off the like iTunes. Mm-hmm. And a lot of the stuff you can only get so much. So I've been going to Amazon to pick it up, and I decided to get my sights on Overkill, and I got Overkill's Electric Age from I guess it's a third party. So I got it. It took 3 months because it came from Buenos Aires. Now,
wow.
I would have not known the book is perfect. Everything looks fine. I put the CD in my car. Now, my car can play. What it does, it can pick up. It can get information and tell you the album name, artist, and then it'll give you the tracks.
Right.
I go play it. Says I figure, wait a minute, this is kind of early for it to come out to have it. But I figure, okay, now it's album name, my CD. And then it's no info for the artist, and the track looks, like you got like the first track would be like 01, and it would be the first one was like "Come and Get It" .wave, and that's how all the rest of the tracks.
Oh, so you got a bootleg. You got somebody who created that, obviously, on a computer.
I mean, according to I looked on the back. It says Icarus, which I kind of it says licensed by Icarus from Nuclear Blast Records.
I don't know, Charlie. I mean, the thing is this. Obviously, the one problem with CDs is that they can easily be duplicated. Thank you, Charlie, for the call. And that was a problem even in the height of CDs, because obviously anybody could burn one in their computer. They could put a graphic on there. You could Xerox the booklet. You could buy a jewel case for 5-10 cents, and you could make what is a knockoff very easily. So that is something you got to be careful about. But my first flag on that would have been buying a CD from out of the country. The record that Charlie was referring to, that Overkill record, is not really an old record. I mean, it's probably 10, 15 years old, if that. And it was on a label here in the U.S. I think it was on E1. So I would think that it would be pretty easy to find that on eBay or even Amazon through the label still, versus if you see something like that and it's coming from another country, it could very well be a flag that you got a bootleg or you got somebody just pressing stuff in their house. And that is a concern. But if you're seeing that language, what he's referring to is on a lot of CD players, you put the disc in and the CDs are encoded to tell you the name of the band, the album, and then each song, the display will show you the song. And he was seeing information about the file that they used to rip the CD. So something tells me it was either a bad distributor who licensed the record and it is a legit copy, they just did a shitty job with it, or it is actually a knockoff, which there are many of. It's very, very common to have bootleg CDs out there from places all over the world. So sorry that happened to you, but it is a concern. And, Charlie brings up another point where he said he went to this record store, and I know the store he's talking about because Charlie was from New Jersey, Vintage Vinyl, and he's starting to rebuy CDs again and buy things that he purchased as downloads on iTunes back when that was a thing, and now wanting to replace those with physical copies, because that's another thing. If you bought into the downloading stuff and you have that stuff on computers or phones or whatever, and it's not great quality and maybe it dumped on you or something, you don't have it anymore. So now he's going back the opposite way and rebuying stuff he got rid of on CD to get CDs again because he originally bought it as files. If you want to get on that kit, do it now, because, again, you're going to see prices spike. Right now you can get CDs super cheap. You're going to see prices go up. Trust me. All right, top of the hour, another hour of your calls coming up on Trunk Nation. All righty. 844-686-5863, 844-6-VOLUME. That's our toll-free nationwide number, of course, here on Volume. If you'd like to jump in on a Free-for-All Friday, we'll do our best to move quickly through this final hour of the week and grab your calls about anything you want in the world of rock. Let's dive right back into it. And we resume with Josh, who is in Ohio. Hey, Josh.
Eddie, how are you?
Good, man.
Hey, I had a top 3 Kiss list for you.
Picking up from something we did earlier in the week. Let it fly, Josh.
Okay, full disclosure, had you allowed Unmasked to be on there, it would have been my 3. But since you did not, my 3 is Hot in the Shade. My 2 is Music from the Elder, and my 1 is Asylum.
Hot in the Shade, Elder, Asylum at 1.
That's it.
It's just one of the biggest takeaways of this whole thing that we've done, and thank you, Josh, for calling that in, has been the presence of the Elder in this whole conversation. It's pretty amazing. It really is. How many people have had that record on its list? And I mentioned during all the craziness of the couple days of Kiss stuff that this is coming up on the 40th anniversary of that very polarizing, controversial Kiss record. And if they were ever thinking about doing anything as far as a special edition or something, it would be a cool time to do it for the 40th anniversary. There is, I know for a fact, at least Ace told me, a bunch of stuff he recorded that never made the record. But again, the problem there is the band doesn't like the record. So I don't think they're going to want to get behind it and push it out there, but who knows? Speaking of Kiss real quick, I want to give a shout out to a Kiss tribute record that I got a copy of that's pretty cool. It's called Buffalo Rock City. Western New York's tribute to Kiss. And there's a very eclectic mix of people on it, and also Kiss songs covered from different periods of their career, including that non-makeup period that we talked about, including some of the people who actually worked with the band at that time, like Mitch Weissman. Also on here is Robbie Takak from Goo Goo Dolls, Tommy Hendrickson, who plays in Alice Cooper, Hollywood Vampires, Dean Castronovo, Bumblefoot, the Talisman guys. So check this out. What's really cool about it is a benefit. It helps the homeless in that area of the country as well. This is a charitable component to the release of this CD as well. So I wanted to give that a quick mention. BuffaloRockCity.com is the website if you want to learn more about it. Let's get to Andy, who is in Florida. He's up next. Hi, Andy.
Hi, Eddie. I wanted to say I appreciate everything you do. I had the pleasure of meeting you a few years ago after a Judas Priest show. You were doing a book signing, so I enjoyed that.
Well, thanks. Was that in Florida? Andy, was that it?
Yeah,
was that at the
Florida.
Hard Rock? The Hard Rock, right?
Yeah, it was at the Hard Rock. Yeah,
I remember that one. Yeah, that was that. I was there a couple times for Priest. I know that when they did British Steel for the 30th and a few other things, but they haven't started up shows yet. There, have they?
No, they have not. I don't know when they will. I don't always agree with what you like, and sometimes I don't like it. But one of the records that you turned me on to a few years ago that I just loved was that Pharmacos, and I wanted to know what's going on with Joe Holmes.
Joe, I don't know. Andy, I really don't know. I wish I could tell you. I heard from Joe last, I want to say a year ago. And he did claim he was going to try to keep that band going. I think he said he was going to change the name of the band. He also needed to get another singer because he wanted to get somebody that was local to L.A. where he lives. The singer he was using at the time on that first record was, I think, from New Mexico, maybe, and it just wasn't working out logistically. So Joe, about a year ago, told me he was still very much on board to try to make a band happen, but I've heard nothing about it since, and I have not heard from him since. And what our caller is referring to is, and if you don't know who Joe Holmes is a fantastic guitar player who, in a lot of ways, is incredibly overlooked in the history of Ozzy, because Joe was Ozzy's guitar player for like 5 years live through all those Ozfests and all that. The reason why Joe maybe gets overlooked is because he never did a studio record with Ozzy Osbourne. He has a co-write, I think, on Osmosis on one of the tracks on that, but he never did recorded with Ozzy. But he played live with him for like easily 4 to 5 years, and I saw him live with Ozzy many times. I thought he was amazing. And Joe has been in other bands, of course. I think he was in Lizzie Borden. He's been in, aligned with other groups in that LA scene, but super guitar player. And about 5 years ago, he did a band called Pharmacos. Robert Trujillo from Metallica was on bass because they were both in Ozzy's band together at the same time. And it was killer. And the record came out. He put it out himself, and then it just, nothing happened, and wasn't sure if he was going to be able to continue with the singer, or the singer wanted to continue. So it's hard, man. It's so hard for these guys, especially when you've been out of the scene for 15, 20 years and you're not fully engaged in it, or you got other stuff going on. It's hard no matter what. And then when you factor that in, it makes it even more difficult. But he's a super talented guy. I'd love to see him play. I'd love to see things get going again for him. And I don't know where things stand, but if I find out anything more, I'll let you know. Steve in Florida. Hey, Steve.
Hey, Steve in Tampa. Ed, thanks for taking my call.
Hey, Steve.
Hey, should I take it personal, or you said your email was screwed up and something came back blocked a few weeks ago?
No, my email went down through my website. It was down for a while and stuff wasn't coming through, but it's fixed now. It should come through now.
Yeah, it was just something about the Cheap Trick Top 20. Hopefully that'll happen soon. And, it's funny you mentioned CDs today. I just bought the new Foo Fighters CD last week, and my brother said, "Where are you going to listen it to?" I'm like, and he was standing in my place where he was listening to a CD. And today I listened to a CD I bought 26 years ago, The Clash, Sandinista. Speaking of that, Tom Morello on Stern referenced band chemistry and how Joe Strummer talked about once Topper Headon left, it was never the same. And he said that on the Clash DVD that I sent you, and you said you never saw the end, and I'm hoping you'll find it and watch the ending of it, because the best part is at the end. But yeah, CDs, they still last, and my vinyl player is screwed up, my needle screwed up, and I have a CD. So I agree with you, and hopefully Cheap Trick Top 20 will be soon, and love the show, man.
Thank you, Steve. I appreciate it. Yeah, we gotta slot in the next Top 20 because it's been a while. The problem I'm having, giving you a hard date on it, is there's so many things going on with guest bookings. I mean, there's a lot going on. There are so many people putting out music or wanting to talk about music or pushing singles or coming records or streams. And then when you put that up against the wave that's going to come of people trying to promote tours, when we do a top 20, we got to at least clear at least 2 full days now because there's so many. My show, so I take up a full show doing my 20. Then the next day, it ends up being half of the people being other people in other bands. And then I got to give you a third day at least so that you have a fair amount of time for you guys to call in. And finding basically like 3 days to keep clear of other stuff is challenging right now because the talent department's hit me with stuff. I get hit up with stuff. We're going to do a whole Sabbath week, I mentioned the other day, coming up. So I just need to figure out where we can get it on the calendar where there's some breathing room that we can really commit because I don't want to shortchange people. I love and I appreciate that so many people in the audience get excited about these things when I do them. And it bums me out when we don't have time to get everybody in. And I hear from people, I couldn't get my list in. We don't have time for everything, obviously, but you want to be able to give people enough time to engage in it. So we'll figure it out. I'll figure it out. I'll find a date. And I think we pretty much have agreed Cheap Trick should be the next one. Now, Cheap Trick have a brand new record coming soon. And there's also some talk of Cheap Trick doing something special with us here on the air for that record. So we may, and I'm waiting on information on that because we may be able to potentially do like a Cheap Trick week. Maybe we do a day with the guys, then we do my 20, and then we take the rest of the week for your lists. And the Cheap Trick guys are great, and they're friends, and they're fun, and they would, I'm sure Rick would easily make a list of his top 20 of his own songs. I mean, he's those guys are great like that. Let's say hello to Eric, who's in New York. Hi, Eric.
Hey, good afternoon, Eddie. I just want to make give a nod to one of your previous calls about the double albums. I remember years ago on Stern, Scott Weiland came on to promote a double solo album. Like anybody was looking for that. I mean, like, why don't you donate some of those songs and making a decent STP album at that point? And then, you gotta think about this. Well, yeah, think about. Okay, there was Use Your Illusion, which was sold as 2 separate records. Probably one of the benchmarks would be Quadrophenia or be The Wall, certainly, or Physical Graffiti or Exile on Main Street. So for every one of those, there's a bunch of We Don't Really Need This, too, that are in there. Exactly, because I think, what's his name, Smashing Pumpkins, Billy Corgan was just on Howard promoting a new double Smashing Pumpkins album, but whatever. Hey, I just wanted to ask you, did you ever do a show where you have a band or an album that you fall out of love with and then constantly revisit it? Like for me, like an album that I constantly, I get away from for a while, go back to. It's Aerosmith Live Bootleg. And then like a band of like Rush, I'll get in and out of Rush like periodically, maybe once or twice a year. Do you have any of those?
Well, I don't know if this is exactly what you mean, Eric, and thanks for calling. There are records that I used to listen to all the time when they first came out, and then for whatever reason, maybe I never ripped them into my phone, maybe I misplaced the CD, maybe it just slipped my mind, maybe something triggered in my memory. Oh, I remember that record. And then you go back and then all of a sudden you start listening to it again like it just came out. That happens to me. That happened recently. There's a record by Jean Beauvoir called Drums Along the Mohawk. Now, I will tell you, it is not a hard rock record at all. It's definitely more of a pop meets Prince meets some rock. There's certainly some guitar playing on it, but it's not a hard rock record at all. But it came out like 86. And in early December, if you recall, I was in Florida and I did this Kiss Expo thing. And Jean Beauvoir was one of the guests at the Kiss Expo. And I know Jean. He's a great guy. Super talented guy. And he was there. He was one of the guests at the Kiss Expo because he co-wrote a couple Kiss songs in that mid-'80s period. So we were talking, and every time I see him, I would always say to him how much I love Drums Along the Mohawk, and I did. And then after I saw him last in December, I realized I hadn't really listened to that record start to finish in a long time. So I went into my files of CDs. I found the CD. There it is, the original CD from 86 or whatever. Slid it in the slot, played perfectly, and I listened to the whole thing, and I was like, damn, I loved this record. And then I went and I ended up ripping it into my phone so that I have it portably as well. So things like that happen all the time where you forget about these records that you listened to for 30 years ago, 35 years ago, a lot for a couple years, and then for whatever reason, they just fell out of your rotation. And then when you revisit some of those records, sometimes you remember how great they were and get back into them, and sometimes you say to yourself, what the hell was I thinking? This just doesn't connect with me at all anymore. Which, by the way, could be a whole show. Forgotten rock records or records you thought were great that now you think suck. I mean, that could be fun, actually. Have to think about that one of these days. But yeah, the double studio record, you've got to really have deep material. I would make the argument even that when you look at Use Your Illusion 1 and 2, a little different because they were sold individually. But could Guns N' Roses out of those two records made one great record? Because there are things on the Illusions that I just don't like. I think they're too overblown and they're just not my taste, especially after what Appetite was. Just became a very different thing on some moments on that record. So if you look at those two records, can you pull 10 songs that would make an unbelievable Guns N' Roses second record? Yeah. Now, I'm sure there's people out there that love every song on both Illusions, so you'd be like, no, I wouldn't want to give up this or that. And the other challenge with that is we all know on those two records there are some really long songs. Like Coma is, I think, like 10 and a half minutes long. So depending upon what time period you're talking about, and Use Your Illusions came out at the height of CDs, you could put up to 70 minutes on a single CD. So you could have done a 65-minute, 68-minute single record of 10 songs and still maybe included one or two long ones. But yeah, there's very few records that I think that are deserving of double studio record treatment. And there's only a few that are stone cold classics, and I mentioned them just a little while ago. Let's say hello to Sean in Texas, who's been waiting for a bit. Thank you, Sean. You're on the air.
Hey, how's it going, Eddie?
Good, buddy.
I wanted to, I know I called the other day about the top three for Kiss, but I wanted to tell you that I messaged Bruce a while back, late last year. I had
Bruce who? Bruce Kulick?
Bruce Kulick, yeah.
Okay.
I messaged him through Facebook Messenger. Anyway, I have a compilation I made a long time ago. I used a play on the old Phil Collins album and made the compilation called No Makeup Required and made my own mix.
That's great. That's awesome.
And then, like 10 years after that, I decided to make a volume 2. But I just sent him like that I made it, and I made the set list. I wrote the set list down because I actually took these and burnt them to a CD and then changed the CD title and then imported it back in like an album into my iTunes file.
Yeah, I used to love doing it. I used to love choices. Yeah, I used to love doing that, Sean. About a foot from where I'm sitting right now, I have this double tray CD player where one tray records, the other plays. I love that thing, and I still have it. It still plays. It still works, although the recording is a little wonky just because sometimes I think the laser's going in the recorder. It doesn't always hold, but it's it was so much fun to do those. I used to always make my own best of CDs and play them in the car Before you could do it, obviously, on your in your iTunes or whatever, but those are fun to do. And every once in a while, still for fun, I'll take out like a band that has, I don't know, 15 albums, and I'll stack them all up on top of my CD player. I'll put a blank CD in, and then I'll just sequence a record just for fun of it on the CD and play it like that. It's just fun to do. You get a sequence, an opening track, closing track, what you include from each record. It's just the physical thing of doing it and segueing all the songs is great.
I do have a couple more quick things. One, did you notice that when we were doing the top three the first day, that during one of your breaks, instead of playing the Kiss version of Hide Your Heart, he actually used Ace's version?
Yes, I did, and I called Joel out on that, and he said there's actually was a reason behind it. That wasn't a mistake. It just has to do with copyright stuff. There's only so many songs we can play in a row from a favorite from the same artist. There's only certain there's only a certain amount of music we can play because we're a talk channel. So there actually was a reason behind that.
And on one of your, I think it was just the last call or the call before that, you're talking about the Guns N' Roses album. I worked at Walmart for many years, and there actually is an album that they are selling that's called Use Your Illusion. And has like a triangle in the middle of it where they have like both colors, and it's only one disc. And has
is that right?
Just of the best both albums. Yes, it is actual and official release.
Wow, that's interesting. I'll have to look and see what they chose for that. Thank you, Sean, for the call. So Sean's saying the label, which was at the time Geffen Records, which I believe is now owned by Universal, made a single Use Your Illusion album out of the two albums, and it would make sense that they are selling that at a place like Walmart because that's exactly where you would try to sell something like that. The big box retailers, the casual fan, the person that'll just go in and be like, oh, I know these songs and buy it and not even realize they're buying a compilation of two individual records. You know, there was a lot of controversy when Guns N' Roses did the Greatest Hits record. For those that don't know, there is a Guns N' Roses Greatest Hits album. It has a silver cover, the logo in the middle, came out on vinyl and CD and all that, probably was released, I don't know, 10, 15 years ago. Joel, pull up, if you can, while I'm talking, the release year on Guns N' Roses. I think it's called Greatest Hits or Best Of. Because when that came out, I remember the band. And at that time, the band was just Axl, because we all know Axl runs and controls the band. This was pre-reunion.
2004.
Wow, that long ago. 17 years. Okay. But at that time, in 2004, Geffen Universal puts out that Guns N' Roses Greatest Hits. They were not happy about it. They did not get involved in it. They, meaning Axl, did not want it to come out, did not sign off on it, did not participate in it. But it's the same old story, which we've talked about so many times. Labels, when they own your catalog, they can do whatever they want with it. They don't need your permission if they want to do compilations, depending upon how the contract was written. But most contracts are written as the label can repurpose however they want. Some bands don't want these compilations to come out. Some are fine with it and get involved in it. But at that time, Axl was not happy with that thing coming out, did not want a Greatest Hits record in the market, and fought it, but lost, and it came out. And it ended up coming out and doing remarkably well. That album has sold a tremendous amount of copies. And that's an interesting thing, too, where you've got these artists that have Greatest Hits records that are their biggest selling records in their catalog or biggest selling records of all time, like the Eagles' Greatest Hits is. The weird thing about a Guns N' Roses Greatest Hits album is the fact that you're pulling one Greatest Hits record out of essentially three albums. The Two Illusions, Appetite. What are you going to maybe take one track from Spaghetti Incident, or are you going to take Used to Love Her and put it on there? I mean, what's the point? If you're a Guns N' Roses fan, just go buy Appetite and Illusions. But when people put these packages together, they stack all the best-known songs, 10 or 11, they put them in these big retailers, people buy them. And the proof is there. People do buy them, whether it's at truck stops, the casual fan flipping through the bin. Oh, look at this. Oh, I know all these songs. I'll take this, with no regard to where it came from or how it was generated. And no thought of saying, well, wait, I'm buying a greatest hits record from a band that really only has 3 or 4 albums. Why don't I just buy those albums? It's interesting. But I didn't know they did that with Illusions alone, and I'm sure something tells me that would not have gone over with the band either. Take a double record, and I mean, why not just put Use Your Illusion 1 and 2 in one CD jewel case, sell it at a special price, and give everybody all the songs? Not going to cost you any more money to produce that. But it's the look of something different. It's the look of something new. And then you and I both know, the hardcore collector fans, we need to get that too. Do you know how many Kiss compilations I have? You know how many Aerosmith compilations I have? Gotta have it. Love the band. Gotta have every single thing. I got a version of Smashes, Thrashes, and Hits from Germany with a different song. I've got an Aerosmith greatest hits from 2 or 3 different countries that have different track listings. Why? I don't know. I have every one of those songs on their respective records. Gotta have it. We're the type of fans that these labels and bands love. Buy it all. All right, we'll take a break. We'll come back with more on Trunk Nation. He's in Pennsylvania. Hey, John.
Yo, Eddie, can you hear me?
Yeah, I got you.
Hey, I'm a since I was a little kid, loved Quiet Riot. Favorite childhood band, 12 years old in 83. So they're playing a club March 6th over in Jersey, right across from Philly. And $79 a ticket, mass capacity, 150 people, no original members. I want to throw up, man.
Wow. Where's the venue, John? What's the venue?
The venue is, hang on, just right over the bridge.
Like Cherry Hill, somewhere like around Cherry Hill area?
Yeah, like right there. Yeah, Cherry Hill, Marlton. I should have had my better. So
John, have you ever been to the venue?
I have not. I've been to clubs all over the U.S. I haven't been to this one. It's called the Landis Theater, March 6th. $79 a ticket, Quiet Riot. And I just don't understand how. I mean, I know bands are trying to do what they can to make things work, but who gave them, other than maybe Frankie, who is running the band that, they can keep that going and, $79 a ticket, I don't know. I don't have it.
Well, John, John, look, as I say repeatedly with all of this stuff, you vote with your wallet, and thanks, John, for the call. If there's something that you don't like or you don't see or you're not down with, you just don't go. You just don't buy it. It's just really, really simple. And look, I appreciate John calling and anybody calling with their views. I have no problem with that. But I'm just saying, before you get too worked up about it or question it, if you don't like it, don't go. It's really simple, and it's going to change. And that goes for everything. If it's a concert that's too much money, if it's a VIP that's too much money, if it's a band's lineup that you don't like, if it's a venue you don't like that doesn't treat you right, whatever it is, just don't go. It's all you do. And just enough people don't go and something's going to change. Now, it sounds like John has 2 problems. John isn't down with Quiet Riot continuing with Frankie gone with essentially no original members. Now, Chuck Wright, if you want to get technical, although not original member, has been a part of Quiet Riot history and would be the I guess, most senior guy, if you will, as part of that. So John's got a problem there, which, again, that sadly isn't going to change. I mean, if Quiet Riot got Carlos Cavazo and Rudy Sarzo and built a band around that, then you have a couple of the guys from Metal Health. Maybe that is something that would be more viable to fans. But tons of bands do this. Tons of bands trade off the name with one or no original member. You just got to decide if it makes sense for you. I personally have always said, to me, for it to be a valid thing, and I don't mean this with any disrespect to any of these bands that some of the guys in it currently are friends, but to me, you've got to have some fabric of the original band. You've got to have one or two people that made the stuff, that were part of it, to make it feel like and make it valid that you're actually seeing that band. So that's one side of it. But that's a personal choice, and that's not going to stop, folks. As these artists get older, and as they lose members and they pass away, that is what the fight over ownership of the names are all about. Because whoever owns the name can put a version of the band out there with no original members and trade off of the name. Ricky Medlock, who plays in Lynyrd Skynyrd, who is the founding member of Blackfoot, for years has been putting out a version of Blackfoot with no original members. It happens everywhere. And for hardcore fans, they know about it, they sniff it out, they don't like it, they don't go. But there's plenty of promoters, there's plenty of state fairs, there's plenty of casinos that have no idea or don't care, and, oh, I can put the logo up on my ad mat, I'm going to put the logo up. They're buying logos. They don't know who's in the bands, who's not, what's real, what's not. Sometimes the agents are going to suppress that because they're trying to sell it. A fan walking through a casino sees a logo. Oh, I know that guy. I remember that song, and they're going to go in. Having no idea what, if any, version of the band remotely resembling the band that made the music that they loved is there. It's rampant. Not saying it's right, but it's rampant, and it's all about everybody just trying to sell these names. The band, I've said this repeatedly, and I'm not saying this in a derogatory sense, which it's sometimes people misinterpret it. But Foreigner laid the blueprint for this, folks. Foreigner set this example for the industry. All of these bands have followed and looked at what a Foreigner has done and are all attempting to do it. Some with success, some with no success. And what I mean by that is, by and large, in the last 15, 20 years, Mick Jones has not played the majority of the Foreigner dates. And when Mick Jones does not play in Foreigner, there is not one person on that stage who had anything to do with the classic Foreigner material you're hearing played. They do it remarkably well. They do good business. They sound great. Nobody's questioning the musicianship. But when Mick doesn't come out, there is nobody on the stage that had anything to do with the creation of those songs or playing them on the records that you hear all the time on classic rock radio. And when the business and these other artists saw Foreigner getting money and dates and tours and bookings doing that, the light bulbs went off in all of their heads. Can we do that? And I've said this consistently, and again, this is not a diss to Foreigner, but why Foreigner was able to do it and continues to do it so successfully is because Foreigner was not built on star personalities and rock star images. Foreigner was built and is unbelievably great rock songs. Sung ridiculously, amazingly great by Lou Gramm, written and produced and music by Mick Jones. And all respect to the other guys who played on those records. But sure, the band was built on Mick and Lou, but Mick is not a guitar hero, and Lou is not a pinup. So it was a very different thing. So my point is, nobody ever really knew who was in Foreigner, even when they were the original band. It was more about the songs, and sure, people knew it was Lou and Mick, but it wasn't built like that. It wasn't Tyler Perry, Roth, Eddie Van Halen, Jagger Richards, Freddie Mercury, like this peacock on stage with Queen. It was none of that. And that's why because nobody really quite knew 40 years ago or about the guys. That's why now, same thing. Oh, it's Foreigner. I'm hearing the songs. They sound great. So many people in this business looked at that. I know this for a fact. You know how many artists I've talked to in the last 20 years, 30 years since Foreigner's been doing this? Well, Foreigner did it. How did they do it? How can we do it? Meaning, how can I stay home and put a version of a band using the name out and I collect the money? Because the person who owns the name, even if they stay home, they're still getting paid because they own the operation. Mick Jones was on this show about 3 years ago, and I asked him when he was done, meaning never going out on the road again, would he want the band to still continue? And at that time, I was very surprised that he gave the answer no. We also had Rick Nielsen on this show from Cheap Trick a few years ago when Cheap Trick was getting ready to go out and tour with Foreigner, and Rick said on the air that in the contract when they toured, they insisted Mick Jones play the shows. Otherwise, Cheap Trick would get to close on nights that Mick didn't play. Because in Rick's mind, he didn't want Cheap Trick opening for what essentially at that point would be a tribute act. They laid the blueprint. They continue to lay the blueprint to do it. But what people fail to realize is the reason why they're so successful at it is because they were never built on star personalities to begin with. Now, the other problem he had is the price point, $80, which I agree is way, way high for a GA show, regardless of who's in the band in a club. And the only thing I can tell you about that is, and look, a lot of this stuff is going to cancel. And a lot of this stuff, I'm not saying that show, I don't know anything about that show, but you're going to see things like this, people try stuff like this, and it's going to cancel. But you understand, or it's going to happen, and there's going to be 4 people there. But you got to understand these artists are in a tough position to defend them a little bit. They have artists at the club level who make their living and pay their bills based on playing somewhere every weekend, week to week, have had a really, really rough year in counting. And they got to get resourceful and find a way to make some money in states they can do it in some way. And where there are capacity restrictions, you got to get 4 guys and maybe 3 or 4 crew guys on a plane or on a bus or in a van to go somewhere in this country to do a date for one show on a weekend, or maybe you piece together 2 shows. And then the club is told, well, you hold 500, but you can only sell 100. The only way the math works is if they can charge that price of a ticket. It's the only way the math works. It's the only way the promoter, if he feels, say he feels he can sell 100 tickets and the band wants $6,000 or $7,000 to even leave the house. Okay, $80 ticket, $100, that's $8,000. I can cover the guarantee if I sell all the tickets. That's the only way it works. If you price the ticket at $25 or $30, which would be reasonable for a club show, and you sell 100 tickets and you make $3,000, but you got to pay no matter how many people show up, the band $6,000 plus expenses make it $10,000. The math doesn't work. You're going to see a lot of this going forward. There's going to be a lot of experimentation, and I don't blame anybody for doing it. They're testing the waters. They're seeing what they can do. But if you're asking a lot, and this is where I've been saying this perfect storm is coming, unfortunately, as far as touring. You're up against restricted capacity. So then you raise ticket prices up against people still might be afraid to come out because of the pandemic, up against people who also may not have had money for the last year. And yeah, they're dying to see a show, but they're not going to spend $80, let alone $30 right now because they don't have it. There's going to be a lot of this going on, folks, as we start up again. And it's hard to point blame and a finger at anybody because everyone's going to try their best to figure it out. But everybody's got a nut. You can't expect to see a national act without them at least being able to cover their nut to get there and maybe make a few $100 each in the night. And they're not going to do that unless they know they're getting a guaranteed X amount of money. And the promoter, if he's dealing with restrictions on capacity and he can't paper the show, remember that component of this too. During normal times, how many shows did we talk about at every level that people said, oh, the tickets, they gave them to me for free? Because they just wanted you in the building. They just wanted to fill the building so you buy the beer and all that. Can't do that right now. Can't paper shows. Because you got a capacity restriction. So the business is very much sideways right now and is going to be until full capacity come back. No restrictions. Ticket prices can come back to normal because you can sell the full venue. And if you can't sell the full venue, you're going to paper the hell out of it to make it look good. And those people are going to buy their beers for $20 a can. And you're going to make your money that way. But right now, that model doesn't work for the first time in a long time because of restrictions from the pandemic. It's a really complex thing. It's going to be an issue for a while. And it's just part of this. We're going to have to navigate our way out of it. Here, real quick from Kia. He's been waiting a long time. Go ahead, Dan. Hey, Dan, you're on the air. Whoa, Dan's phone was sounding demonic. Sounded like he had a bad connection. Sorry about that, Dan. I know you waited a long time, but I tried. Kendall in Ohio. Hey, Kendall.
What's up, man? I'll be quick. I'm busy anyway. People don't know I want to talk to you, and they keep ordering food. 2 albums of the year. Jason Byler, Todd LaTorre. Anybody in the heavy metal and hard rock should listen to them. Go buy them. I bought the CDs. I'm a CD guy.
What was the first one? Kendall, I heard Todd, but what was the first one?
The Jason Byler. I have a question about that.
Oh, too. Jason Bieler. Okay, yeah.
Whatever, yeah, my bad. You had him on the Hair Nation show. I want to know, Did he say what the concept album it was? Because it's definitely got a concept feel. And I want to go back to PJ Farley, man. Go back to that album, anybody. The song Chokehold. He should have played that, man. He should have released that on your show. I keep waking up with that song. It's the hook on that song. I keep waking up with it in my head, man. I always sing it. He played Let It Rain. You played Let It Rain. It's slower. But, I'll let you go. But people should check those albums out and that song.
Thank you, Kendall. Appreciate it. Jason Bieler from Saigon Kick. He said it was rough. It was a loose concept record, his latest record. Todd LaTorre's record, very strong, and Kendall also mentioning PJ Farley, who's the bass player in the band Trickster, released a record recently that's more of a singer-songwriter kind of record. Very cool album, and yes, he's correct. There's some good stuff on it. If you are interested, that you should check out. All right, we're done. Let's get right to it, and we're going to start in Wayne, Michigan. Say hi to Tina. Hi, Tina.
It's Tina.
Hi, Tina. How are you?
Hello. I'm good. How are you?
Good, thanks.
You know, a little bit ago you were just talking about bands that are being ignored. Which bands were you referring to?
Ignored where?
Just like, I guess, with your show and things, and you wanted to get somebody on, to go on the air with you and,
I think
it out.
What were you when I was talking about the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame?
Probably.
I was talking about when I said bands being ignored in the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame, yeah, and it's well documented, the bands that I've said for years that have been ignored by them, bands like Kiss, bands like Rush, bands like Deep Purple, bands like Judas Priest, the list goes on and on.
I agree with that.
And even more offensively, when you have Alice Cooper wait 16 years before he finally goes in, or when you have Rush just go on, or Rush never get nominated, and the list goes on and on. I've railed about it. People know the offending bands, or the bands that should be there, that it's so offensive that they're not. But I think it's important to note not only the bands that have never been nominated, but even the bands that are in there The fact that you make Van Halen wait for years, you make Alice wait for years, you finally put Heart on the ballot. It's disgraceful. And I got to tell you, as much as I think it's great that Guns N' Roses are on, and I can guarantee you will be nominated to go in when it's announced this Wednesday, I think that's just as outrageous, because how is Guns N' Roses first time eligible going in over some of those bands I just mentioned? It's mind-blowing.
That I do agree on, because they've been around so much longer. I mean, like Alice Cooper's been around before I was ever born, and it's pretty ridiculous that he would have to wait that long.
Well, yeah, he finally went in. Thank you for the call, Tina. Listen, I hope that somebody from the Hall of Fame does step up one of these days and comes in here on the radio and tries to make a defense for all this insanity. But there just is none. It's madness, absolute madness. And I can't tell you, and I can't stress this enough, I am happy and proud, and yes, Guns N' Roses is deserving of going into the Hall of Fame, which I guarantee you any amount of money they will when it's official this Wednesday. But it is sickening and disgusting and just shows the mentality of them that they would do this. Put that band in the very first year they're eligible. Van Halen didn't get that. AC/DC didn't get that. I mean, are you kidding me? But that's just them. They think they're going to be this all-powerful catalyst to cause a Guns N' Roses reunion, and they know Guns N' Roses is hip to them, and it's disgusting. And again, I cannot stress enough, yes, Guns N' Roses deserves to be in. Most of them are all friends of mine. I'm happy for them. I'm proud. They should go in. But I'm sure they would be the first to tell you, not at the expense of some of the bands that they wouldn't have made music without being in. First call had to be about the Hall of Fame. My blood pressure's through the roof already. I didn't need that. Thank you, though, Teen. I appreciate the call. Let's go to Shirley, New York. Say hi to Jim. Hi, Jim.
Hey, how are you?
Good, man.
Cool. I was just wondering if you ever had a nice long discussion with Vivian Campbell. I saw a very short interview that you did with him for Download Fest, and it's such a million things to discuss with that man. And he's such a nice guy and a very cool guy.
He was here. He was in the studio on this very show maybe a year ago.
I must have missed that one.
Yeah.
I was hoping maybe like that metal show.
Well, yeah, Vivian's been invited, but every time we've tried to get him on, they've been on tour, so we've missed him. But, yeah, I'd love to have Vivian on. He was here. I did an in-depth interview with him right here in this studio on this very show, probably less than a year ago when the last Def Leppard thing came out. But what in particular would you want to know about, Jim?
Basically, how he feels about playing in Def Leppard and going back to Thin Lizzy and the whole Dio years, the Whitesnake years. I mean, there's an endless conversation you can really have. And the guy's been in so many great rock bands, and he's such an accomplished guitar player. And I feel like he really doesn't express his abilities in Def Leppard. I don't know if it's an issue that he has with Phil Collins, or if there's a rift between him and Phil Collins. Because I mean, he's such a better technically player than Steve Clark was, that he doesn't really get to exercise his guitar abilities, I see.
Well, Jim, I don't think, first of all, he was here when Phil, there's no issue, I can tell you, to my knowledge, and thank you for the call, between him and Phil Collins at all. They're both great people and, wonderful players. There's no issue there. What the issue is the fact that the great majority of what Def Leppard's going to play live was recorded when Vivian wasn't in the band. So Phil, by nature, is going to take most of those leads. The music that they've made, as far as new music, with Vivian in the band, there's not nearly as much of that in the live set. So, Phil's going to take most of the leads and most of the guitar work because he originally played on that material. And I think for Vivian, Def Leppard's a dream gig. I mean, no guitar player, no matter how much or how little you're actually playing, would turn down the opportunity to be in a band of that stature all around the world. They're huge. They do huge festivals in England and stuff. So it's a great gig. I know the brief time that he was in Thin Lizzy recently was, for him personally, one of the highlights of his life, just because he loves playing that stuff and being, a guy from Ireland. I mean, that's, all-time favorite band of his. But we talked about the Dio years. We talked about all of that when he was in here. Unfortunately, you missed it, but he was here. And I tell people all the time, I get endless requests every week for this show to be put on the internet, rerun throughout the week, whatever the case may be. Folks, I thank you for asking me, but I have zero control over that. This show is, that would be completely up to SiriusXM. And as of now, it's only this Monday, and it's only heard live as it happens. So there's so many interviews I know you guys have asked about. It's not up to me. But that was a fun interview when we had Vivian, Phil, we had Joe Elliott in here, and we got into a lot of stuff with those guys. And Vivian's kind of a quiet guy. He kind of lays low in the media, but he will talk about stuff once you get him going, and we got into quite a bit of things with him. JC in Florida, go ahead. You're on the air, JC.
Yeah, hey, Eddie, how you doing?
Good.
I was at the Judas Priest concert last week. I know you were talking about trying to get down. Were you able to get down?
No, where'd you go, to Miami?
In Miami, yeah, downtown.
I was supposed to go. I didn't make it, but I had some friends that were there.
It was absolutely fantastic. So much better than it was 2 years ago when they did the show up in Hollywood that you were you came on and introduced them. Really fantastic stuff. They were great. BLS was tremendous. I mean, just what a great, great show.
Did you get to watch Thin Lizzy?
I got in and saw about 80% of Lizzie's show. They did a real nice job as well. I like Thin Lizzy, but, I'm a huge Priest guy. I love BLS, so those were really the two highlights for me. It's pretty funny. There were probably as many BLS T-shirts walking around as there were Priest shirts. Zach and the boys definitely had a good contingent there, a lot of fans. It's funny. I took a young friend of mine who I work with who's never been to a real heavy metal show, and he was sitting there just banging his head, having a great time. At the end of it, he goes, "Man, I got to tell you, Priest is phenomenal, but that Zach guy, he's just a madman."
Yeah, well, hey, it's a great bill. Did they have? I heard some stories about they had really bad wind that night or something, and they couldn't do some of the pyro. Was it real windy?
It was sort of windy, and there was not a lot of pyro. It's funny you say that. Actually, during BLS's set, I don't know what they were doing with the soundboard, but I was sitting, right up front. It's a real small venue. I don't know if you've been to the Bayfront Amphitheater.
No, I haven't.
Miami.
No.
I mean, it's fantastic for a concert. I mean, I was 20 feet away from the stage. And for Lizzie and Priest, I heard them both perfectly, but they did something during BLS's show. It was really hard to actually hear, Zach's vocals. So that was kind of strange, but apparently in the back that wasn't a problem. But maybe that was when the wind was blowing, and maybe that was what was doing it. But
well, yeah, that's very possible. And thank you for the call, JC. I have to try to get down there and hit that venue one time. That is the one downside of outdoor gigs. I mean, I never really like outdoor gigs myself. I prefer, under any circumstances, indoor shows for a lot of that reason. I think you lose a lot when listen, there's an upside to being outside. It's great to be outside and the atmosphere and all that. But at the same token, you really want to watch or hear the band. You lose a lot, I think, just because, I don't know, it just feels different outside. And the other thing is you're dealing with the elements and you're dealing with the wind, and people don't realize how much havoc wind can play on sound. If it's really windy, the wind takes the sound and moves it all over the place, and you will not hear stuff the right way. There's a venue in the New York area that's right on the water, on the ocean, Jones Beach, and I've been to some shows there where it's been super windy, and it's been really tough to listen to the show because it's right on the water, and the wind's whipping around, and it's grabbing the sound and moving it around. So I always prefer indoor gigs whenever possible, but obviously there's a greatness to being outside when the weather's nice and you don't have those issues with the elements. Thank you for the call. Let's continue. We'll go to Nashville right now, grab a couple more before we go back to some music. This is Joe. Hi, Joe.
Hey, Eddie. How's it going?
Good.
We went to the Guns N' Roses show last night. It was a really good show. BLS opened, and that was awesome again.
Yeah, they jumped right off the Priest tour and then jumped right on with Guns N' Roses for, I think, only Guns is doing something kind of interesting. They're having opening bands for like 4 or 5 dates, and they keep changing them. They don't have one band out with them the whole time, so they're mixing it up.
So due to all the conversation that you guys have been having about the artist currently known as GNR the last few weeks, I just wanted to chime in. We took notes and just to see what you said. First of all, Bumblefoot is an awesome guitar player, and it was really great to see or to hear Axl singing all the classic songs. I personally like the Miles Kennedy new version of Rocket Queen better than the old version or with Axl singing. But, you know, you talk about recreating the magic. A couple of things. Firstly, it's a real tribute to me to Slash and to Izzy that they've got 3 guys playing their 2 people part. And also, to me, as far as the magic goes, I don't know if this is just because, like, I'm a huge Slash fan or whatever, but when I see him live or I hear him doing anything, I always get the tinglies way more than if he were in Guns N' Roses or whatever. That guy's just a superhero to me, and it's just a special, special thing. But it was a really good show. They went on at 11 p.m. and played till a solid 2 a.m. It was a straight 3-hour show, just like you've been advertising. So I say go see them. It was a good thing, and they're a really good band. So
Joe, did you have to wake up for work today?
Say again?
Did you have to wake up for work today?
I actually hung out with the baby today. I was really good. The wife went in, though. She was a trooper. She got up, took her kid to school. We got in about 3:15.
You're a brave man going to see Guns N' Roses on a school night, man. That's hardcore because as you just said you rolled in at 3:15 on a Monday morning / Sunday night. So
we slept from about 4 to 7. So we're pretending to be youngsters again. Thanks, man.
All right, thank you for the call, man. I appreciate that, Joe. Thank you, and thanks for your Guns N' Roses report. Joe brings up a lot of good points there in that conversation, I think. You've got Guns N' Roses, the current version of the band, with tremendous musicians, tremendous players, doing a great job playing these songs. Predominantly the set made up of songs originally played by Slash and Izzy. But you've got he mentioned about 3 guitarists covering that material versus 2. I don't, all due respect to Slash and Izzy, but I don't think, they certainly could have done those songs with 2 guitar players. From my understanding is that Axl always wanted 3 guitarists in Guns N' Roses. So with this version of the band, that's why he's doing that. I don't know how they split up the material and who does what with that extra guitar part, but he always wanted it that way. And I fully agree also with what he was saying about the fact that, which is a thing I hear so much when people say, well, is it as good as the original band? No, it can't be. You can have the greatest musicians in the world, but Slash is Slash. No matter what your thoughts are, you cannot, he's irreplaceable. His ability, his tone, his playing, his persona. So that cannot be replaced. So if you're trying to go, and you know what? It would be really bad if they were trying to pawn somebody off as Slash. That's always been my position about any replacement situation. I have no problem in most instances when there's replacement members in bands, as long as they can play the parts well and do the right thing. But when you have that person and then they try to copy the look, the sound, the persona of the other person, then that's when it crosses a line to me. And I'm not just talking about, how I feel about the Kiss situation. There's other things too. If Guns N' Roses was to plug a guy in there to look and dress and act exactly like Slash, that would be really bad. But they've got 3 guys that all have different styles of playing, and they do their versions of the songs. It'll never be, without the original guys, as special as what that original band was. But are they great players, and does it sound great? Of course it does. So you have to kind of put some perspective on it whenever you're going to see these bands and what your expectations may be. And listen, it's funny because these guys at the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame, they're cracking me up because they're going to put Guns N' Roses in first ballot because they think they're going to spur a reunion. I don't see it happening. I think they're completely out of their minds if they think that simply by nominating them to this Hall of Fame, which, please, I use the term loosely, is going to bury and correct whatever issues exist. They are kidding themselves. Couple more quick ones, then back to the music. Jeff in St. Louis. Hi, Jeff.
Hey, Jeff. Hey, Jeff. Hey, Eddie. Hey, thanks for taking my call
Sure,
tonight.
man.
I got a couple quick questions for you. Number one, I'm going to be attending the Download Festival in England. I'm looking so forward to going to this.
You're lucky, man. I may try to go. I don't know. We did a special for the TV show over there a couple of years ago. If there was ever a year to go back, it would be now. But see, the reason why they determine whether we go there or not has to do with the fact that they're all about the clearances. So if the bands will sign off to let VH1 Classic air their performance, there's a good chance we'll go cover it. But if they won't allow us to air the performance, then more than likely they won't send us because they want the live performance too.
Yeah. Well, my question for you tonight, I'd really love to see some more obscure stuff. For example, like National Acrobat or Abracadabra. Have you heard anything about them possibly going into the older part of the library?
No, and you're not the only one who feels that way. I think that's going to be a really interesting thing, Jeff, on the Sabbath front with the live shows, which I'm sure we'll get some live shows before we get this album. And thank you for the call, Jeff. But that's going to be really interesting to see because, as I've said many times, I'm just telling you what was said the last 4 or 5 years. There was a lot of frustration because people wanted to hear other songs in the Sabbath catalog live in the last time they played. And something we heard a lot from Tony and Geezer while they were working with Dio was that there was a lot of that material with Ozzy that could not be played because he wasn't comfortable singing it. Now, by all accounts, Ozzy sang great on his last solo tour. So, in fact, if that's the case and he's vocally strong and ready to attack some of that stuff, we need to hear it, and let's hope we do. So it's too early to know one way or the other, but this isn't me saying it. You listen to any of the interviews me or anyone else did with those guys in the last 5 years, and that was an issue to them as well. Obviously, they must feel pretty comfortable that this is all going to work. And I've said that many times. I am jacked beyond belief for the Sabbath reunion and get one last run out of the all-time gods of heavy metal. But we want it to be great. And Tony and Geezer have been playing the last 5 years. You know they can still do it without question. But the questions you have to be worried about is hopefully Ozzy's okay and vocally. And again, last tour, which I did not see, everybody said he sounded great. So if that's taken care of, awesome. And again, the other thing, and he's such a wonderful man, and I hope he's great, is Bill Ward. But Bill has had health issues. And Vinny Appice had to come in at one point and help out on the last run of dates. So those are the two things that I see that kind of hang over as question marks with the Sabbath reunion dates. Let's hope they're both non-issues. This is Mike in Boston. Go ahead, Mike, real quick.
Hey, how you doing?
Good. What do you got, man?
Good question for you. So it's funny you had said earlier that
Mike, you got to get me off speaker. We can't hear you so good.
Better?
Go ahead. Better? Yeah, go ahead, Mike, real quick.
So real quick, you said earlier that things have been slowing down for the year end and whatnot. But one of the big things going on over in Europe is Def Leppard and Motley Crue touring together. I don't know if you caught that. I guess it's pretty hot over there. Just want to know if you heard anything about them bringing that over to the U.S. I guess they've actually never toured together before.
Well, anything's possible, Mike. Thank you for the call. I know they're doing that now. I spoke to Nikki Sixx last week, actually. I've seen some of Nikki's tweets. I know he got over there recently, and I know they're doing that. I don't know if there's any plans to do it here in America. The one thing that the crew announced in America is this residency, as they call it, in Las Vegas, where starting early February, they'll be playing for 3-4 weeks in a row, long weekends at the Hard Rock in Vegas, which, if you've never been to the Joint at the Hard Rock in Vegas, it is a pretty big concert venue now. It's not a small club or theater. They completely redid it. And the crew are going to be playing there and set up and a stationary gig where they don't move and they just hope people come to them. And I think you're going to see that more and more when bands can pull that off if they can, because it's a lot cheaper for them not to move and hope the fans come to them. And when you do it in a city like Vegas, which is so transient, so many people come there for various reasons. There's a huge turnover of people in and out of that town every day. They hope that they can set up shop there and just not move. It's cheaper and easier on them and the production and the costs, and they're doing that. So Motley Crue, that's their next move in America. And they start at Super Bowl weekend, which I go out there a lot of times for the Super Bowl anyway, so I'm starting to put 2 and 2 together, think about trying to make that move, because that could be a lot of fun. But that's as far as what they're going to do, and if that tour comes to America or not is I don't think is determined. I think if there's any shot for that to happen here, they'll see how things go between the bands in the UK and Europe as they're doing now. I wonder who's closing those shows there. I'm sure it's being billed as a co-headline, but I wonder who the last band on. I wonder if it's a flip-flop or because Def Leppard is, from there, if they're headlining in the sense of closing every night. Not sure. All right, listen, we're going to move on from the calls. I know all the lines are jammed. I appreciate it. Sit tight, folks. We'll do music for a half hour or so, and then we'll give you another chance to get on the air. Phones right now at 866-315-BONE. We'll go live to a lot of waiting callers about anything you guys want to bring up, and we're going to start off in Portland. Say hi to Chris. What's up, Chris?
Hey, how's it going, Eddie?
Good.
Hey, first off, I want to apologize for firing you up last week about the Hall of Fame. We pretty much had a bad connection. I think I had you on speakerphone.
Well, it doesn't take much, Chris. As everyone knows, it doesn't take much, so no apology needed.
Okay, thank you. One thing I wanted to... Well, two things. One thing I wanted to touch on was you talking earlier about Skid Row possibly having a new album. With Baz being on TMS and everything, always talking, and Snake being, they're saying, about Skid Row reunion. And Baz was saying, well, I don't want to play old songs. I want to do new songs. Well, why couldn't there, if you know any, because I know you're both friends with them being Jersey, what's saying there couldn't be a new Skid Row album with Baz? If
nothing.
They're talking about reunion, why does it have to be live playing old songs,
Well, you're 100% right. Nothing is saying there can't be a new studio album. There should be, and there could be. There's no reason. Listen, that's a lot of bands when they reunite, they do it for the live thing. They do because that's where the money is. They want to do a money run.
Exactly. Yeah.
They want to go out on tour and grab a ton of dough, and I don't blame them. They want to go make the money run and listen, selling records these days, it's getting harder and harder by the minute to make money selling records. So a lot of any reunion is driven for what the band can draw live, and there would be a substantial increase in both what Sebastian draws as a solo act and what Skid Row currently draws if they were to reunite. That being said, though, I would want and I would hope that they would make a new record. But these guys, no matter what day you're going to ask them, are all going to have a different kind of reason for not doing it.
Right.
I just, I have said, and I've been on record in saying, and I don't mean this against what Baz is doing solo or what Skids do now with Johnny, but I think the time is now, and I think they should do it. And that's coming from someone I am friends with all of them. I talk to all of them. I respect all of them. But I think that it's certainly due, and they should do it. But there's a lot more involved in that. There's a lot of stubbornness and issues probably on both sides. There's a lot of wounds that haven't healed. There's a lot of posturing. There's a lot of, well, we don't need you. Well, I don't need you. And how much of that subsided in the last 15 years or so since they played together, I don't know. But apparently there's still enough there for them still to not do it.
Yeah. And one other thing I wanted to touch on, this being an old Grateful Dead head, actually, I liked going to see the Dead 3 days in a row, and I think a lot of bands should do those in-house 3-4 days in a row kind of concerts. I think it would give bands a lot of times to not play the same songs every night, and I think that's a good idea.
Well, it depends, Chris, which kind of band you're talking about, and thank you for the call. The Grateful Dead, which I've never been a fan of and never was, of their music, but they had a whole different thing going on. There was like a whole hippie scene that followed them, and they could play 15 nights, and the same people would show up every night, and they'd jam, and it would go free form, and they'd do all this, get high as a kite and do all their crazy shit. I mean, that's a totally different thing. These bands that are doing these, as they call residency gigs, where they don't move for a month or so, they're going to be playing the hits. Those gigs happen only in places like Vegas because, as I said, it's like the highest turnover. There's new people coming in and out of Vegas every day in massive amounts, whether it be for vacation or just general tourist stuff or business conventions and stuff like that. So that's who you're trying to tap into, and you're gonna play your hits. There are smaller things that have happened, like Cheap Trick did a series of like 5 nights in a club once, and every night they played a different one of their first few albums. That's cool as hell. I'd love to see that, and I would go every night to something like that. But what Motley's doing is not set up to try to get people to stay there and come to 5 shows in a row. It's to get the weekend crowd that comes in and out of Vegas or the tourists and things like that. And listen, if it works, I would not be surprised if you see more and more of it, because touring is expensive. The cost of fuel, the cost of going out there and setting up a show. If you just have to set up a show, and for the most part you can leave it up for 4 or 5 days, you don't need buses, you don't need a traveling situation like that where you're carting around the gear. It's a lot cheaper. Although I seriously doubt Motley would be able to leave all their stuff up for a month, maybe some of it, but I'm sure they're going to have other things in there that they'll need it cleared out for. But in case you haven't heard, what our caller was referencing was the fact that Motley Crue announced that they're going to be doing this stand of dates in Vegas at the Hard Rock for the course of, I think, 3 or 4 days out of every week for about a month, kicking off early February. And it's not all that unique. There was a very big kind of press thing about this, and quite honestly, doing these, I know it's cool for Motley, and of course they're looking for the pop from it, but it's not all that unique. Tons of people have done it. I guess what's unique about it is when it comes to Motley Crue, but there's a lot of bands that do regular gigs in regular places. Maybe, at Motley's level, this is somewhat unique, I guess. But I do not think it will be uncommon as we go forward. Motley making that announcement on the Piers Morgan show on CNN last week in an interview that I thought was incredibly boring. I watch Piers Morgan's show. I like it. I think, most of the stuff he does in his interviews is good. But in my experience, anytime you get a mainstream news show and they try to interview rock bands, it's a debacle. It's awful. Now, Piers Morgan was not a debacle by any stretch. The Motley guys seemed to be having fun and smiling and doing it, and I don't blame them for doing it. CNN is a massive worldwide channel. But you learned nothing in that interview. And you got the same cliche, drugs and how many chicks, and come on. Have we not read about that and heard about that with Motley Crue enough for the last 10, 15 years? But it was what I expected it to be for something in the mainstream news, but not really a lot you learned in that interview. You could tell even the guys were looking at themselves a couple times, the Motley guys, like, so what were the vast numbers of women you've had? And they're just looking at themselves like, for a while they didn't answer, because it's just like, come on. These guys are 50 years old now. Of all the women you could have, which one would you most want to have? Like, they're really going to say it when they're all in relationships currently. Every one of them said the girl they're with now, wife, girlfriend, whatever. Yeah, they're really going to go home to their wife and, oh, yeah, I really said, Megan Fox. I mean, just. But then again, I guess we weren't going to get peers asking him about why Stick to Your Guns wasn't on Too Fast for Love. I mean, it's just unbelievable. Alyssa in Arkansas. Hi, Alyssa.
Hi.
How you doing?
Pretty good. And yourself?
Good, thank you.
I was just wondering, who's your all-time favorite rock group, and what groups did you grow up listening to?
Well, the band that started it all for me and my rock and roll obsession is Kiss. They were the first kind of, I was into other stuff before them. I was really into a power pop band called the Raspberries, which was like the first band I heard electric guitars and got really excited by. But the band that just consumed me as a kid was Kiss. And then from there, it went into a lot of different directions, from Van Halen to AC/DC to Aerosmith to Black Sabbath to a lot of the bands that you would expect from someone of my age. But the band that I also discovered very early on and whose music is still maybe moves me as much, if not more, than any of the bands I discovered as a kid is a band from England called UFO, which I've kind of championed a lot. So they're extremely special to me, their music, and it's so amazing to me still how it holds up after 30, 40 years. But the band that started it all for me as far as being consumed by rock music is definitely Kiss.
All right, thank you.
How about you, Alyssa?
Well, I'm only a teenager right now, so I haven't really got a big taste of classic rock. My dad turned me on to classic rock, and I love it so far. But my favorite so far would have to be a tie between Led Zeppelin and Jimi Hendrix.
Well, there's nothing wrong there, and your dad has certainly put you. I usually spend more time on individual calls. I'm going to move a little bit quicker because this is the first time that I've been back. The lines are just crazy jammed, and again, I can't thank you enough for it. And I know so many people want to get in, so I want to do my best to answer whatever you have to say, or let you say whatever you got to say, and move on as quickly as we can, and then go back to tunes in just a little bit. So where to begin? After about 10 weeks, the first edition of Eddie Trunk Live, and the first time we're doing our feedback segment, I guess we'll just start at the top, which is line number 1, and say hello to Mike in Port St. Lucie, Florida. What's happening, Mike?
How you doing, Eddie?
Good, man. I've been down to your area of Florida before when the Mets were in spring training down there.
I love the Mets. I'm a transplanted New Yorker down here, but that's not why I called.
Do you know what baseball players call Port St. Lucie?
That.
Are you on speakerphone or something?
No, I'm on my... Hold on.
Got a real bad connection there, Mike.
How's that, Eddie?
Much better. You know what? Hold on, Mike.
Out there, I should know better.
You know what the Mets, some of the Mets players call Port St. Lucie?
What's that?
Port St. Lonely.
Yeah.
Because they got nothing to do down there, and they're not playing when they're not training, which is probably a good thing. Keeps them out of trouble.
Yeah. Well, it is a sleepy town down here. That I can say.
I like it down there, man. But go ahead. What's your question?
First of all, I'd just like to welcome you to Sirius. I have just really become aware of you. On the East Coast, you never had a show that I heard, and I saw you on the Metal Show, which I think is a great show and should be an hour long.
Well, thanks, Mike. So do I, but that's not my decision. But go ahead.
Yeah, you get those great guests, and then you only get a couple of questions in, and I've seen all the episodes up to this point, and I think it's great. My question was, do you have any idea what Michael Schenker is up to these days?
Yes, thank you for the kind words on the TV show, Mike. I appreciate it. We're going to do new episodes of that starting in the middle of next month. The new episodes will hit the air the end of February. In the meantime, the first 8 episodes are repeating on VH1 Classic, and just search your grids for that Metal Show, and you'll see them. And as far as on the East Coast, that's where I've lived. I'm from New Jersey. I've lived here my whole life. I've been doing radio for 25 years as of last year, and I do have a show on terrestrial radio in New York City and several other markets as well. So I don't know where you were on the East Coast. As for Michael Schenker, Michael, he's battled substances, man. I mean, mostly, I don't know exactly what, alcohol, whatever. It's well documented. I mean, it's gone on for 35 years. He's erratic. He's scheduled shows, canceled shows, been in UFO, out of UFO several times, in and out of Scorpion several times. Michael's a super talent. I'm a huge fan, but he has battled issues for decades. And from what I hear, the next move is he's going to go out. I spoke to his tour manager actually like a week ago. He's going to go out and do some club dates probably in the next month or two. And I hear he's doing well emotionally, physically, and with his sobriety. So hopefully that's the case. And we'll see. I know the NAMM festival the NAMM convention just took place in L.A. this past weekend. If you guys don't know about that, it's a huge gathering of all music merchandisers or music merchants, people that sell amps, guitars, whatever. And musicians from all over the place come to this and look at the new equipment coming out. It's a big convention. And Michael was there, or headed there, I know that for a fact, and he was going to show up at NAMM and actually do a show out there as well in L.A. So, it's always touch and go with him. Is he together? Is he not together? And I know he made a new record as well. He got his original lead singer from MSG, Gary Barden, back with him. But, I mean, he put it out himself, and nobody has it. I can't find a copy of it. I'd love to play it. I'm trying to get a copy of it. His tour manager told me he doesn't even have it. So if you put a record out and nobody really has it or no one's working it, it really kind of goes under the radar, to say the least. But I hope Michael gets it together. We'll see what happens. UFO celebrating their 40th anniversary this year. And needless to say, Michael, an enormous part of that band. It would be cool to see them be able to bring him out for a couple songs, but I'd seriously doubt that's going to happen. Kissimmee, Pennsylvania. Doug, you're on the air. What's up, Doug?
Yeah, how you doing, Eddie? Yeah, I'm originally from Morris County. I listened to you on WDHA way back in the 80s. 83
to 94, yep.
Yep, and I seen Slayer and Carnivore at the show place down there in Dover.
Which is now a go-go bar.
Yes, it is. But I had some question about TT Quick. I don't know if you heard Ink Spot. If you heard any of that. And is it true that Dave taught Zach Wilde how to play guitar?
Yeah, Doug. Well, the last TT Quick album is probably like 10 years ago, I think, at this point. It was called Ink. And, Dave DiPietro. There's two guys that were hugely influential on Zach Wilde. Zach is originally from New Jersey, came up on the Jersey club scene, and he was very influenced and taught a lot by two guys, Dave DiPietro, who was in the band TT Quick, tremendous band, and also a guy named Kenny Dubman, who was in the band Prophet, Prophet. Both of those guys, Zach will be the first to tell you, he was hugely influenced by and learned a lot as a young kid on the Jersey club scene. And as far as TT Quick are concerned, they do some dates here and there around Jersey. Their drummer, Eric, lives in New Orleans and really is still trying to recover from Katrina, and they do some benefit gigs for him from time to time. But a super, super band that was way ahead of their time, no doubt. Eddie Trunk Live on Sirius XM, our call-in talk segment of the show that we call Feedback, and we'll continue in Indiana right now. Say hello to Dan. Hi, Dan.
Hey, Dan. Eddie, how you doing?
Good, bro.
Hey, I was wondering if you could give us some information. I heard a rumor that Zach Wilde had a health scare.
Mm-hmm.
I was wondering if you knew anything about that.
Well, I mentioned it on the TV show, Dan, and I'm surprised how many emails and people kind of asked about it. I mean, I guess it wasn't publicly reported all that much, but, before the break here on the Boneyard, and before the Boneyard went away for a little bit, a number of people called in because there were some rumors that Zach wasn't going to play a couple shows with Ozzy because of some health issues. But, really what it was is that, anybody that knows anything knows that Zach is a hard-living guy. He's a great guy. He's just a super, super person if you've gotten a chance to know him. But, he lives hard. He parties hard. He plays hard. And a lot of it caught up to him. And, I mean, without getting into specifics, I mean, he had some from what I'm told, some health issues over his style of living. And, and it's basically, drinking. I mean, Zach is the epitome of a beer drinker and a hellraiser. And there was a time when Zach we were all kids, and you could do that when you were kids up to a point. but after a while it catches up to you and stuff starts shutting down, and things don't look right, and your skin turns a certain color, and you get scared, and you got to go to the doctors, and the doctors basically say, hey man, you got to stop doing this, whatever it is, whether it be drinking or whatever else. And that, from what I understand, is something in a nutshell, kind of like what happened with Zach. And, it was, kind of a scary moment. He was told to kind of clean up a little bit. And I don't know if he has or not. I haven't spoken to Zach in a while, but I love the guy. Great talent, great person. But again, you can only, any of the survivors from the 70s will be the first people to tell you. You'll notice these people don't do this stuff anymore, meaning drinking to excess, drugs to excess, because you can't live in your 40s, 50s, 60s, and on living that way. You can't do it. That's why Aerosmith had to clean up. They'd be dead if they didn't. Ace Frehley cleaned up 3 years ago. Ace is a dear friend. I talk to him all the time. First time I've known him for over 20 years. He's been completely sober for 3 years now. Why? Ask him why, and he'll be the first to tell you. I did not want to die. You reach a point where you're told by your doctors, unless you stop doing whatever it is you've done to excess, you will die. And that's pretty much the closest thing you can get to rehab. If you want to live, you stop. If you don't, well, then you keep doing what you're doing and you die. And that's what happens to a lot of these rock guys. And, Zach kind of got that warning from what I understand, and I don't know where he's at in terms of his progress with that or if he's okay. All indications are he just did some shows in England that got great response, and I certainly hope he is. But through the grapevine, that's what I was able to figure out over the last 6 months or so. And we'll keep you posted on that situation, and, again, we hope he's doing well. Eddie Trunk Live on Sirius XM. We'll get back to tunes in just a little bit, continuing with the very, very, very jammed phone lines here. And we, of course, have to welcome back our good buddy in Greensboro, North Carolina, Chuck. What's happening, Chuck?
Yo, Eddie, what's up, man?
Good to talk to you.
Show. Got to see every episode 2 and 3 times. It was killer.
Thank you, man. It's been fun doing it. I worked on that TV show for a couple of years. It kind of bummed me out when I found out Boneyard was going off for a little while, because I was like, oh, man, I'm going to be off the air just when the show launches. And I know you guys would love to have talked about each episode as they came up and the guests and that sort of thing. So it was just ironic that during the time that the 8 episodes aired initially, I was not here on satellite, but of course now I'm back, and I'm really happy to say that thanks to all the support from you guys, we're doing more. So
yeah, you know what the real bummer is the first regular episode of 24 is on tonight, so I'm right back into Eddie and 24 at the same time.
Good thing you reminded me of that, Chuck, because I got to call my wife and tell her to record it for me in a couple hours, because I forgot. I'm a junkie for that show also.
Yo, I was going to tell you, what I think was the best release of stuff that you're knowledgeable on this year is, all the shit. Metallica came through, Whitesnake, Testament, Yngwie with Ripper, love it. Even shit like, I just bought the new Roth, great. Michael's album with Gary Barton on vocals, great. But you know who surprised me the most was Baz. That album fucking rules, dude.
Yeah, Angel Down. There's some really, really smoking stuff on there, and yeah, Chuck, that's a good kind of under the radar one to definitely pick as far as albums of the year. I have a hard time with that whole, narrowing it down to just one record. I think another record that was really good last year was the Whitesnake album. I thought that Good to Be Bad was the best thing Coverdale did since the 87 record with Sykes. And Doug Aldridge just, a big part of that equation as well. I just thought that was a really, really solid hard rock record that if you get the chance, you should, revisit if you didn't catch it first time around. I also saw that in my favorite magazine, Classic Rock in England, the Whitesnake album was the album of the year in that magazine's poll. So that's a really cool thing to see that it was acknowledged that greatly over there. But there's so many great ones. The one guy that I'll say was the biggest kind of revelation for me in 2008, a guy I really, really rediscovered and became a huge fan of, is Richie Kotzen. Now, I always knew Richie, like anyone who's heard of him knew him as the guy who replaced CeCe and Poison for an album, a guy who replaced Paul Gilbert in Mr. Big for a little bit, a guy who's known as like a shredding guitar guy. But Richie's last 2 or 3 albums, studio albums, are just some of the most incredible kind of bluesy, hard rock, all different styles of music this guy does. great guitarist, but an unbelievable singer. And a guy who has been making music for over 20 years, and his stuff now, most encouraging thing is his last few records are the best things I think he's ever done. So he's gotten better. Most people burn out. It's like, oh, it's not as good as their old stuff. This is a case where his stuff is really, really the best he's ever done. So if you get a chance, go listen to some of the stuff he's doing. It's not, it's not super heavy. It's not really heavy metal, but it's some of it's great hard rock, and then it goes off in some other directions as well. But just amazing singing, an amazing guitar player. The guy is just an amazing talent, which sadly he's virtually unknown here in his own country, and hopefully that'll change as he continues to make some really quality stuff. A couple more quick calls here, and then we turn it back over to music, and then we'll do another round of feedback in the second half of the show here on Eddie Trunk Live on Sirius XM. Kentucky, Dylan, you're live on the air. What's up, Dylan?
Hey, what's up?
Hey, man.
I got a couple of questions. Me and my friends, this has been a long question. In your opinion, who is the better guitar players with Ozzy, Randy Rhoads or Zakk Wylde?
Randy Rhoads. How quickly can I answer?
And
that's a no-brainer. No disrespect to Zakk, but I think he'd agree with you as well. There's a Zakk because there was a Randy.
Yeah, I understand that. And another question. On your show, you talked about hearing feedback on the new Metallica album. I didn't quite understand what you was talking about.
On what show? On my TV show?
Yeah, that metal show.
Right.
There was something that y'all was talking about, like feedback on the new Death Magnetic album. I don't understand what y'all were talking about.
Well, Dylan, it's not feedback. We've talked about this extensively since the record was released. It's not feedback. It's really more accurately described as clipping or overmodulated or overcompressed. And, without getting overly technical and going into this a million times, there is a debate from a lot of people about the sound quality of the new Metallica record, in that what's happened is people have come up with iPods and MP3s and, listening to music in earbuds and things like that. There's been this need to make records and audio files louder and louder and louder to compete and be louder than the next record that came out. And what happens is you reach a point of diminishing returns. You compress everything. You can't hear the separation in the instruments. And if you push it so much, it's kind of like the equivalent of, I'll give you the best example. If you take your stereo and you turn the volume up so loud on you, if you have a certain stereo where it starts to rattle and sound distorted, that's what I'm talking about. And to my ears, if you listen to Death Magnetic and to many other people's ears, especially during the louder parts, the jam parts of songs, you will hear it. It's just cracks and distorts and breaks up. The band has admitted that this happens. They say that it is an effect that the producer of the album, Rick Rubin, wanted. It's not an effect. I can't fathom why you would want that, but apparently he did, and the band went along with it. Obviously, it bothers some people like me. Dylan didn't even really recognize it. But, it's a matter of choice. But it is factually true that the album is completely compressed. I mean, that's what they went for. And I think it's compressed to the point of distortion. Many others agree, some disagree. But there's been campaigns and things written all over the internet, people asking for the album to be remixed, people saying the Guitar Hero version is cleaner sounding. There is someone sent me a link to something on YouTube called Mastered by Muppets. And it is hysterical, and it tells the whole story. It's a really controversial thing. If you go to YouTube and search that, Mastered by Muppets, you will see a video and a song talking about how over-compressed the person who did this feels the Metallica record is. So I'm certainly not in the minority. Some people it doesn't bother. Some people haven't, spoken out about it. But, look, Metallica's earned the right to do whatever the hell they want in the world of music. God knows that. But to me, to make a record that is it's a great record. Don't get me wrong. Performances, the songs, everything is great. But to me, sonically, it sounds like somebody just pushed the limits too far, which is exactly what they did. And they admit to it, and if it bothers you, it takes a lot away from the record. If it doesn't, like Dylan, well, then you just roll with it and try to figure out what the hell I'm talking about. But, I mean, that's the core of it. But I'll give you this last thing about the whole situation. And I said this on the TV show, too. The album was recorded that way. But this is definitely an issue, so much so that the guy who mastered it, which is where a lot of the volume comes from, asked to have his name removed from the record. He's not credited on the record. And that's how controversial it is. He didn't want to be associated with a record that sounded like this, so he asked to have his name taken off of it. So right there, it tells you this. It's not just BS. There is something to it, whether you agree with it or not. Eddie Trunk Live, we'll take one more call here, and then we're going to move on. And actually, you know what? Instead of taking the call on the air, we're going to wrap it up. But don't hang up on these people, Holly. I'm going to run through the screen real quick and give you guys as much info as I can about your questions. Alan in Texas, Jizzy Pearl, John Corabi info. I have no idea. John Corabi's doing one of those hard rock supergroup things, but that's all I know. It's the feedback session number 2, in our weekly 4-hour get-together. Again, we have so many new people listening, not only people that got new subscriptions to XM, where this show has been on for a number of years, but, of course, now for the first time ever, we are equally heard on the Sirius side on Channel 19, with the Boneyard appearing on Sirius for the first time ever, and that means my show now being on Sirius for the first time ever. So welcome to all of you guys. Great to have you on board. And just so you have an idea what we do here on Mondays, a live show, 6 to 10 p.m. Eastern, and it's live most weeks. There's weeks I can't make it for one reason or the other, and we'll do this for a little while, and that'll lead towards the final hour of the show, which we're in right now. The bottom of this hour, or around that time, we'll do an Underground Classic, which is a Name That Tune feature, and I'll tell you more about that if you don't know what that is when we get to it. But basically, it's a chance for you to win some pretty cool prizes if you can guess a obscure or forgotten artist. Right now, though, it's your calls about anything in the world of hard rock and metal on the toll-free line at 866-315-BONE, 866-315-2663. Where to begin? Let's start with line number 1. Herb in Akron, Ohio. What's up, Herb?
Hey, how you doing, Eddie?
Good, man.
I'd love to have you on Sirius.
Thanks. It's great to connect with all you guys as well.
Yeah, I'm going to be a long-time listener. I guarantee you that.
Appreciate it.
Just went and see the AC/DC concert. You were right on top of the money. Great show.
When'd you see him, Herb?
Up here in Cleveland, Ohio.
How long ago?
It was just about 2 weeks ago.
And they still got it, right?
They got it. Right on top of their game. I was really happy with Angus. He's looking a little bit older, but he's really still kicking ass.
You know, that's the thing about Angus. A guy like that, it's hard for him because he can't just, he can't get up there and stand in the corner and play his guitar. He's got to be Angus. And it's not an easy thing for him to do, but he's still doing it. And people forget Angus was such a young kid when AC/DC started that he's actually still just in his mid-50s. Brian just passed 60, so it's probably a little harder for him, but, they're still great, and they're great people, and they get it, and they give their fans what they want. They don't rape you on the ticket price. They just come out there and slam you in the face for an hour and a half, and that's what it's about.
They drove it home. They drove it home.
And the new record's got some real good stuff on it, too.
Oh, I enjoy the whole thing. I got a question for you, Eddie. In the earlier years of Accept, there was an album that they had. It was called Eat the Heat. Anyway, there was a singer on there. I don't think it was the second singer that was singing on that. Is there any way that you could tell me the first singer's name?
Well, he wouldn't have been the first singer because Udo Dirkschneider was the original singer, but they did put out some records with different guys. The guy that I'm thinking, Dave something or other, if I'm not mistaken, he came from a band called Bangalore Choir. He later formed a band called that, but I don't remember the guy's name. David Reese, I think it was. Don't quote me on that, but he may have been the guy singing on that record. But Accept did have another singer for a while after Udo kind of split, and it may be him, but just check online, Herb. I'm pretty sure it's David Reese, the guy you're talking about. Maybe someone will call in and tell us from that Accept album. That's a band I wish would get back together, too. They are just a great band. Very heavy and very cool band. Some great stuff from Accept. Thanks for the call, Herb. We appreciate it. Continuing, Rodney, Riverside, California. What's up, Rod?
Hey, Eddie. Great to have you back.
Thank you, man.
Hey, since you've been gone, I didn't get to ask you how you thought about the new Guns N' Roses album.
Well, we did this open phone segment earlier in the show about an hour into it, about 4 o'clock your time tonight, and I said it was really interesting how little. I mean, it was such a big story leading up to Chinese democracy when it would come out. Now that it's come out, the story has become, why isn't it really doing well? And obviously there's a lot of reasons for that. As far as what I personally think of the record, I like some of the stuff on it. Some of the stuff I don't care for too much. I prefer albums that are maybe a little bit more basic and stripped down. I think that there's some good stuff at the core of the record, but I think what happens is, maybe when you work on a record for as long as this has taken, you just keep adding and adding and adding to it, and after a while it becomes a little overwhelming. But I think, I played Riyadh earlier in the show, and I think there's some, after a few listens, it definitely grows on you, but it's not the immediate record that Appetite was. It's not the smack you in the face 4-minute song record that was. It's a little bit different, but it's grown on me a lot. I like a lot of the stuff on it. There's a few things I don't like all that much, but it is what it's a solid album. It's just a little bit more I don't want to use the word overblown, but maybe it's just it has a few more layers to it maybe than it needs to, but that's Axl. I mean, and that's my take. I mean, the other thing about the album that I thought was really surprising is that what came out actually turned out to be pretty close to the leaks. You know what I'm saying, Rodney? Had you heard any of the leaks?
Yeah, I heard a few about a year before the album came out. I heard, the similarities. They're there.
I was the first guy, and I mean, and thank you for the call, Rod. It's well documented that, I have some sort of connection with the Guns camp because Axl did my terrestrial show a couple years ago, his only interview. He came in and sat with me, which I'm forever grateful for. And also, prior to that, like 6 years ago, me and my good friend and future baseball Hall of Famer Mike Piazza, who's a huge metal fan and supporter, and if you're a new listener, Mike sits in with us on both my radio shows when his schedule permits. But, Mike's an enormous Guns N' Roses fan, more so than me. I mean, I love Guns, but, Mike's a super fan. And like 6 years ago, we leaked a song called IRS that someone sent to Mike on my terrestrial radio show. And that was years ago. And ever since, I made it right with Axl about that. And, there's a story behind that as well. But the most shocking thing to me about Chinese democracy is that all these leaks over the course of the years, whether it was me with IRS or the countless other ones that followed, they aren't all that far removed from what actually came out. And I was really surprised when I got the record, and this isn't pro or con, it's just an interesting observation I had. I was really surprised when I got the record that the album is really a history of the making of it, in the sense that there was a lot of speculation that, well, maybe the reason why it's taken so long is that every time somebody leaves, they're stripping their tracks and the new guy's re-recording or whatever. And that's not the case. I mean, prominently on the album is Buckethead, who's been out of the band for a long time. So it's really, if you look closely at the credits of the album, the album's made up of a who's who of people who were in Guns over the course of the years that it was made. And Axl obviously just kept the performances he liked the best, with really no regard to whether the people were still active in the band or not. I thought that was a really interesting thing about it as well. But it's going to be a very, right now we're at a crucial period for this record. I think it's a real sink or swim record. It's either going to go down as like a huge non-event and somewhat of a bust, or it's going to go and get a whole injection of life from somewhere, whether it has a hit single, a song shows up somewhere, whatever it does, something that will inject life into it. Axl starts doing press. I don't know what. But it's right at that tipping point, because if they wait much longer, it may be yesterday's news already, and would be an unbelievable disappointment in the sales category, even taking into account where we are with the record industry. It's Eddie Trunk Live, Sirius XM, taking your calls, talking music, our feedback segment. We continue with a few more here. Tony, what's up? You're live on the air.
Hey, Eddie. I was just calling in to make a comment about Dave Mustaine being invited to the Metallica induction.
Well, he wasn't invited, from what I understand, but
yeah, that's what was my comment, is that I don't think it's something that he should even worry about, because he's done great things on his own. I mean, with Megadeth, I mean, they've got a sound that's all their own. They've kind of the sound. I think they have a unique sound, shred metal, if you will. Because they do this real lightning fast type of riffs, and heavy on the soloing and everything. And I think it's great.
But Tony, I mean, no one will argue that Megadeth is great. But let me ask you this: have you heard or read any statement from Dave about this?
No, I haven't.
Because I haven't either. But and I understand Metallica's position on it. I mean, and you're right, Tony. I mean, Mustaine and Megadeth have carved out a tremendous, legendary career already, and Dave is one of the true greats in the history of metal. No one would argue that. And thank you for the call, Tony. But you can understand, you've got what is not only the biggest metal band in the world in Metallica, but really one of the biggest bands overall. And there's a huge disparity between the popularity and mainstream acceptance and record sales and ticket draw between Megadeth and Metallica. There's no comparison. Metallica's doing stadiums, selling out multiple nights in arenas, and Megadeth is a theater act, as great as they are. So you can understand. You could say, well, why doesn't Dave just get over it? And why does he care? He's got Megadeth. But you can understand when you were booted out of a band just before they released their first album that you were such a huge part of, how it can haunt you for decades. I mean, every single thing you hear, Metallica, Mustaine has to deal with that. And at times he's had trouble with it, and other times he has just rolled it off his back, regardless of how successful he's been on his own. So you can understand that. As far as the Rock and Roll Hall is concerned, I mean, I kind of can get where Metallica's going. I mean, how many former guys could you bring up there with you? Newsted was a huge part of the central biggest part of popularity of that band, the Black Album, and Justice, all that stuff. Mustaine never appeared on an album in terms of playing. So unless you're, most people in the mainstream have no idea Dave Mustaine was even in Metallica, unless you're a real metal fan like we would be. So that's the difference. I mean, your calls for a little bit. Let's do this for about 15 or so. First time getting some one-on-one action with you guys. Had Tesla in here earlier tonight, so we spent a lot of time talking to them and taking your calls for them, but we can talk about anything you want in the world of rock and metal right now at 866-315-2663. If you're a new listener, Eddie Trunk Live on Trunk Nation is a mix of music and talk that rocks. It's a music show. It's a talk show. It's live. It's interactive. We want you involved. I'm going to play some new music from Glenn Hughes coming up in just a few in his great new band, California Breed. But right now, you on the phones for a bit, and we will start in Arizona with Greg. Hi, Greg. You're on the air.
Hey, how you doing?
I'm good, man. What's going on?
Hey, I'm just new to getting your show on TV, and now you moved back to New York, so I was wondering when you're going to be back to L.A. so I can see one in person.
We don't know, Greg. All the scheduling, and thank you for the call, everything about that metal show is determined by the network that owns it, which is VH1 Classic. So they tell us when, where, how many, if, how. All the decisions are theirs. So likely we'll be staying in New York for a while. Possible we move back to L.A. The bigger question is not where we do it, when we do it again. That's what I care about, and that's what 99% of the people that watch it care about, because let's be honest, unless you live in New York or L.A., who really cares where it's done? You just want to be able to see it, and we want to be able to do it. So we just don't do as many shows as we'd like. And what I'm hearing is that we'll likely do shows again starting in October. But where, east or west, is 100% up to the network. I would say we were in L.A. for so long, we'll probably be in New York for a while longer. But again, not my decision. When they let me know, I'll let you guys know. Thank you for the call, and thanks for watching TMS. Travis in North Carolina. Hi, Travis.
Hey, Eddie Trunk. How are you, sir?
I'm good, thanks.
Good. I heard you talking earlier about your collection of records that you had, and I just wanted your thoughts on Spotify and how artists are getting out their music that way instead of selling lots of records now.
Well, Spotify is a streaming service, so I'm talking about owning music. And to correct me if I'm wrong, I don't use any of the streaming stuff, Travis, but in Spotify, you can't own the music, right?
No, you don't own it, but you can listen to it, and then once you hear a new album that's put out by, whoever, like that awesome Ace Frehley song you played earlier, you can decide if maybe you want to buy the whole album or if maybe you just want to go to a site like Amazon and buy maybe a few of the songs off the album.
So Spotify, and again, I don't use these services. So something like Spotify, if you wanted to buy it, say that Ace Frehley song that I just played is on Spotify and you hear it and you like it, do you have the option right on Spotify to click on something and buy it through them right then and there?
From Spotify, I don't believe so. I think you'd have to go to like Amazon or another streaming service, or not streaming service, but a place where you could pay for it through Verizon or something like that.
And Spotify is free if it has commercials, or if you pay a fee, it's commercial free. Is that how it works?
Correct. That is correct, sir.
Yeah. Well, I don't know, Travis. The one thing, and thank you for the call, I don't use any of the streaming services. It's just not of interest to me. I don't know why. I probably should take time to learn more about them, but it's just not of interest to me because it's still someone else feeding me what they think I want to hear. And I love physical things. I mean, I want to own things. And now listen, for me to say I love physical things and want to own stuff when it comes to music, I have to love it because you're hearing a guy who just moved. In the last week, I just moved. And when I tell you moved, thousands of CDs. Thousands. And I still love CDs. And I just moved thousands of them. Most people, they want to be done with that. After you move something, you can't believe you have all that shit. But no way. I moved every one of them. Well, the movers I hired did. I helped. But I want to own something. The guys in Tesla were in here earlier. I was holding up their CD. We were talking about it. I was looking at the packaging. There's a funny shot of Jeff with his head popping up. We were laughing about talking if you heard the interview. You don't get that when you get a stream or a download. You just don't have that experience. It sucks. Call me old. Call me out of touch. I don't care. I want to own something. To me, a record didn't come out or doesn't exist until I can pick it up and hold it and look through the booklet and slide the disc in the slot or into my computer. I know maybe I'm fighting a losing battle, but until they're gone, I am holding on to them for dear life. And the other thing, what our caller said that I don't like about these download and streaming stuff is if you like the song, you can buy it or only buy a couple songs. That sucks to me because it takes away from the album experience. I love albums. I want to hear an artist's album from track 1 to track 12. The ebbs, the flows, the good, the bad, the different moods, the different textures, the way the songs are sequenced. Again, call me old school, but that's what a record is to me. And when you guys go to shows and you wonder why artists don't play obscure songs or deep songs or album tracks and they only play the hits, that's why. Because when people only buy one or two songs, they're lost when they go see the band and they play a song that they didn't buy from the record. If you bought a whole record and listened to all the songs, you would get more into the concert. But when you go to a concert and half the place empties out when an artist plays a song that wasn't a hit, that's why. It fuels that. I get crazy about this, as you can see. But to me, it all ties into the demise of this business. Music business for recorded music and purchasing it is so in the shitter. And all these things, to me, contribute to it. And again, you can't fight progress. You can't fight technology. You can't fight the changes. But I don't want to stream, man. I got the Tesla CD. They were here. I love the band. Cool packaging. I'm looking at the book, the picture. I'm reading the notes. I know who wrote the songs. I got the lyric sheet. I got the disc. Oh, you know what? I also took the disc and I ripped it into my iPhone. So I have it that way, too. And then I file it in my cabinets with my other 1,000 CDs. And then the next time I move, I want to blow my brains out. But I still love the, gotta have it. Gotta have it. Thank you for the call. Dave in California. Go ahead, Dave.
Hey, Eddie, how you doing?
I'm good, man.
Hey, good. Hey, first of all, I can't believe, not to get your heart rate moving again here, but I can't believe you don't have a bigger platform on this station. I've heard you in the past talk about it, but I'm still perplexed to why, but I won't go there.
There's nowhere to go. There's nowhere to go, Dave. I'm honest to a fault. I worked for this company for 12 years. I was with XM and then came over with the merger of the two companies. I've talked to the companies countless times. I've had agents, I've had managers ask about doing more, and it goes nowhere. I don't get paid hardly any money to do this after expenses. Katie, who answers my phones, gets paid nothing. She does it because she loves it. I can't figure any of it out. It's extremely maddening. One day, who knows, I may just wash my hands of the whole thing, but I love the fact that we have this community and people like listening to it, so I come and do it, and I appreciate the audience, and that's about all I can tell you. My door is always open to do more if and when there's a dialogue, but it is maddening to say the least, but thank you for your comments.
Yeah, and by the way, my oldest son broke me because you and I are around the same age, and I'm on Spotify now, but I still have my collection of albums and CDs, and I kind of like it, when you got to travel around. So maybe
Hey, Dave, what's the? Because I do want to explore some of this stuff. What is the Spotify seems to be the big one, but Pandora is another one, right? That's pretty big.
Yeah, so the two big, I'm here in Silicon Valley, so we got a bunch of these startups here doing all kinds of streaming music, but Pandora and Spotify are the two biggest. Pandora, you can't really get your selection of a song per se, whereas Spotify, you buy the monthly, I think, $5 subscription that we have here. You can actually build your own catalog. And I'm like you, I take the entire album, not just, cherry pick each song. So Spotify is much more flexible. And again, I don't look at it as replacing, the CDs or albums. It's just another vehicle, like you have it on Burns on your iPod. I take that on, we're on the road and stuff, so it works in that regard too. So I just look at it as an alternative, medium for us to enjoy the music we love, right?
Yeah, listen, I'm not against any of this stuff. I'm not against it as a component to your overall listening. When that's all people do, and then people just live in the world of the hit single and they don't know anything else, that's where I think things get hurt a little bit. But I guess maybe for me too, I have to look at it from a perspective that since I've been in this business for so long, I'm fortunate in that I get sent the music for free. So it's not, if I don't like something, I can give it to someone or throw it in the garbage. It doesn't do anything because I didn't pay for it. So I have to always remember that end of it. Most people aren't in that position. So streaming can be helpful there because you can at least get a sample and know if you like it. And hopefully that makes you want to go out and buy it.
Yeah, exactly. And there's some benefits to it. But I've been dying to ask you this question for a long time, just switching gears if it's okay. I wanted to ask you your perspective. My perception on tours, I see an increase in the number of tours from the bands that you promote here on the station. And I'm looking at that as are these bands doing this to offset the sales that are decreasing on the record side? Or has it always been a certain number of, or has there always been the same number of tours year over year? Because I'm seeing much more of an increase in the bands of the 80s and 90s touring a lot more now than they used to. Just wanted your take on that.
Oh, yeah, without question, Dave, and thank you for the kind words and listening. Without question, I've talked about it a lot in the last year or two. You have a situation going on now with touring and bands directly related to the fact that bands don't make any money from selling music anymore. I mean, I shouldn't say none. They make money, but nothing like what it used to be. And as a result, to compensate, you have all of these bands that are going out on the road and touring, and a lot of them are over-touring. They're playing way too much, and it hurts their draw. Here in New York, obviously a major market, we have bands. I'll give you an example. Tomorrow night, there are 3 shows I want to go to all in the same night tomorrow night. There's Guitar God's show in Jersey, which is 5 miles from New York City, where they're playing, at Bergen Pack. There's Black Star Riders in Times Square at BB King's. And there's Soul Asylum at Irving Plaza. Now, Soul Asylum's not necessarily in the hard rock world, but I love the band. 3 shows. All on the same night right here that I don't, and those are only ones I know that I want to see. There's probably 5 more that I don't even know about because it's not my thing. And I'm not saying it's those bands in particular, but I'm just saying there's so many people on the road. Artists are touring. You have so many artists that have more than one band. You have guys in 2, 3 bands. So it used to be, it's a big deal. You see this guy once a year playing with a band. No, now if you're a fan of a guitar player or something, you probably see him 3 times a year in 3 different bands. Totally diluted. And as a result, a lot of them are struggling to sell tickets. People can only support so much. It's expensive to go to shows. Even if it's a club show, gas, tolls, parking, beer, it's expensive. And that was one of the points I was making with Tesla earlier. They're smart in that they do not over-tour. They do not play too much. They do not go through the same city more than maybe once a year, if that. And as a result, they draw a lot more people than other bands of their era, and they get much higher billings on festivals, cruises, and things like that than others would because they less is more. Sometimes you play less, you make more money. Twisted Sister, a band I put back together 13 years ago for a charity event I did. Those guys do about 12 shows a year. They headline some festivals and events because you don't see them that much. And you got other bands that are going to come through 3 times a year. It's like, okay, I'm not going to see them. I can't do it anymore. How many times can I see them? And it's all directly because they're not making money from selling records. Peter Criss told me back in the 70s, you toured, you lost money on the road, but you toured to sell the record, which is where you made the money. Now it's completely the opposite. You don't make any real money with records. The record's the promotional tool. You make the money on the road. That's another reason why on the big shows, concert tickets are expensive, merch is expensive, and that's why everything is for sale. It's all tiered, VIP, front row access, backstage access, buy the guitar from the guy that he played that night, buy this, buy that. They'll sell you literally the shirt off their back at these shows for a price on the bigger level stuff. Couple more quick ones. Scott in Chicago. Go ahead, Scott.
Hey, how are you?
I'm good, man. What's going on?
Good to talk to you. Hey, I don't want to make this a question about Kiss or the blow-up that happened between them and the Hall of Fame. I've got a larger question for you. I've been a lifelong hard rock metal fan, and I should want to go to the Hard Rock Hall of Fame, to the museum and everything. But I've just been so turned off by everything that they've done lately. I need you to help me figure this out. Why should fans go? What's there to see? Clearly, these people are completely disconnected with what's going on in the rock and roll world. They've lost all their credibility in my mind. What say you?
There's nothing to see. I wouldn't go. I was in Ohio at the Hall of Fame on the steps of it, and I didn't go in. I was there the year that Metallica was inducted because they were nice enough to have me out, and I went to the ceremony, but I never went into the museum. I wouldn't say I wouldn't go into the museum. I'd be curious just so I could talk about it, what went on, but I didn't really have much of an interest. And at that point, when Metallica went in, I mean, Kiss was not in, Rush was not in, Alice Cooper was not in at that point, so there was really nothing there for me to see. I don't really, for me, Scott, and thank you for the call, I would never make that trip just to see what's in there. It may be pretty cool. If I go next time, maybe I would, but there's still so much wrong with the process and still so much wrong with the bands that have been snubbed that it's hard for me to get excited about even going to see it. To me, you go to a Hard Rock Cafe and you can see cool collectibles just as much. I don't know. I shouldn't speak on it because I haven't been on it and see it firsthand. It could be very cool in there, but I can't say for sure because I don't know. And I'll say this, and I've said this before, I'm not directing my comments about the Hall of Fame to the people that work at the museum or work for it at all. My disdain for the whole thing is to the people who make the decisions on who gets in and who doesn't. Because there's a lot of good people that work for it. There's a lot of people that work at that museum. When I went there for Metallica's induction, I was talking to someone outside of the place, and they said, you know, all of us in here, we are actually big fans of yours, and we agree with what you say. We don't have anything to do with it. It's just a job. I mean, they could just be easily going to work at an office or at a Walmart or whatever. That's the job they have. They want it to change, too. I found it funny that few people told me they sell my books at the gift shop in the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame Museum. So I thought that was kind of ironic and a little bit interesting. So, yeah, I mean, there may very well be some cool stuff there. And I didn't go last time. I was really bitter last time because so many of the bands were still not in. But if I happened to be in town, I would go just to see, so I could report and take in and go in with an open mind about it. Like now that Kiss is finally in there after 15 years of being snubbed, I don't know what happens. Does Kiss give them costumes? Someone told me they already had stuff in there, even though they weren't in. Rush is in. I don't know what's in there from Rush. Anything different now that they're in than wasn't? I don't know. Don't have the answer. I'm sure there's some sort of display or something, but if I was in Cleveland, I guess I'd swing by if it was convenient, but I wouldn't go out of my way. Thank you for the call. I'm going to move on to music, and we're going to take more calls from you guys at around 9:40 Eastern, as we usually do to wrap up the show. We got about a little over 10 minutes left to go in our weekly get-together. And the phones are jammed. We're going to get as many of you in as quickly as I can between now and the top of the hour when we have to wrap it up for another week. Say hello if you're in those areas. All right, now to you on the phones. Angel in Arizona has been waiting over an hour. What's going on? Is this Angel or Angel? How do you say it? My phones are not picking up again because they were reset, and I think I can even almost fix this. Hold on a second. It's been one thing after another tonight, hasn't it? Oh, boy. I think I just fixed it. Hold on. Look at that. I even knew what I'm doing. Is this Angel?
Yes, it's Angel, Eddie.
Hey, Angel.
I love you.
Thank you.
Yeah. Eddie, first I want to say, when Dio came out with the song King of Rock and Roll, he made it totally about you.
Oh, well, that's very sweet of you. I don't know if that's the case, but thank you so much.
You're welcome. And I have a subject trunk question for you, please.
What's that?
Okay, 1986, what was the most popular metal song?
1986?
Mm-hmm.
I have no idea. What?
I don't know. I thought maybe you would know.
No, I don't, Angel. Thank you for the call and the kind words, but I wouldn't know off the top of my head what that would be. But I appreciate you calling. Thank you. Joe in Philly. Go ahead, Joe.
Hey, Eddie, I love that metal show. I love the top 5 picks. Hopefully I didn't miss this episode. But your top 5 frontmen, not necessarily vocalists, but your top 5 frontman as far as getting out there and fronting a band.
Wow. Well, I believe we've done that, Joe, but with over 100 episodes of TMS, I don't remember what I put on the list. It's kind of hard for me to think. I can tell you this, and I don't have time to really do a top 5, but the one that comes to mind immediately for me now still is Steven Tyler. I think Tyler is the best. I think Tyler, for me, is the greatest living American rock star. The total package, still I don't know the word for it. There's just this intangible. The guy is still amazing on stage, and he can still sing great, and he's just Steven Tyler. I mean, to me, he's the greatest at what he does still at this point. So he would definitely be up there as probably my number one off the top of my head. Number one American. Now, when you get into others, of course, you could talk about Mick Jagger, still incredible at 70. There's a lot of guys, but Tyler has always been just amazing to me. Let's talk to Mark in Georgia. What's up, Mark?
Hey, Eddie. I can't believe I finally got through. I was on to call and let you know that I've enjoyed both your books. I'm on your second one right now. I'm up to Wasp. I was also want to ask you if you were planning on spitting out another book, but I also have another question for you as well. But let me first tell you that you have opened my eyes to a lot of other acts. I'm a huge music fan. I'm like you. I like to hold a CD in my hand. I think iTunes has killed music, in my opinion. I'd love to look through the jacket and see who had a hand in putting it together. But you've opened my eyes to groups like Riot with the Fire Down Under. We don't have really a great music selection down here in Valdosta, Georgia. But my question: are you planning on spitting out a third book? And if so, I'm surprised you haven't mentioned like suicidal tendencies, especially with Mike Muir, with like his stuff with suicidal tendencies and with Infectious Grooves. I just think he's an amazing, talented individual. I just was wondering why you didn't include him, because you mentioned all the big four in there. You talked about Exodus, you talked about Overkill and Testament, who are all amazing bands, and I've enjoyed every one of them. But suicidal tendencies is also a huge influence, I think, especially like I did 24 years in the Air Force, just retired while I was in Desert Storm, and I was turned on to bands like that.
Right.
And it really broadened my music with bands like that. I also think that Anthrax's Persistence of Time is the best album because it's what I listened to while I was in Desert Storm.
Wow.
And to me, it was the best, I mean, just Got the Time is an amazing song to just work out with. It's just an amazing album, period. But yes, their latest one, Worship Music, it blew me away with how great it was. But Persistence of Time is amazing. Suicidal Tendencies, Lights, Camera, Revolution was another one. I had a bunch of friends that were turning me on to Anthrax, of course, as well. And to this day, I've seen Metallica in concert twice. I've seen Megadeth once. But I think, like Rob Halford said on that metal show, Megadeth is a better band as far as consistency.
Well, Mark, I've got to run because I'm super short on time. But first of all, and most importantly, thank you for your service in the Air Force. My sincere thanks for that, because that's you guys in the military, guys and ladies in the military, my utmost respect. So thank you for that. Do I have another book in me? Yes. Will it be a sequel to the first and second one? I don't know yet. I definitely want to write a book of my story and the more behind-the-scenes stuff at some point. Not sure what the next book will be yet. And why wasn't suicidal in either book? To be totally honest with you, my books, Volume 1 and Volume 2, Essential Hard Rock and Heavy Metal, are bands that I personally loved and grew up with and have stories with and had a personal connection to as a fan, and some levels more than that. And to be just totally honest with you, I was never hugely into suicidal tendencies. I respect the band, heard some of the stuff I liked, but they were never, for me personally, a huge band that I liked a lot. And my books are personal. They're my books. My name is above the title. So I can't write about things that I don't truly know or like and didn't really truly get into. So it has to come from the heart. And for me, if I wrote about suicidal in those books, it would just be me kind of just writing and not really, fully engaged in it because that's just how I feel. Let's go to Chris in Iowa, who's been waiting a long time. Thank you, Chris. What's going on?
Yeah, thanks, Eddie. Great show tonight.
Thank you.
Hey, just a quick comment. I agree with you totally on this streaming stuff and downloading and music. I love having that CD. I got a pretty good collection too. Nothing like yours, but anyway, I just have hope. You know how history has a way of repeating itself. That maybe someday that hard rock and heavy metal will have a big comeback, and kids like we will be able to go out and get a cassette or a CD. I know technology is way more advanced, but that maybe someday it'll come back to that.
Well, I'll tell you, Chris, I don't mean to I know you've been waiting a long time, and I hate to cut you off so soon, but literally I have to end to the second here. As you guys know, they snap it away from me. But I got to tell you, I was very encouraged when I saw Avenged Sevenfold recently, because whether you like the band or not, a lot of young people fully into the band. And as far as the technology is concerned, if people are still into vinyl, I can't see CDs going anywhere, because CDs, they're still digital. You can still do stuff with them. You can still put them on your iPod and still own something physical. That's why I think CD is the best format. It's versatile. John in PA. Go ahead, John.
Hey, Ed. I don't know if you remember, I called a few years ago, and I asked you about Don and Jim doing something. Not that I'm taking credit, but I'm glad you're having great success with your appearances. Hopefully we can get you up to the Northeast Wilkes-Barre area.
Yeah, well, we're having fun going out and doing these live shows, and we have to stress to everybody they're not tapings of that metal show. We're just going out and doing some stand-up and having some fun on stage, but we hope to add more, and as soon as I have more than the ones that are already announced, they'll be on my site, so thank you.
Well, that's cool. I had a quick friend, I know you got time constraints. He saw Vince Neil at the casino we have down here in Wilkes-Barre, the Mohegan Sun, and he mentioned that it was funny. He goes, you'd love to hear Vince do some stuff off his solo records, but he did like predominantly Crew. And I don't know, when you're going to be talking to him, but I don't know if you know the reason why he doesn't do more solo stuff.
Well,
this solo stuff.
Yeah, well, John, thanks for the call. I think it's pretty simple. I mean, bands, when they play live, are going to do the best-known material they were a part of. And the truth of the matter is that Vince Neil released a couple solo records, but they were not overly successful records. So it wouldn't hurt to do one or two songs, you would think, but you're not going to find anybody in that crowd that's going to prefer to hear Sister of Pain instead of, I don't know, Wild Side. It's just most people play to the masses, and the masses want to hear the most familiar hits. That's what gets the greatest crowd response. That speaks to what we talked about earlier with downloads and how all that stuff works too, and people only listening to one song when they buy a record. Thank you all for the calls. Appreciate it. Dennis, and jump in here real quick. What do you want to say, man?
Hey, actually, I wanted to say, thank you for taking my call. You're my hero.
Oh, thank you, man. You have low standards, but thank you. I'm just kidding. Thank you, buddy.
Here in St. Louis, we deal a lot with St. Louis classic rock in St. Louis, and I know that the first three Journey albums were excellent. Actually, this is a two-part statement. Them first three albums were just awesome by Journey. Greg Rowley recently came to St. Louis with his band, and he was magnifying. I mean, just totally awesome. And two, Neil Sean actually did an album with Sammy Hagar, HSAS, which, from what I understand, was a live album, but they edited out the audience.
Mm-hmm.
That was really a good album, but them early Journey albums were just the best. There's some instrumentals on there that are just top-notch. The song Look Into the Future, that was a fantastic tune. Now, I'm not knocking Steve Perry because he did great for AOR Records and made him a top 40 band. But them first three underground records with Greg Rowley, fantastic.
Right, but
top-notch.
Right. Thank you, Dennis, for the call. Appreciate it, man, and thank you for the kind words there in St. Louis. Yes, all valid points, but let's be honest. Journey is built around hits, commercial rock that has lasted decades and is as relevant now as it was when it first came out. So people want to hear, and not for a minute should anybody diminish the contributions of Jonathan Cain to Journey. Because as a writer, I mean, some of the biggest songs, Escape and all that stuff, that's huge stuff. So there are people that have this romanticism with early lineups of bands before they broke. Nobody more than me. I'm guilty of that myself. But you always have to take a step back from that and look at it from the business standpoint. Like, okay, that's great. Go do that and don't play Don't Stop Believin', and you're going to be playing to 100 people before you know it. People like me that love the Scorpions before they broke, the pre-No One Like You Scorpions, play those songs live. Nobody's going to those shows. So, yes, there's the purist, the hardcore, but then there's the commercial mainstream, and that is always going to win in the end. Who is in New York? Hey, Derek, thanks for waiting. What do you got?
Hey, Eddie, how you doing? I'm a big fan. I love your show. Long-time listener.
Thank you.
I was just wondering if you're going to go to the Ted Nugent show tomorrow in New York City at BB King's, because if you were, I would very much recommend you going a little earlier, because there's a great opening act. In fact, that's my band. We're direct support for Ted Nugent.
What's the name of the band, Derek?
And it's Derek Day, actually. It's my trio. It's like a power trio. We're like, hard rock, progressive modern rock. And we have a CD. We made one just for you.
Well, that's very nice of you, but if you email me, it's eddie@eddietrunk.com. I'll tell you where you can send it, because I will not be there tomorrow, because tomorrow is my birthday and I have family stuff.
Tomorrow's your birthday? That's awesome.
Yep, and I would love one of your CDs for my birthday, but I can't. That's not where I'm going to be. I live in New Jersey. I'm not going to be in New York because I got family stuff for that. And I'm going out of town Wednesday, so I had to be around Tuesday night. But Derek,
well, that's totally fantastic.
Yeah, I would love to go. I'd love. What's that, man?
I just hope you have a fantastic birthday. Actually, first of all,
thank you, Derek. Very kind of you, and I hope you have a great gig. Thank you for calling, and enjoy your evening with Uncle Ted. Normally, I would be there, but again, my schedule's getting a little nutty, and I'm going to be away most of the second half of this week and next week. So tomorrow is my only day for family birthday activity, and that is where I will be. Otherwise, I would gladly be seeing Ted with you. We were talking before about great replacement members. You can chime in on that if you want. Greg in Pennsylvania. Go ahead, Greg.
Eddie, love the show.
Thanks.
And a happy birthday for tomorrow.
Thank you.
I just think Kurt Hammett has done a great job. When I bought some of those cassettes in the 80s, I didn't even know that he, was a replacement member. And then someone told me about Mustaine and Megadeth, and I'm just so grateful. The first song I ever heard from Megadeth was Wake Up Dead, and I'm just grateful that both those bands are still around and powerhouses.
See, I look at replacement members because I feel you have to draw a line as far as where you're going to take the replacement member conversation starting point from. And I always look at what I consider to be the original lineup of a band to be the lineup that appeared and played on the first record they made. So going by that strict sort of rule, Kirk Hammett would not be a replacement member, even though we know he was and he replaced Dave Mustaine. I always start with what was the lineup on the first record. And the reason why you have to do that is because if you don't have some sort of line in the sand, then what ends up happening is you can go back to guys that were in versions like, Mustaine went on to great success with Megadeth. But if he hadn't, think about this. If Mustaine hadn't gone on to great success with Megadeth and just drifted into obscurity after he was fired from Metallica, nobody would ever be talking about Kirk Hammett being a replacement member, because nobody except for hardcore people would know who Dave Mustaine was.
Yeah, you're totally right. I mean, only if you're from the Bay Area.
Nobody talks about Ron McGovney, who was, Cliff Burton replaced in the band, right? Because Ron McGovney, unfortunately, never went on to do anything. So most people don't even know who Ron McGovney is. Thank you for the call. You see my point there, Greg. There were a lot of guys. There were other guys in Metallica. Lloyd Grant, I think, was the other guy. There were other guys in Metallica before the original lineup besides Dave Mustaine. But nobody ever talks about them because they didn't go on to any notoriety. It's a really interesting point if you think about it. You talk about Mustaine and Kirk Hammett being a replacement because Mustaine made such huge contributions to the band and went on to become famous in his own right. But had he not, it would have been in the same category as talking about other guys that were in a band before they got a record deal. Cliff in North Carolina. Hey, Cliff.
What's up, brother? Always a pleasure.
Thank you, man.
Speaking of Ron McGovney, he actually lives down here in North Carolina now.
Oh, yeah. And Metallica, when they went in the Hall of Fame, they were really cool about acknowledging all those guys and bringing them out and all that, which they always do that stuff so well.
Absolutely, man. Class act. But I'm not going to bore you with the obvious choices like Sammy and Brian Johnson and, Dio and all that. This past Friday, I actually saw an entire band of replacements. I went and saw Yes kick off the tour in Greensboro, and the guy they got singing now, because, Yes is pretty much all replacement members at this point. Even Steve Howe replaced the original guitarist Peter Banks.
Well, there are two versions of Yes. You saw the Steve Howe version?
Yes, sir. And I got to meet him, too, because I'm friends with a member of their entourage, so we got after-show meet and greets. And the guy, this is my third time seeing them with John Davis singing. And I got to tell you, man, you go see him, it's like listening to John Anderson circa 1972. The guy just knocks it out of the park, and so nice and humble. He's just a great guy. They couldn't, it's kind of like a situation with Queensryche where it's like, they found a guy who respects the legacy. You know what I mean? He's not up there trying to be his own thing. He knows his position in the band. You know what I'm saying? Kind of like Arnel Pineda.
Right.
Like that too.
Did Alan White play?
He did a little bit. They brought in Dylan Howe now. Jay Schellen wasn't with him on this tour. Steve's son Dylan, but. Alan got up and did a couple of songs, but we could actually see him whenever he wasn't playing. He would be sitting in a little easy chair behind Billy Sherwood's rig.
Right.
But he came out and did a good job. But I'm sad to say, man, I have a feeling that he's going to be. He might be one of the joining the growing list of retiring progressive rock drummers with Phil Collins and Neil Peart, Bill Bruford, and all them.
Right.
I don't think he's going to want to do it much longer.
Cliff, I got to run. Thank you for the call. Alan White, I spent some time with him on Cruise to the Edge last year when I broadcast from that. Was it last year or earlier this year? Whatever it was. And really nice man. He came on this show. We did this show from Cruise to the Edge, the prog cruise, if you remember, and Alan White came and sat with me. Really nice man. But he's older. He's got some back issues. And he was not playing the full set with Yes on that cruise, or really hasn't been. But it's cool that he's still physically on the road and still physically comes out and plays some. So, yes, with that lineup of Yes, that would mean Steve Howe is the one sort of, as you mentioned, technically, maybe not technically the guy, but certainly the one classic member. And then you've got the other Yes who have now taken the name. They used to go out under the name ARW, and now they've taken the name Yes as well. So another one of those scenarios where make sure you know what you're seeing, because there's two versions of the band using the name out there. Real quick, before we got to hit this break, too, he mentioned about the singer in Yes Now with Steve Howe kind of having the right demeanor and knowing his place on stage in that setting. And the other guy who I think does that very well, and I mentioned this a couple weeks ago, I went to see Queen just a couple weeks ago with Adam Lambert singing. And Adam Lambert said to the crowd, I know there's a lot of people out there saying, well, he's not Freddie Mercury. And he said to the crowd, he goes, no shit. Nobody's Freddie Mercury. He goes, I'm just trying to do the music justice. When guys take over high-profile gigs for major people, having that sort of demeanor, I think, is very beneficial to selling it to the crowd. It comes off very well. You're going to do the best you can, but you're not the guy. You're replacing somebody, in the case of Freddie Mercury, that isn't replaceable. But if you come at it the right way, most people will accept it and embrace it. Got to take a break. We'll come back. We got time for some more calls as we get closer to wrapping up on this Monday. Back into these calls real quick because we got a bunch of them coming in, and I'd love to get as many of you in as possible. Jamie in Kentucky picking up the conversation. Welcome, Jamie.
Happy early birthday, Eddie.
Thank you, Jamie. As I tell everybody, when you're my age, you don't rush it, but I appreciate it. I will. I'll savor this last. What do we got? Probably last about 8 hours of being 52 before the clock changes. Because I don't want to hear. I really wish we had Alex's reaction to tomorrow being my birthday on a drop as an ISO. Well, give it to Jamie again in case he wasn't listening earlier.
Oh man.
Oh. That's what he said, Jamie, when he found out my birthday was tomorrow. Oh man, like as almost as if to say, oh man, I hope you make it, you old bastard, till tomorrow.
I hope you're all right, dude.
All right,
Yeah.
You'll make it. You'll keep the rock and roll's keeping you young.
Trying, buddy. What do you got?
I saw 3 different concerts this year, and I noticed, how good the players were that weren't originals. Foreigner, Kelly Hansen, Journey, Arnel Pineda, and Kiss, especially Eric Singer. I think all those guys and Tommy Thayer are just doing a great job.
Well, they're all fine musicians, and they've all been in was it the first time you've seen all of those guys, Jamie?
No, those are my 3 favorite bands. I've seen Kiss 59 times, and I'm going to go see them in Chicago here in a few weeks. And
wait, they just played Chicago. Whoa. Hold on a second, Jamie. Didn't Kiss just play Chicago at that open air thing?
Yes, I went to that, and then they're playing another venue. It's a suburb of Chicago called Aurora. There's a River Edge Park there. They're going to have about 8,000 for that.
How far is that from where the Chicago open air was?
That's a 5-hour drive for me. I'm not good with the geography there. I know Aurora is about 40 miles west of Chicago.
See, now that's what I'm looking for. 40 miles? My God, I can't believe... I got to run, Jamie. Thank you for the call. I can't believe that the guys that did Chicago Open Air would allow one of their headliners to have a gig 40 miles away again. My gosh, I don't know how the people can do this. The amount of bands just pounding markets, and I don't know the nature of these deals. There's usually what they call a radius clause, and you can't play that close for this period of time before or after, whatever. I don't know. But anyway, Kelly Hansen has been singing in Foreigner for years, does a fine job. Arnel and Journey, fine job, been doing it for years. Tommy and Eric and Kiss, fine musicians, as I've said 10 billion times, nothing to do with them personally, nothing to do with their ability as players, but that is a situation that I will not embrace and not look at and cannot look at because they have not been allowed to be their own people. They have to do what others created, and that is not their fault. But for me, that is where a line is drawn in the sand when it comes to replacement members. Do your own thing, be your own person, do the material justice, great. But when you become impersonating what somebody else did, then that's where it loses me. Let's talk to Tim, who's in Ohio. Hey, Tim.
Hey. All right. Well, first, shout out to Todd, because the last 2 Queensryche albums are in my top 5 to 6 Queensryche albums. But that's not my pick. My pick is the greatest rock and roll band in the world, and I know I'm going to alienate myself from Zeppelin fans, the Rolling Stones. Ron Wood, I think, was perfect for the look and personality of the Stones. But Mick Taylor, those albums he's on are like the epitome greatest Stones albums. And then he also replaced Brian Jones because he kind of went like Sid Barrett on the cat. And then I want to bring up Sid Barrett being replaced by David Gilmour, which everybody loves.
Yeah, you're talking like the greatest of the greatest there. Interesting though, Tim. You said you put Stones up against Zeppelin. I think the common question is Stones or Beatles versus Stones or Zeppelin. That's kind of like where people throw that out.
I agree, but I consider Beatles more like pop rock, and I consider Stones like blues-based rock and roll, and then I would like to say Zeppelin's more blues-based rock and roll, but they also tie in that hard rock thing.
Right.
I don't know, just to nitpick it. But
okay, so removing Zeppelin, the eternal question: Stones or Beatles for you? It sounds like Stones.
Oh, definitely. I asked you that. I threw that at you. I was the one that also threw Soul Asylum, Pearl Jam at you. But
both easy answers for me. But all right, Tim. Thank you, man.
Happy birthday, man.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Thank you. Let's talk to Tim in Texas. Hey, Tim.
Hey, Eddie. Happy 53rd birthday.
Not yet. Tomorrow.
Well,
Don't push it. Don't push it.
Well,
come on. I'm savoring my spry years of 52 one last day.
Well, just try to stay out of jail, man. Hey,
my goal is to make it till 2 p.m. Eastern tomorrow so that I can do another show at 53. That's it.
Hey, talking about replacement frontmen, I love Ronnie James Dio as opposed to the Ozzy Sabbath, and I wanted to hear you talk about that.
Well, Tim, I've said that a lot. To me, I was introduced to Sabbath from Dio. Like, my first Sabbath record was Heaven and Hell. And I love the Sabbath Dio. It's criminal that that Dio was not included with Sabbath in the induction in the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. He should have absolutely been included in that in their induction. And
100%.
I think that I love the records he made with them as much, or in some cases more so, than some of the Ozzy records. I love and respect the stuff with Ozzy as well. I mean, it's iconic, but the stuff with Dio, there's a small contingency of people that like that even more.
I do. It's a different band almost.
Yeah, we were talking with Todd Latore a little while ago. I can tell you that Jeff Tate has been on my show in the past, and he is one of those guys who publicly has said that many times, that Sabbath Dio he doesn't even like Ozzy Sabbath. He's all about Dio Sabbath. Now, I don't go that far at all, but I understand people saying that. It was sort of a different band.
Yeah.
All right, Tim.
Band, actually.
I got to run. Thank you for the kind words. I appreciate it. Have a good day.
All right, you bet.
See you, man. Do we have time for one more or no, Alex? Time for one more? Let's go to Jay in Arkansas. Hey, Jay.
It's Jerry. Lawrence Galvin. To me, he's a perfect fit for Styx. I talked to him on your show a few weeks ago, going to see him in December. I mean, he's not Dennis DeYoung by no means, but I really like him. I think he's a good fit.
Well, Jerry, a lot of people do, but then again, and thank you for the call, we get a lot of people who called this show as recently as last week asking about DeYoung wanting to come back, and DeYoung was in the press saying he should be back and all that sort of stuff. So that's an interesting debate and conversation as well. We could get more into replacements, maybe even tomorrow. I'll let you know. I'm not sure what we're going to do tomorrow yet, or if I have a guest. Just keep an eye on the social media. Thanks to Alex. Thanks to Lauren. Thanks. Let's get to the calls. That's what it's about. It's about the free-for-all today. Our first caller is Mike in California. Mike, welcome to Trunk Nation. What's on your mind today?
Hey, buddy. Mike from NorCal.
Hey, Mike.
I thought I'd bring up an interesting topic at the top of the show. It's something you mention almost weekly, if not daily, and that's people pumping out just tons of music. So categorically, DIY music, do it yourself, bands like Dirty Honey and that. I mean, is that going to get any attention at all with your show? I mean, I know Sirius probably wants you just to plug just the sign bands, but, with this pandemic, can we open that category up for I mean, there might be some good bands and songs that just aren't, being discovered right now because, whatever.
Well, Mike, Dirty Honey was on this show probably 3 times so far in their existence.
I know that.
Yeah. I don't. To me, Mike. I don't. I say this unfortunately just because I used to work for a record label years ago, and I have a lot of friends that do. And I do think there's a detriment to what's happening today with all the gatekeepers being down and the flood of stuff. But I don't. My barometer for bands has nothing to do anymore with whether they have a record deal or not. To me, it's just if they're good or not, and I think my audience is going to care about them or not. I mean, that's all it comes down to. And Dirty Honey's a prime example of a band that, to my knowledge, is still not signed, but did incredibly well. But you got to keep it in perspective because, and I've said this about Dirty Honey in particular before, they may not have a traditional record deal and they might not be signed to a record label, but they have a team behind them. You don't get that sort of love at radio and that sort of love with live shows if you don't have seriously connected people at management levels and publicity levels and booking agent levels behind you. So they may not have a traditional record deal, but they've got the machine behind them that would be like a record company.
Yeah, you really don't need a record deal. What I'm saying is the exposure. So, I mean, I use Dirty Honey as an example because I think you even know one of their managers or whatever. But how about other bands who are trying to get traction? Will that be like a category that you're trying to open up, like discover new bands on your show? And I'll let you answer, and I'll talk to you soon. Thanks, man.
Thanks, Mike. Have a good weekend. I understand what Mike is saying, but I don't look at it that way. Like if something comes to me that's really great or that I really like, it used to be. It's weird if you think about it because usually one of the first things you say is, "Oh, what label are they on?" But you don't even say that anymore because it's kind of not relevant. It's almost like you might say who's managing them, who's working publicity on them. But there are a number of bands that I've talked about and embraced and liked just because I think they're really good at what they're doing. There's a band called my friend is managing them. The guy called into this show. He got through one day. Blackheart Saints. They're from Houston area. They're on this show if it happens that I'm supposed to host in October in Houston at Warehouse Live. They don't have a deal. I like what they did. I like what they were doing very much. There's a band, I think, out of Atlanta called Like Machines. Like everything I've heard from them so far, no deal. I don't even think they've got anything behind them, maybe a publicist. So the whole world is sort of DIY. Even bands that have record deals, some of the record deals are, you could say questionable, because here's the other thing, if we're being honest, there's some record companies that'll put out literally anything and everything, and then you can just make up a record company. I mean, I get records sent to me sometimes and the label is just a name that somebody came up with to make it look like it's a record company. It's really one guy in his house somewhere. So the whole walls have come crashing down. It's all pretty irrelevant now. It just, you got to be able to do your homework to say, yeah, that's good, that's valid, that's worthy, and that's just junk. And it just puts more work on you as a fan to make those decisions because there's so much to go through. And honestly, it puts more work on people like me in my position that can talk about or play or promote new bands and really wants to, because instead of getting hit with maybe 3 or 4 releases a week, you may have as much as 30 or 40 releases a week coming your way in one shape or another, via a file, a download, a YouTube post, a link, a physical CD, whatever. So it's very time consuming, and you've got to really be able to take the time to go through it. I'll be honest with you, I don't have the time to go through everything, so it helps sometimes if somebody gets in my ear, whether it be you guys or somebody in the industry, and says, hey, did you check out whatever? This might work for you. And then obviously you do still have you still do have the major labels, and there are still people behind those that work the big bands or the developing bands. That band I had on a week or two ago, young band, Broken Love. I had the kid Justin on from that band. That was 2 weeks ago. They do have a record deal, but they had somebody independently working the record. I would have never heard of him. And he sent me the link. He said, I think this is something that you're going to like. And he was right. And that's why I shared it with you guys, because I thought it was good. My only criteria for getting behind a band and sharing it with you guys is that I genuinely like it and think you will too, and think it's worth your time. There's no other formula for it. It's nothing, it's like the old cliche, I can't be bought. You guys have too much trust in me to do that. You know how many times people have said to me, hey, can you give us a great quote about this record so that we could put it on the back of the jacket or whatever? And I've listened to the record and said something is that good. Can't do it. Thank you. I'm sorry. Respectfully, good luck with the record, and that's it. So that's it. Whether it's DIY, whether it's major label, whether it's indie label, these days, unfortunately, all those walls are down. And the reason why I say unfortunately is because I think that sometimes we need some gatekeepers because there's just too much out there. It's just really nuts. And it's very hard to navigate sometimes. Let's get Jeff in Virginia in here. Hey, Jeff.
Hey, Eddie, long time. Sorry, it's been a while since I haven't called, but with everything going on, I just haven't felt like calling, but I've been listening. Thank you so much for everything you do. You're the only pretty much positivity I have going on in my life right now. But let me get straight to the point. Ed, you had said a while back before the pandemic that you might consider for another top 20, we would do a Metallica. Is that still possibly in the works this year? Maybe sometime in the near future?
You know what, Jeff? I'm sorry you haven't been feeling well lately, and I'm sorry you haven't called, and I hope you're feeling better. And you know what, Jeff? You, my friend, for calling in, and hopefully this will lift your spirits just a little bit. You have just made that executive decision for us here on Trunk Nation. I will now say the next one we do will be Metallica.
Thank you so much, Eddie. I really, really appreciate that. I was playing with my dog right quick at my farm, and he ran behind me. He's a golden retriever, and he knocked me down, and I twisted and broke my leg and fractured my fibula, and so I got 2 rods in my ankle, so I'm out of work for a month, so already having to deal with the quarantine and everything. So, yeah, but look, anyway, I know you've got a plethora of callers. One quick thing, Ed, man, I ask you too right quick. Do you think possibly, too, in the near future, would you ever consider doing something like with the Kiss solo albums, too, as well, like maybe the top 20 songs from each album? I don't know if a previous caller may have mentioned that earlier in the week. I had heard, I thought, like, something to that effect. But I think that would be really cool because you know how much your audience, including myself included, love Kiss.
Yeah, that's not a crazy idea. Yeah, that's not a crazy idea, Jeff. I don't know. Here's the thing, though, on that. If we did that, I would maybe do it as a special show, and we would do it with a 10 instead of 20. Make it a little harder.
We did something like that.
We did that very spontaneously. I think it was Tishy and John 5 and those guys were in the studio. I remember I was in L.A. And it just came up out of nowhere, and we all just started putting together our records right on the spot. But we didn't turn it over to the audience, so to speak. But I think because that's what we were doing. We were saying, can we make one great Kiss record out of the songs on the 478 solo records and sequence it and everything? So I think, Jeff, the more fun way and more challenging way to do it would be to apply it like that. Say, make one great record. You got 10 songs out of, say, the 20 spread out on, or the 40 spread out on the 4 records, and come up with one great record out of those 4. That's the way we'll do it, and I think it's a great idea, and we'll just do it as a side thing from a traditional top 20.
Ed, thank you so much. And again, I really appreciate everything that you and your staff and Explosive Ed do, because I'm telling you, I would have canceled my subscription a long time ago if it wasn't for your show. Thank you. God bless. And long live rock and roll. Thank you.
Jeff, you too, man. Take care of yourself, man. Feel better. Thank you so much for listening. I appreciate it. And look, man, what we do is trivial in the big picture of what's going on in the world today. But if it helps people and it makes them feel better, and why not? And hell, we're due to do Metallica anyway. I can't believe we didn't get to Metallica yet. So there you go. As anointed by Jeff today on this 5th day of June, our next Trunk Top 20 will be Metallica. And now I'll just figure out when we're going to do it. I mean, we're still coming off of Priest, so let's give another week or two to recover from Priest, and then we'll set in gears the timetable for Metallica. And who knows? I'll reach out to the Metallica guys. I'm directly in touch with all of them except James. I know James, but I don't have a line to him. But I'll, much like I did with KK and Ripper, I will reach out to Lars and Kirk and Robert and see if they would like to contribute a top 20. Even Jason Newstead, I can hit him up, and maybe we can get. I think that was endlessly fascinating to look at KK's list. So we'll start brainstorming that. Thank you, Jeff in Virginia. We got to take a break. We'll come back. More of your calls. We're going till 4 Eastern live with a free-for-all well underway here on Trunk Nation on Volume. Back and squeezing a few calls before we have to hit our top of the hour. Let's say hello to Joe, who is in Nebraska. Hey, Joe.
Yes, sir.
Welcome, Joe. You're on the air.
God of rocker. You are the god of rock and roll knowledge, my man. I have been following you since you had that metal show.
Thank you so much, Joe. I appreciate that very much. I feel your inclusion in a sweeper coming up sometime down the road with that statement. But thank you. I appreciate it.
Yeah. Not a problem, buddy. Hey, I want you to check out this kid. I first seen him on America's Got Talent. His name is Paige Farrant, Farrant. He's a 10-year-old kid, and I listened to some of his playing, and I'm going to tell you something. This guy could stand on stage with Slash and probably go right along with Slash. He's that good. He was on stage with Carlos Santana, playing with Santana. And the kid, I listened to him rip. He shredded Comfortably Numb. He shredded Princess on Purple Rain. This kid will blow you away.
What's his name again, Joe?
He's only Paige Farrant, T-A-J Farrant, Farrant. If you go to Facebook and you hit videos on Facebook, you'll be able to listen to him. But I'll tell you what, move over, Slash. There's a new sheriff coming in town.
Joe, thank you for the call and the kind words. I appreciate it, man. Have a good weekend. We'll check him out.
Yeah, you too. Bye.
See ya. Bye-bye. There's Joe in Nebraska. Here's the thing. I've said this 1,000 times, and he's saying the name is spelled T-A-J, so it's probably Taj is how you would say is maybe the pronunciation. But anyway, I've said this 1,000,000 times. The internet, and this is no disrespect to Taj or any other guitar player who's great technically at 10 years old. But what makes a great guitar player a complete entity as a great guitar player and a great talent is the ability to also create and write songs. Slash is rightfully a guitar god because he's a great guitar player, but he's also part of a great band that wrote great songs. You know, the Lick and Sweet Child of Mine, Welcome to the Jungle, pick whatever you want. To me, that ability is more incredible and more impressive and even more important than anything. Jimmy Page, rightfully regarded as a guitar god. But look at what he wrote and produced. Eddie Van Halen, guitar god. Look at what he wrote and produced. So it's beyond just the ability to be a great player. Now, obviously, this kid's 10 years old. We'll see if he develops into that. But to me, you got to be the total package, and it's more than just the ability to, quote-unquote, shred. Top of the hour, remembering Steve Priest with some sweet phones right now. And we pick up the discussion with Jason, who is in North Carolina. Welcome, Jason.
Hey, Eddie, how you doing?
I'm good, bud. What do you got today?
I just want to tell you thank you for the new song that Jesse the Priest put out. In
it didn't fall from the sky.
Yes, I loved it, and I'm a truck driver, and I've been out for a month now, and I've been going through this pandemic, and going through grocery stores and everything like that, and trying to help everybody out. So I'm really glad Jesse Dupree did that.
Well, thank you for what you do, Jason, and I also am glad that Jesse acknowledged the good work that all you guys do that are driving trucks. And as I've said before, having been part of satellite radio now for about 20 years, I remember the early days of this, and you guys were the first adapters to this platform. And for a long time, seemingly every person we talked to was a truck driver, because you guys were really big supporters of satellite radio from the get-go. So thank you for that, and thank you for the good work you do.
Thank you, Eddie, and I've been following you since that metal show, and I hope you bring that metal show back.
So do I. It's not in my control, but I appreciate you saying that. What did you want to bring up today, Jason?
Oh, I just want to tell you thanks for Jesse Dupree's new song, and you and Ed keep up the good work, and you guys are really, that's why I listen to your show every single day from 2 to 4, and because you always talk about new rock and get me turned on to new music.
Well, very cool. We appreciate that, Jason. You drive safe and have a good weekend, okay? Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Bye-bye. Jason, the truck driver, checking in. Check out Jesse James Dupree's song, It Didn't Fall From the Sky. We had Jesse on a couple weeks ago, and it's his tribute to the truck drivers who, again, it can kind of be hard to, it's easy to have it be lost in what's gone on in the past week or two, but we are still in a pandemic. There are still people that are struggling. There are still people financially in bad shape. There are still people out of work, and certain parts of this country are in serious lockdown still. Here today in New Jersey, the governor saying that it will be a health emergency in this state for at least another 30 days. We still have a tremendous amount of people hospitalized and battling COVID-19. It is still very much an issue that unfortunately is hanging in there in a lot of parts of the country. So be safe. And, when you go to those stores, it's the truck drivers that are still out there, like Jason and the others, that are working to keep the shelves stocked and keep us with the things that we need. So you cannot underestimate the importance of people like that. 844-686-5863, 844-6-VOLUME. Let's go to Cliff in also in North Carolina. Cliff, been a little while. How are you, man?
It's been a long time, my friend, and I am also a truck driver, so...
Well, thank you, sir. We appreciate it.
And I appreciate you, Eddie, man. You keep us company out here. Hey, look, real quick, I missed the opening of the show. I know you were talking about Steve Priest passing. Did you happen to mention Rupert Hine, who was a one-time Rush producer? Did you mention him?
We did, actually. Yeah, Ed had that in the news, and we did hit that as well. It's two sad losses in the last 24 hours. Rupert did Roll the Bones, I think, right?
Yes,
he did,
and Presto.
He did Presto and Roll the Bones, yes.
Yeah, I mean, if I'm being honest, not my favorite two Rush albums by any stretch, but obviously a talented producer for what he certainly did. And his contributions were way beyond Rush. He did a lot of other things as well.
Yeah, he brought them back to a little more rock and sound, even though those records were thinly produced. They started that was the turning point when they started stripping away the keyboards a little bit and letting the guitar shine a little more. I think those albums could do with a remix, man. They need to beef them up. But anyway, I won't hold you up because I know you got a bunch of calls, but I've been dying to get to my Priest Top 20.
Yeah, well, before you do that, Cliff, speaking of remixing those records, consider this. It's not a completely insane idea when you consider they did do it with Vapor Trails. So it's not like it's unprecedented that they might go back and revisit some things. I've always took the position when it comes to remixing records or classic records, I don't mind doing it. I don't mind hearing it as a fan. I don't mind if they do it as a fan, but as long as the original version is left available. And I wouldn't mind. Like, there's a bunch of records I'd like to see get a remix from a lot of different bands that I like as just an alternative, just for something fun to hear what it would sound like, but never at the expense of the original, because I think most fans agree even though artists might dislike something about a way a record was mixed or recorded, we've lived with it 10, 20, 30, 40 years. It's what we know. It's what we like. We like the record for it. So you never want to get rid of it completely. But I love when people mess around with some of their catalog, as long as they make sure the original version is still intact.
I totally agree, and I think Metallica dropped the ball on that in Justice for All deluxe box, because they could have done something like that too. But
I would have loved if they've done. I would have loved if they did that. I thought that would have been a great opportunity to do that. That was the one everybody was kind of waiting and see. And the next time I have Lars on, I'm going to ask him if they even entertain that idea. But again, that's Cliff. I'll let you read your list, but real quick on that, the fascinating thing about that is that people love Injustice for All and the way it sounds. Like, it's crazy. Like, the record literally has like hardly any bass on it, but there are people that think that sonically it's an amazing record and have grown to love the way it sounds. So it's hard to sort of figure, you can't make everybody happy.
Dude, I was in hell a few years ago. I used to be in a Metallica tribute, and every now and then we would cover one of their albums, and we got to Justice. I literally had to scour the internet looking for references, because even as good as it is, the Seattle 89 does not have the entire album. It's only got a few songs, so like, I was going nuts. I'm like, I don't know what to play here.
Oh, you're the bass player? You were the bass player in the band, Cliff?
Yes, I was.
Oh, yeah. You could have sat the Injustice stuff out. You could have went and had a beer.
Well, a friend of mine sent me that CD, Injustice for Jason, so I was able to figure it out.
Yeah. All right, man. Hit me with your list real quick. Go ahead.
All right, here you go. The Ripper era needed to be represented. I love those records, although not enough to dominate a top 20. I did feel it needed to be represented. So with that, number 20, I got Cathedral Spires. I put it right there with any classic Priest. Moving down one, Ram It Down, the title track to the highly underrated 1988 album. From that, the closing song on Turbo, Reckless. I don't know what it is about that song. It always puts me in a good mood. From there...
Go real quick. Cliff, I got a ton of calls, bud, so just go real quick. Run them all down for me, okay?
Okay, will do. So after that, let's see, we got Steeler, A Touch of Evil, Eat Me Alive, Better By You, Better Than Me, Sinner, Live, Out in the Cold, Take These Chains, Delivering the Goods, Desert Plains, Rapid Fire, Jawbreaker, Victim of Change is Live, Stained Class. My number 4, KK had it on his list also, and it's also from the Ram It Down album, Blood Red Skies. Screaming for Vengeance. Number 2, Beyond the Realms of Death, and my number 1 Priest song is The Sentinel. Thank you, Eddie. I love you. I'll talk to you soon, all right, brother?
Be safe, Cliff. Thank you very much, man. Have a good weekend. Somebody yesterday had, we had another Priest call in yesterday. Somebody had Ram It Down, the song, as their number 1 overall Priest song. It's fascinating, and that's why Judas Priest, and this is why I say this all the time when people hit me with bands to do for top 20s, that's why Judas Priest was so good to do for a top 20. Look at the variety of the catalog. Look at how expansive it is. Then you've got the couple records with a different singer. Does somebody include that? You've got the Turbo period, the Ram It Down period, the Painkiller stuff. You got the concept record with Nostradamus. Do people include that? It's really interesting. He also had Better By You, Better Than Me, which a couple people had, which is a song Priest didn't even write, but people like that one, and it's come up a couple times. It just those are the bands, and Metallica will be that. We just anointed earlier in this show that we're going to do Metallica next. And Metallica checks every box, even though in terms of lineup changes, you're only looking at bass player changes, which are significant, from Cliff Burton to Jason Newsted to currently with Robert. But you are looking at changes in the music they made. Throw the Lou Reed record in there. I mean, that's one I can't wait to see. You guys can start thinking about this now. Is anybody going to include anything from Lulu? Are we actually going to have some lunatic that's going to put a song from Lulu in their top 20? Is anybody going to put anything from Saint Anger? Is anybody going to put anything from Load or Reload?
Anniversary of Saint Anger.
Or I thought it was Load.
Oh, Load was yesterday. Today's Saint Anger.
Oh, well, every
Talk
day's
about a 1-2 punch.
Every day's the anniversary of something. If you think about it. So,
or you know what? You talk about perhaps not until this point in time, and maybe Van Halen with some of their biggest hits, but a band so heavily influenced or so heavily steeped in covers. Where do those songs rank?
Well, that's a good point, because you have got complete records of cover songs from Metallica, the Garage Inc. stuff, so that's, and in some cases, something like Am I Evil, Metallica is known way more for it than Diamond Head or whoever else they covered, the Misfits or Budgie or whatever it was. So most people know those songs from Metallica's version. Do they show up even though they're covers? And we saw that a little bit with Judas Priest, because Green Manalishi and Diamonds and Rust are two much-loved Priest songs that are actually covers. Most people don't even know that, but they are. So the same thing sort of applies to Metallica. As you can see, we're still getting some residual Priest lists trickle in, so we're going to put a little space out, and then we'll get into doing the next 20, which will be Metallica. And I do like that idea a previous caller had about doing... we won't do it as a top 20, but we'll just do it as a show one day of making a great Kiss record out of the 4 78 solo records, and everybody coming up with their track listing. And I think it'll be fun to sequence that, too, and do like an actual running order. Let's say hello to Corey in Michigan. Welcome, Corey.
Hey, thank you, Eddie. Hey, what are the chances of Sebastian Bach and Tom Kiefer getting back with their bands?
Well, there's two very, very, very big differences in those situations, Corey. In the situation of Tom Kiefer is that band being Cinderella, in the sense that Tom Kiefer wrote every song, sang every song, and played much of the guitars on every song, and controls and owns Cinderella. Completely different story with Sebastian Bach. He did not write the majority of the songs. He does not own the name Skid Row. So it's a completely different story, meaning that it's not Sebastian Bach's decision. That band is owned and controlled by Snake and Rachel, the guitar player and bass player in Skid Row. In the case of Kiefer, it's completely... If Tom woke up tomorrow and said, I want to go out as Cinderella again, and he calls the other guys, he could do it. It's not Sebastian's call. So they're two very, very different circumstances.
Awesome. And then one more for your top 20. Do a top 20 on the Big Four. I appreciate it. Love you, man, and have a great weekend.
Thank you, Corey. You too. Not a bad idea. We could get into doing that, too, at some point, although Metallica, of course, is an extension of that, but that would be tough. 20 songs total from Metallica, Megadeth, Slayer, Anthrax? Wow. Fun idea, but difficult as hell. Because you could go right down that list and say you could do straight-up top 20s. We're going to do Metallica. You could easily do Megadeth. You could do Anthrax. You could do Slayer, for sure. So each of the Big Four could get their own respective top 20s, but to do it all in one pot would be very, very difficult. To answer his question, though, about the Cinderella, him asking about Cinderella and Skid Row with Sebastian again, like I said, very different scenarios from a business standpoint as to who makes that call. Sebastian has been very open about wanting to do Skid Row again. The other guys, not so much. Came close a couple times, died for whatever reason, never happened. But he does not control that. He does not own the band or the name, and it's not his call. Kiefer totally does, and Tom is completely committed to doing his solo record and his solo band. He loves the band he has. If you've ever seen them live, they're great, and probably 60 to 70% of the show is Cinderella songs. And I get, and look, we talk all the time about this business is driven by money, and most of the decisions made are based on money, but there are a few that aren't. And both of those situations are prime examples of two rare instances where there's the money is not the driver, meaning that Kiefer knows, even though he bills himself as Cinderella's Tom Kiefer, he knows that if he called Eric and Jeff and Fred and went out under the name Cinderella, that it's going to be more money. The guarantees and venues are going to be bigger. It's just the way it works. He knows that. He's not stupid. He's a smart guy. Same with Snake and Rachel. They know, they're not stupid. They know that if they announced tomorrow Sebastian was their lead singer again and they were going out, their business would triple or quadruple in terms of attendance and money being offered. But that is not the driver for them. For in both cases, to both of those artists that control those brands, what's important to them in their mind, in their view, is the comfort and working environment that they're currently working in. That they don't feel, even though there's potentially double, triple the amount of money on the table versus with business they do now, to them it's not worth it because they're happy and content and drama-free and calling the shots. And it's just, you reach a point when you get a little older where it's just like, you know what? To not deal with things, and we got a situation that's working and everybody's kind of happy and there's no drama or craziness, we'd rather do that than make the extra money. Now, eventually, sometimes that works and that's the way it rolls for a little while. But then everybody, as I say all the time, usually everybody's got their number. And you throw a crazy number, somebody out there in the world throws a crazy enough number at the agent for these bands, they're going to bite. Eventually, they may bite. So it's not about money for some artists until a certain point, and there's nothing that builds demand and interest and offers more than staying away and not doing something. And then, everything happens. JJ French from Twisted Sister was on with me. I did something a week ago, a live stream thing last weekend for David Ellison for Mark Weiss's book. And JJ was on the live stream that when we were talking. And JJ brought up the story of when I reunited Twisted Sister in 2001 for a benefit that I put together for 9/11 victims called New York Steel. And that was the first time Twisted Sister reunited and played in 13 years. And JJ said this on this broadcast a week ago. And he said, we were completely adamant that we were doing the one show for the charity, and that was it. We were not playing again at all going forward. What happened? They played the gig for me as a charity, no money involved. They just did it for the right cause. And then as soon as people saw that they actually played, all of a sudden they started getting these huge offers rolling in, predominantly from Europe, because Twisted Sister's way bigger in Europe than they are in America. That relaunched their career. They went out for like a decade and played massive festivals around the world, made a ton of money. They had no intention of doing that. But once people saw they did it for something, then, of course, that stokes the fire. So I would never say never personally in either of those situations, but the mindset of the people in those bands now that control those bands is that I would, in both cases, is I'd much rather do what we're doing now without a regard for how much of a drop-off or change in business there is, because creatively they're happy and they view it as a drama-free situation. All right, let's get a break. We'll come back. More of your calls talking about anything you want in the world of rock. It's Eddie Trunk, Trunk Nation here on Volume. Yeah, back to the calls. A lot of good stuff going on. A lot of great calls coming in. 844-686-5863, 844-6-VOLUME. I'll try to pick it up a little bit quicker to get as many in as possible before we wrap up towards the top of the hour. Let's go to Steve, who's in Jersey. He's been waiting a while. Thank you, Steve, for your patience. You're on.
How you doing, Ed? Fellow Jersey guy. Listened to you since the early 80s when you started. You were the only guy who played hits back then on the radio, back on the station in New Jersey, your former station that you were on.
DHA, yeah. What band did you say I played? The only one I played?
You were the only one who played Kiss in the area back then. They were kind of like a dead subject back there on New York radio, and you were the only local place that played them.
Yeah, that's true. I remember, it might be hard for people to understand how radical there was at one point to actually play Kiss on the radio, but when I first started in radio in 83, it was not the thing to do. And I was such a fan, I went right through that period and kept pounding it out. So thank you, Steve. Thank you for listening for almost 40 years now. I appreciate that. What's on your mind today?
No, the ever-continuing saga with John Sykes, the question. I mean, this guy is so talented, and it's mind-boggling. This guy don't go out and, jam with anybody, jump up on stage. I know he did that Bob Daisley album. He guested on that. He Still Got the Blues, but it's crazy. This guy don't work and do anything. He was on one of the biggest albums, the White Snake, and then his stuff with Thin Lizzy. It's crazy.
It is hard to figure, and I'm asked about it a lot, Steve, because I do know him and I am in touch with him. And as I've said before on this show, there was a long, long time where I really was on John to the point that I went out to his house a few times where I really was on him to play because he's one of my favorite players. He was on my top 5 list when we did guitar players. I mean, that's how much I love him. But I also reached a point where I just was like, you know what? You can't get water from a stone. The guy's got to want to do it. And I just backed off big time on that because it just was just like, chasing your tail a little bit. And I agree. I love the guy. It's baffling. He has a complete studio solo record done. It's probably been done 7-8 years at least. When I tell you done, right down to the album cover, it's done. And he just has not put it out. That version of Still Got the Blues they recorded on the Daisley record, my understanding is that was actually recorded 5 years before they even put it out. And I was in touch with him. I emailed him not long ago wishing him a happy birthday, but I don't push him anymore on the music. I can't. It's got to have to want to come from him, and I don't really understand what the holdup is. Every time you ask him, it's always a different thing. Well, my manager or my record label or my agent or what have you. And I've said this so many times, not just with John, but with others as well. It's very, very hard when you sit out of the music business for that long, when you try to get back into it, because it's virtually impossible. It's almost unrecognizable to the business that you were in the last time you were active in it. It's so different now what you need to do, whether it's social media or the importance of a record label. There's guys out there that are so disconnected, they think that they're still going to get these huge 6-figure advances and get $500,000 to make a record and $200,000 to make a video. And that business is all gone. It's not the way it's built anymore. And some people just can't get their heads around that. I'm not saying that's all it is with John, but the longer you sit out, the harder it is to process getting back into it.
Yeah, definitely. And, the relevance, you would think, it's definitely, I agree, he's definitely in the top 5, and, not really relevant. And, his career, he could have been so much bigger probably if he would have been consistent and, different. But yeah, even a future thing that maybe do his top 10 solos as a trunk thing one day throughout his whole career, even back to Thin Lizzy and everything, his solo days.
I just wish he'd give us, Steve. I just wish he'd give us a few more of them to throw in the pot from the last 20 years.
I agree.
To include, I mean, there's nothing there. Unfortunately, it's really sad if you're a fan like you and I are, and I just don't know what to tell people when they ask me about it because it's a bit baffling to me. And I know the guy, and I love the guy. I'm not saying this in any negative sense. No, he doesn't want to do it. He doesn't have to do it, but it's such a different business. And I know, and thank you, Steve, for the call. I know people who, my God, I mean, I could do weeks of shows about John, just in people in the industry who have signed him, wanted to manage him, have gone out there and met with him, and it just doesn't happen, to the point that he signed a record deal a couple years ago with this Australian label, Golden Robot. If you go on that record label's website, they still list him as being signed. And then John puts out a statement he's not putting the record out with them, but the label's still telling you that it is coming out through them. It's nuts. It's really, really, really hard to figure. But I last saw him a little over a year ago at NAMM, and it was great to see him. I love the guy. I love him personally. It's just, I don't know. It's almost like, the ship has sailed. I mean, not that he can't get it back if he wanted to, but whether it's doing Blue Murder again, whether it's doing solo, whatever. And look, he's had some offers, man. I don't know how many people know this, but when Guns N' Roses were looking for a guitar player, he went in and auditioned, I believe, and was, in the conversation. Way before this reunion, obviously, when they were going through Buckethead and Bumblefoot and DJ Ashba and all those different guys they had in during that period. Yeah, he was almost in there at one point. So there's a lot of other people that admire his playing and joining, even the potential of joining a big band, but it just doesn't happen. And I've told the story before. The Winery Dogs, a band that I was at the center of bringing together, was originally going to be John. And they got to the point where they made some demos, and then John didn't want to move and do it. So I plugged in Richie, and then they wrote completely different songs, and that band became that band. But there's been whether it be a supergroup situation like that, whether it be an established band, whether it be firing up Blue Murder, it's endless what he could be doing, but you gotta want to do it and put the work in and get your fingers dirty and go after it. And sometimes guys just lose that passion to do it at that level because, again, they see what the business is now and they're so floored, like, what? That it's hard for them to embrace it. We'll keep our fingers crossed, but unfortunately not overly optimistic on that front. Let's say hello to Mark, who is in Canada, joining us next here on Trunk Nation. Hi, Mark.
Hey, Eddie, how are you doing? Long-time listener, first-time caller. Hope all is well with you and your family during this time as well. I had to change my question. I didn't know you were so connected to John Sykes, which is sort of, I want to just change my questions here. But the first question I have, I'll have two questions, then I'll hang up and listen to your answers. First question I had is I remember listening to an interview with Joe Elliott, and he said when the last Def Leppard album came out, they were shopping it around to different labels, and I think it was Frontiers Records distributed their last album, and I always wondered how much nowadays would an established band like Def Leppard, how much would they get from a label now, like just the way the industry's changed, how much would they get to make that album for that, or have the label buy that album from them? So that's question number one. And question number two actually relates to John Sykes. That's why I have to change it. How close was he actually? I remember in 91 reading in, this is all pre-internet when I was still in high school, in 91 reading Parader and Circus Magazine. I remember there were always these rumors that John Sykes was going to join Def Leppard to replace Steve Clark. And I was wondering, just because you know him so well, I never knew that before, but how close was he actually to joining Def Leppard? I'll hang up and listen to your answers. Thank you very much. Stay healthy, patient, and positive during these times, man.
Thanks, Mark. You too. I appreciate that very much. Thank you. First thing on Sykes with Def Leppard. Yeah, he was in that conversation. I'll give you another one he was in. He was in the conversation to be in Dio when they were making Holy Diver, the original version of the band. He was considered to be in that band before they had Vivian Campbell. The two finalists for the Dio guitar position back in 83 was John Sykes and Vivian Campbell. And Sykes had already started to do stuff, I guess, with Thin Lizzy at that time, and they just couldn't lure him away, and they just didn't feel it was worth doing because he already had a solid gig. And Vivian was like an 18-year-old kid, and they loved him as well, so Vivian ended up taking that gig. Yep, there was talks about Sykes with Leppard when Steve Clark died. As I mentioned, Guns N' Roses, he was in there on, jamming with them a little bit. It's endless. I don't know how close it came with Sykes and Leppard. I would have to ask Joe the next time we have him on. I just don't know. But there's so many things out there for John if he wants to do it. And there's so many people that are fans of his playing, I think more so than he knows. And he has to really just want to do it, whether it's putting one of his old bands together again or joining a band. And the thing about it is, and I said this to him, he should own what he's done. In other words, like, there's a lot of people still in this world that don't know that 87 record and Still the Night and all that is John Sykes. There's a ton of people that think that song is Vivian Campbell and Adrian Vandenberg and Rudy Sarzo and Tommy Aldridge. None of them are on the recording. So if he got back out there and was active doing press and everything, he could sort of reclaim what he's done a little bit, which a lot of people in the mainstream still don't know. Your other question on an album advance for a band like Def Leppard, well, first of all, the label Frontiers, to my knowledge, did not put out a Def Leppard album. What they put out, if I recall, was one of the many Def Leppard live DVD album combo sets. So it wasn't a studio record that they released from them. It was just one of these live sets, which Def Leppard has a lot of those, of these live concert DVDs. But a band like Def Leppard, they're not really beholden to looking for an advance on a record because they don't need it. They need distribution. They need production if you're putting it out physically, albums, CDs, whatever. That's what they need. A band like Def Leppard has enough money and resources that they can go into a studio, and Joe Elliott has his own studio in Ireland, where they can go in and make the record and not need advance money to do it. Because here's the thing about getting an advance for an album from a record company. You got to pay it back. So if a record company gives you $100,000 or $500,000 or $300,000 as an advance for your record, you have to pay that back, and you don't see profit on the record sales until that money is paid back first. So the bigger bands, they don't need an advance. They're wealthy. They've got all the money in the world. They can go into any studio, make the record themselves, and then present it for a distribution deal to a potential record label. And then that's where you would be negotiating terms. And those terms are more about what cut do you get versus what cut do I get. More splits than advance money, because if you're a big band, you don't need advance money. That's why in the last 10 years, you started seeing a lot of bands do those exclusive deals with, like, say, Walmart. If you're the Eagles or you're Kiss or you're Aerosmith, you can go and make a record on your own, borrow no money from anyone because you don't need to. You've got the completed product, and then you say, okay, what am I going to do with this? How am I going to put it out? And then you could go to a massive retailer like a Walmart and just say, that's our distribution channel if you want to physically go buy it there. And that's exactly what some artists did. But they didn't take money from Walmart to make the record. So you really need a record deal and advance money if you're a newer act, a developing band, or you're just not in a financial position to front paying for making a great sounding record. Or you need some help making videos and you need some money for that. But if you got all the resources and money in the world, you don't need to go taking the money, because it's basically like taking a loan and you got to pay it back. And the one reason why a lot of artists hold off on, even younger artists will hold off on taking record deals, is because now the deals they're being offered are what's called 360 deals, where the label, when you make the deal, not only do they get a piece of your sales, but they also get a piece of your touring, a piece of your merch, And that's something that most artists do not want to give up because that's the bread and butter. So because of that, some even younger artists, if they can find a way to make music, are holding off on even taking any sort of record deal because they don't want to be beholden to having one company have a piece of everything they generate revenue-wise. We got to take a break. We'll come back. Final segment. A few more calls coming up right after this on Trunk Nation on Volume. More calls before we say goodbye for the week. And
don't forget to point out the Mr. Bungle song we played into the break, by the way.
That was Mr. Bungle going into break, which features Dave Lombardo from Slayer and Scott Ian from Anthrax. And, man, today's new music was more of on the extreme tip, huh? From the Tommy Lee stuff to the Portnoy's Kids Band to Mr. Bungle, definitely more of the extreme end of the rock spectrum.
Listen,
John in New York.
Sweet? This ain't the show.
And then you get a little sweet in there to close it out, remembering Steve Priest. Go ahead, John.
True.
Hey, what's going on? I'm glad you just mentioned Sweet because it was awesome to see them in Houston that day, and to think that we lose them 3 years later. I enjoyed that show, even though it was just him, but I thought the singer brought a lot to it, and it was neat to hear that music. That
singer, John, is a shout out to him. That is Paulie Z, who hosts a jam in L.A. at the Whiskey. I think it's every Tuesday night. An old friend. He had a band called ZO2. His brother was David Z, the bass player who was tragically killed in that horrific car accident when he was on tour a few years ago. So that was Paulie Z. He was singing in Sweet, and I believe the guitar player in that lineup that we saw was Mitch Perry, who's a great guitar player, who's played with so many people, actually has his own record coming out soon.
Yeah.
That was a pretty cool lineup, and Steve, of course, being the sole original guy, but it was a fun day.
Yeah, it was. That was an awesome day. Quick point before I get to my thing. Do you think Lillian Axe was a one-hit or a band that should have been, or do you think that they had pretty good success? And after you, I want to know if you'll ever consider doing a real top 20 of a band called Bay City Rollers.
A Bay City Rollers top 20 you want? I mean,
that one. All we know is that CTUR DIY.
Oh my God! I don't know if I don't think
I had to throw that in there. Do you know if any of the guys that listen to you actually have Sirius XM? Any of the musicians?
Sure.
Do you ever ask them if they have it or anything?
Yeah, tons of them do, actually. Tons of musicians. Yeah, tons of musicians. Thank you, John, for the call. Tons of musicians, tons of artists and actors and people in the entertainment industry certainly are Sirius XM subscribers. They were among the earliest adapters. Many of them have it. The reason being, too, is because they are not only listeners, but they're probably fans of different things on this platform, whether it be talk or music or sports. And also, if they are musicians, a lot of them want to hear their own music and monitor what's going on the respective music channels that they would fit in on. And a lot of them, let's face it, if they're, they're pretty good shape. I mean, to spend a couple bucks on satellite radio is not a big overhead by any stretch. And they want to know what's going on, and they really enjoy it. There's people that are almost adamant about having it, and to the exclusion of everything else that they listen to on radio. It's case by case, but yeah, a large portion of them have and know and recognize now the importance of satellite radio and having Sirius XM. I'd say the great majority of them do. It's very rare that they don't at least have app listening or something in some way to connect. But a lot of it is also to keep an eye on what they're doing and hear if their music is being played or if their new record's being on, or just to have an awareness of what's going on the platform. We have time to squeeze one more in? Maybe. James in California, real quick. Go ahead, James.
Hey, two quick things. One, you about like Motley Crue and Def Leppard, other bands that people have called about top 10, 20s, and you say you don't know if they have the catalog of that. You might want to maybe do like an opening band, so you could do like a Motley Crue with another band that would open for Motley Crue, so each one